From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex. It's the Hump Day edition of Sean and RJ on DFW Sports Station 105.3 The Fan. I'm Sean Sharif alongside Ralph James Choppy. We got Peyton and Rai in the back live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And it feels like we have a decent amount of stuff taking place. Night one, that's right, night one of the NBA draft. College baseball drama. The Rangers end up losing. We have N-word controversies with J.J. Redick, Kevin Durant to the Rockets rumors that broke last night. All types of stuff. A flurry.
And then, the trades galore where you got a basketball team in the NBA trying to recreate a college team, continuing this quest they have to become the Nova Knicks and have all five starters be from the same college team. It's actually for mid-June, late June. Quite the day. With really actually no sports happening at night at all.
Yeah.
You get a little soccer. All right. Messi played last night. And then the Rangers, of course, not showing up.
Tim Hardaway trade rumors as well, but I think we'll start with the local college baseball, since RJ on top of his Tennessee Volunteers beating Kevin Hagelin's A&M Aggies. How furious is Kevin with Jim Schlossnagle, who was asked after the national championship loss about all the rumors swirling about him jumping ship for the Longhorns?
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Just write that.
Gets up, walks off. Thank you, Coach.
Yeah, thank you, Coach.
Thank you, Coach, for your time. Boom. Leaves the podium. Hours later, he's taking over Texas.
Yeah, hours later. Like, rule number one about dealing with the media is never actually deny something that you're already going to do. Just kind of be very, very vague. Like, I'm not going to talk about that, man. Like, bad. I understand it, but I'm not going to talk about that because it's not a selfish question, because it's the right question to ask, because obviously everybody knew it was true because, oh, wow, look at this. According to reports, this deal was complete during the regular season.
Really?
Yeah. Sorry, Sandler. You were wrong on this one. But this deal was complete, according to reports, between A&M series with Georgia and the regional round of the NCAA tournament.
I heard someone's father tell someone else that their kid was being recruited, and Schloss told him that he and the entire staff were leaving. So it's not like the only possible out in this was that he had not made up his mind while that moment was taking place in the post-game presser, or the Longhorns blew him away because he told Texas, no, I'm staying. I got a national championship contender here, which no one believes.
Yeah, I mean, look, A&M has been they're a really good program with Schloss now, right?
What happened if he won the title?
I don't know. It's a good question. It's very possible that he was gone anyway. I mean, according to these reports, like this,
sounds like he was.
The deal was already kind of like, hey, I'm gone.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that.
I think it's, and this also brings in the other side of it is, Texas didn't fire their coach until the other day. So a month ago, they were talking to, and there was reports that I saw from Knoxville that they were talking to Tennessee's coach in April. Okay, I mean, you still got a coach there. I don't know. It bothers me. But
I don't know this guy at all. I've heard some things, but this goes on the all-time jackass answer. This guy's acting like a jackass, right up there with Mike Gundy, bullying your local reporters, I have total control. I can push you around because we're in College Station and there's nothing else to cover. We're the only game in town. So it brings me great joy, Peyton Russell, to announce, because I know all of you care so much, that I'm rooting big time against the Texas Longhorn baseball team because of your new jackass manager. Congrats, Pepe.
Football, men's basketball, baseball. You want to go softball next? We were two wins away from winning the national championship there. But that's what Texas does, right? It's Mr. Steal, not steal your girl, but steal your coach. They stole Chris Beard, and now they're stealing Jim here. So it's what they do. They piss off other fan bases, but they're big brothers, man.
And look, who was Jim's AD at TCU? It was Chris Del Conte, the Longhorn dude.
And the
AD.
TCU fans are saying, I haven't seen it and I didn't hear it, that he did the same thing in leaving there for College Station. Like, how dare you? I'm staying. I'm a lifer. This is what I signed up for for all my years.
Now, he was at TCU for 15 years almost. Then he goes to A&M, and he's been there for a little bit, not terribly long. But look, there's no doubt he is a tremendous coach, and he did great things at TCU, and he got A&M to the national championship game, and now he's going to Texas, where that is an elite baseball program. Now, you mentioned their facilities aren't tremendous, according to Broadus.
Bassick trashed it.
Yeah. Okay. I know nothing about their baseball facilities. I know their football facilities are supposed to be really, really good. But their baseball facilities may be a little bit behind. That's where he would come into play, his ability to recruit and fundraise.
And look, this quote and the way he approached it is going to last for a day on the national scene. But the great thing about it is how much fire it pours onto the local rivalry.
The rivalry gets even bigger.
Yes.
And, does it spill over into the other sports? I don't know that it needs to.
We'll talk about Texas A&M baseball matchups for a day next year.
For a day.
That's what this solidifies.
Absolutely, because they're going to the same conference. Texas will be in the SEC next year, so they'll play. But will this spill over into their football game this year? I would think not. They're already going to hate each other.
Just a Saban-esque lie. He just handled it the wrong way.
Yes, he did. He did. It wasn't a selfish question. Is it the wrong time? Yeah, yes, it probably was, but you still have to ask it. It's like, the rumors are there. You're not going to talk to him again for God knows how long. This is the last time, if he was going to leave, this is the last time you would get to have an answer before he leaves. And if he stays, it's also the last time. So you got to ask.
It's the right time because of how obvious the next move was to Austin. If this was, I don't know, not Jason Kidd, he got his extension during the playoffs. Give me a coach where no one is talking about them leaving, and you bring up this question randomly out of the blue. Yeah, you get your hands slapped by that. Like, why are you asking that? But when it's something this hot, so obvious, and it happens hours later, and Schlossnagle knew in the moment.
Oh, he knew.
He knew, and he still doubled down to try to bully that poor reporter.
Yep, that's it. He absolutely knew. That's the report, and that's where we sit. It's a tough day if you're an Aggie fan. There's no doubt about it. You went from almost winning the national championship to losing your coach in 24 hours. That is a kick in the pants. It is a kick. Because you haven't been in this situation very often. I don't know, ever. Never. They've never won. They've never been in this situation before, and now you're losing the one guy that got you there.
And the other kick in the pants is the Texas Rangers losing to Bobby Belt. We'll have that up on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And the NBA craziness that started late last night with the draft today. It's all coming up with the Hump Day edition of Sean. Thank you, Ollie Bear. Sean and RJ just getting started on the Fan.
Coming up in the next.
middle. Seager to his left, slides, can't get it underneath his glove into center field, a base hit. Yelich scores from second. Hoskins at first with an RBI single on a slow roller with eyes. And the Brewers' lead is now 3-1.
And that ended the scoring last night here on your home for Rangers baseball, 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Metroplex. Sean and RJ with you. The Milwaukee Brewers, behind Bobby, Roberto, Bryce Wilson, beat the defending world champs. Jared Sandler with the call. 3-1 Brew Crew. Rangers are 5 games under 500, and with the Astros winning their 6 in a row, 8th out of their last 10, the Rangers are 6.5 behind Seattle and now 2 full games behind Houston.
I feel bad for Andrew Heaney. Really bad. He's lost games just this month by a score of 3-1, 3-2, and 3-1.
What's his ERA?
It's not great. It's a 4.17. Prior to that, he lost 5-2, 9. Now, he didn't give up all these runs, but 5-2, 9-3, 8-3, 1-zip, 4-3, 8-3, 9-2, 5-2. Like, he's getting, when he pitches, he's getting no run support. None. It's criminal. Again, he has not pitched great this year, and when they do get guys back, he will be the first one of the bullpen. When Malley or DeGrom return, I mean, he ain't going to stick in there. And he'll go to the pen, and he'll be fine. But he has been given no run support, and I do feel bad for him on that.
And we got started because Bryce Wilson entered the game in the 3rd inning after they put the reliever in.
Yeah, the opener.
We got opened to work the first 2 innings. And then Wilson went ahead and pitched 6 innings, matching the longest of his season. Struck out 4, allowed 3 hits, and no walks. Milwaukee's 19-5 in their last 24 home games.
Someone's got to explain the concept of the opener to me much better than it's already been. If the guys, I just don't understand why you would throw someone out there for an inning or even 2 just to bring in a guy who's going to throw 6. You know what I mean? Like your starter.
Or
your
have the
starter.
opener throw the inning or 2 after Wilson starts.
Right. Yeah. I mean, it just makes no sense to me.
I'm sure Bassick, he'll be able to break it down and cross.
Yeah. Unless, the plan is that, you obviously, I know that, when they get to the 6th or 7th inning, if you're losing, it changes up your plan on what reliever you're going to bring in. They'll go into a game and saying, okay, if we're leading after 7, we bring in Robertson. But if we're losing after 7, we're going to bring in Latz or whoever, right? They would do it like that, and maybe they just want to make sure that this guy pitches that day and not actually burn him in a wasted situation. I don't know. I don't get the whole opener thing.
And of course, what took off in the group chat, it was started by Brian Broadus, and I do not think that Bobby was too pleased. Hopefully, Rai has this on the FanCam, Twitch, and YouTube. There it is. Perfect timing. Broadus starts off, is Bobby now pitching for the Brewers? Wolchuk says, LOL, doppelganger. Bobby, no it effing isn't. LOL. A listener said this a week ago. It's not close. Zach says, it's kind of close, man.
It's kind of close, and no listener brought this up.
If someone did bring it up, that's even more evidence that this is a match.
Yeah, not a single listener knows who the hell Brian Wilson is or Bryce Wilson or whoever. No one's seen this guy. No, not a single person has seen this guy.
Then we're all sharing photos matching them. The great Texas William with that side-by-side comparison. That may not have been William. I'll try to get the Tolo who that was. Then RJ writes, not sure it gets closer. And then Chia Follow, that's definitely one of Bobby's 17 siblings.
Yes, it is. It's 100%. This is a related person.
Not like the adopted sibling like Peyton has.
Absolutely.
That was Tolo Victor who put up that side-by-side on YouTube.
It's so clear as day. I mean, from the same neck beard.
Yeah. Someone said Wilson is sweating profusely, so it's definitely Bobby. Someone also had the brilliant observation. Wilson did not start the game on time, so it's definitely
has to be
Bobby.
Yeah, but he did. He was on the Bobby Belt schedule.
Yeah.
He showed up at 6 o'clock.
Pepe, what do you think? Is this accurate?
100%. The only thing I need to see is the forehead. I need them both to take their caps off, and let's see how far back the forehead goes. Then we'll know.
So we'll let Bobby respond to this at around 6:40 this morning, but he sounded none too pleased, which of course made all of us very, very happy. All right, some chaos taking place in the NBA. Woj going crazy 8 hours ago as the Villanova Wildcats have reunited at Madison Square Garden because the New York Knicks and the Nets pulled off a deal in the same city. Mikal Bridges goes to the Knicks for Bogdanovich, 4 unprotected first-round picks, another protected first-round pick via the Bucks, and unprotected pick swap, second-rounder, blah, blah, blah. And now you have DiVincenzo, you have Brunson, you have Hart, and now Bridges on the Knicks.
The Nova Knicks. Jay Wright, he should just be the coach now.
He was trending.
Just get rid of Tibbs and bring Jay Wright in there. Let him coach this team. Was this the greatest college basketball team in history? My goodness. But, you know, the Knicks give up 25, 27, 29, and 31.
Wow.
In terms of their unprotected picks. Which 2025 is the real key because that's supposed to be a great draft. Like this year is supposed to be pretty bad, the one that's going on tonight. But it's supposed to be a great draft of 2025, headlined by like Cooper Flagg, the kid from Maine who's going to Duke, among others. So they're really looking forward to next year's draft.
Yes.
And, you know, the Nets.
They're trying to be OKC East.
Yes.
In that they have 16 first-round picks through 2031. And as you said, 4 selections for next year.
Yeah, and I think they get back their own ones from Houston, too. They got those back somehow. And that's good because the Nets stink. Maybe not for next year, but they got future picks back from Houston that were their own that they gave up for Harden. So, I mean, the Nets are trying, like you said, they're trying to do that thundery, kind of way.
Build up.
Yeah, build up, and we'll see what happens. We'll see what happens with it. But from the Knicks standpoint, I mean, they get a really good player. You know, Bridges is a really nice player, and, you know, are they going to bring back, now they got to figure out if they're going to bring back OG or not. That's a solid team.
Bridges started off in Phoenix. His final year there, he averaged 17 a night, then went to Brooklyn and put up 26 a game, and then last year, 19 points a game. I got to be honest, I remember him from Phoenix in our Mavs series, but I'm not watching him play in Brooklyn.
No, and I don't know
how much better he got, but if I was looking at Bridges in Phoenix, I'm not thinking, oh my God, that's the missing piece for the Knicks, but I didn't watch him in New York.
Yeah, I mean, look, he was relatively young, but you know, when you're putting up still 17 points over, you know, or 19, or then you have the pop year where you go for 26. I mean, they're looking for a 2 or a 3. They're more of a team. They don't really have a 1, 2, 3 necessarily. And when you got a guy that could just go out there and roll up and put in 18 a night, I mean, that's pretty solid.
All right. How did Kevin Durant and the Rockets get thrown into this? Woj says almost simultaneously, the Nets were engaged in talks with the Rockets on getting back their first-round picks for Phoenix's. I get so confused with the pick swaps. The first-round picks are being thrown around like crazy.
It's just a way for you to trade picks without. So, like, you can't trade first-rounders in back-to-back years or something like that, but you could pick swap. And that's so, you like, if you're a team let's say you're the Lakers, you want to make a trade. You know, you would pick swap with a team that is going to have a higher pick than you, and you can maybe find a way to swap picks that way.
So basically what Woj is trying to say is with all the pick ammunition that the Rockets would then get, that they would plan to go after Kevin Durant. And then like 4 minutes later, Woj kind of backtracked on that and said, well, you know, Phoenix, they've determined that they want to try to go all in for one more year, and the Rockets would look to go ahead and get someone now versus wait for Phoenix. So Kevin Durant to the Rockets blew up for about 5 minutes.
Yeah, I just like it was so quick. It was literally 4 minutes later he posted the second tweet, and it was just like, what's going on? It didn't make any sense. Like that wouldn't have made sense from the Rockets anyway. They don't seem like they're.
Well, I think it does because
they're not win now.
Well, they had a win now offseason that I made fun of last year, and I feel like I kind of missed on that as the Rockets were 500, 41-41. Remember, they went and got Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks. Those are win now players in terms of age. and maybe they just wanted some culture setters, but they were like being extra aggressive to win now last offseason when I didn't think that they should, but they had a nice year of 500, so they're just trying to do the same thing again,
I guess,
apparently.
Yeah. Maybe they are.
Their owner's not going to sit back.
It was Fertitta. Is he still the owner down there? Tillman Fertitta?
Yeah.
The UFC guy or the Houston Cougar guy? Yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe that's what it is.
I mean, you don't get Van Vliet and Dylan Brooks to be the Nets.
No, you don't.
The Nets are trying to totally, completely rebuild.
Right. They absolutely are. What is Durant?
And they had all those Harden rumors for the past 2 years. It's
Houston,
like, why? Yeah. Why do you want Harden back?
Yeah, what do they
Strip club scene dying there?
What does Durant do for them with the team they had? Like, are they make him a title contender?
No.
And that's like, that's the question that they put themselves in. But yeah, I think you're right. I mean, they did get win now guys last year from an age perspective. So maybe that's what they are looking for.
So that is everything that is going on in the it's not everything that's going on in the association, because Mark Stein has a possible trade partner for the Mavericks and Tim Hardaway Jr. We have to ask if you know anyone in this draft tonight. And since Brian Broaddus made fun of Bobby Bell, we may have to return fire over an NFL list that is out there to talk about the offseason. It's all on the way with the Hump Day edition.
Okay.
Join us as part of the 6 a.m. Club along with Bobby Wilson next.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Good morning, Metroplex Hump Day edition of Sean, RJ, and now Bobby with the 6 a.m. club. We got Peyton and Rai in the back, live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. And I'm still in NBA mode. I know, I'm sorry. Apologies. I'm trying to push off the Cowboys as long as possible, and as long as possible means 20 minutes. So don't freak out. We are going to training camp very, very soon, but we'll get to more Dak Prescott apologies at 6:20 after RJ Choppy gets you set for tonight's NBA draft.
Oh,
have we had another idea in sports that is clearly going to be as much of a failure as a two-night NBA draft, especially with it debuting this year?
Yeah, I'd say like 10-minute roundtable discussions on the WNBA.
I got ratings to put in your face at 7.
Oh, I do too.
Yeah, 15-minute per pick in the first round of the NFL draft was a dumb idea. Nobody needs 15 minutes to figure out who they're going to pick.
Okay.
Not as bad as this one, though.
Like in
this
season,
is awful.
This is awful. Like this is already, it's locked in. It's a failure.
Yeah, this is dumb. Why? First of all, why would you bother with the second round? Nobody,
because of Bronny.
Right. Nobody.
I will be more interested.
No, right. The second round.
I might be more interested in the second round than the first.
Nobody watches anything.
Yes, the Mavs are in the second, RJ.
I know, and nobody watches anything after the first about 8 picks of this draft anyway. The first round.
Yes.
You know, you've got your tier 1, which is your top 2 or 3, and then you've got like your tier 2, which is like, I don't know, 4 through 10, and then everything else after that, you are throwing darts.
Will the WNBA ratings beat night 2 of the draft, Bob?
Yeah, nobody's going to watch night 2 of the draft.
WNBA ratings will beat night 1 of the draft.
People don't tune in to the NBA draft in general, and like Choppy just said, it is first 8 picks, something like that. I mean, if you have, there's really no other sport where when you pick somebody 28th overall, it's like a good chance. Like, oh well, I mean that guy may never play. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, look,
you're picking him to play for the Erie Bayhawks or whatever.
At least we do have intrigue at the very top. It's not like an absolute locked in number 1 guy, even though people think they know who's going number 1. Set us up for the top of this, these best players.
Well, if you look at the NBA draft, your best players are, well, you got 3 guys in college that'll be picked in the very, very close to the top. Rob Dillingham at Kentucky, Reed Shepherd at Kentucky. Those are probably the first 2 guys off the board for this year. You might get Castle at UConn or Connect as the next group of guys that would go off the board.
Your boy from Tennessee.
Yep. And then you're looking at Klingon as another one who might go off the board really, really fast. Other than that, you are looking at nothing but either a G League player or players from other countries. The first guy is from France. His name's Zachary Risacher.
He's supposed to go 1.
Yeah, and then Sarr, the kid from Australia, is the second player that people are projecting to go number 2 to Washington. And then you're going to get a couple of college players, including the G League Ignite guy. Well, look, this is just a draft that if you don't follow the international game, you're not going to know really the first 2 picks in this draft.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen in recent years, if you don't follow the international game, you're not going to know who the MVP is either, because you get like Jokic and Giannis and all these different guys that have. I mean, it's
so
become
Nick
such a
Young's
global
not
game.
watching tonight.
No, absolutely not. No, he is probably watching the WNBA tonight, is what I would guess he's watching. Especially with somebody going 2nd overall from Australia. He doesn't need that Iggy Azalea reminder.
Man, that's the weird thing, because like Australia is not. You know, they've picked up lately, but like historically, they are not a hotbed for basketball.
The Mavericks consider him a hotbed.
They consider him. There's a kid they're expected to pick this year from Australia.
I just hate this. I hate how weak the hype is. I hate how weak the quality sounds like it is. Your boy Bill Simmons, I don't know why. I watched some of his podcasts yesterday. He did a whole thing about trading, what teams would trade players, like an individual player for the number 1 pick. And he he was on a mid-tier NBA player level, and he was saying that the teams who had the established player would not give that person up for the number one pick.
Right.
That's how bad it was getting.
Yeah, and also the teams picking.
They were talking about RJ Barrett level.
Yeah.
Now they said the Knicks, yes, they would trade RJ Barrett for the number one pick, but people of that ilk.
Yeah.
That's what he was comparing it to.
But also look at the teams picking at the top. Okay, so some years you'll get like the Spurs last year. Okay, the Spurs have there's some juice to them, right? They have a history. But look at this year. It's Atlanta, boring. Washington, boring. Houston, boring. And then you got San Antonio there. There's some juice there because if they hit on this player, you pair him with Wemby. All right, now you got something. Detroit, boring. Charlotte, Portland, and then San Antonio again at 8. San Antonio's got 2 of the top 8. They actually they have a really good chance of if they hit in this draft, they'll look back as okay, these 2 drafts years with Wemby and then this set them up for the long haul. And then Memphis and Utah, and that rounds at the top 10. And then you throw Chicago in there, and you've got 8 or 9 of the first 11 picks. The teams are completely irrelevant. They're just filling out the schedule.
Well, and I mean, this is we see consistently in Major League Baseball, we see it in the NFL that number one picks miss a lot. Where it's, somebody can be a top pick and they don't pan out the same way that you would expect. The NBA generally is one of these leagues and one of these drafts where it feels like when you head into it, if there's a little bit of I don't know, I guess this guy will go number one. I guess that's the guy. That pretty consistently does end up being a guy who disappoints. And if there's excitement about the number one pick, generally turns out to be a guy who is really, really good. I think of anticlimactic number one picks in the last decade or so, and it probably is. It's Markelle Fultz and it's Anthony Bennett, and those are the guys who bust. Meanwhile, the other guys around there, where it's Karl Anthony Towns is great, Ben Simmons, Zion Williamson. Those guys end up being good players.
Yeah, Simmons' exercise is going to end up being dumb because you're going to have some all-stars in the first round. Mm-hmm. You're just going to.
Yeah.
I wonder 5 years later what draft had the least amount of all-stars in the first round. I'd be really interested to see that. And what do you think that number is? How low? How low of a number of a first-round total for all-stars 5 years later? If you just had to guess. You're not going to be able to research anything.
No,
it's way too much.
There was a draft I was looking at the other day where it was just a photo.
2013 was pretty awful. That was the Anthony Bennett draft. And that one, because that was also Michael Carter Williams, and I think Nerlens was in that draft, and those all ended up being disappointing. So, probably, I wouldn't be surprised if there's a draft or two out there where it's there were 2 guys or 1 guy or something like that.
I'm going to harken you back to the 2000 NBA draft. That was the photo I saw. It's bad, man. They had some names because you recognize them in college, but it was Kenyon Martin, Stromile Swift, Darius Miles, Marcus Fizer, Mike Miller. That's your top 5. DeMar Johnson, Chris Mim, Jamal Crawford, Joel Prisbilla, Keon Dooling, Jerome Moiso, Etan Thomas, Courtney Alexander, Mateen Cleaves, Collier, Hito Turkoglu, who never made an all-star team, Desmond Mason, Quentin Richardson, Jamal McGlure, and Speedy Clax. That's your top 20. There's nothing. It's an awful draft. Michael Redd at 43 was the best player in the whole draft.
5 years after the 2013 draft, and they've gotten 2 since then, Victor Oladipo and Rudy Gobert. But 5 years after the 2013 draft, it was just Giannis from the first round.
That made it?
Mm-hmm.
Wow.
That was a pretty brutal top 10.
Just one. 877-881-1053, Franklin Franco injury attorney text line, and of course, the Mavericks. Only selection will be the last one of the entire thing as it stands right now. Pick number 58 tomorrow night. Okay. We got some other Mavs news and notes. Trying to decide how much time I need for this Redick topic. The Pistons are hiring Dennis Lindsey. That is a Mavs executive as the senior VP of basketball operations. He was there in Utah during the Donovan Mitchell, Rudy Gobert days, going to join Trajan Langdon's new group.
How many executives does this team have? They just hired Langdon. They got Arn Tellem over there. And now how many execs does this team have?
Bobby, the Pistons, according to Mark Stein, emerging as a potential landing spot for Tim Hardaway. That's exciting news, number one. Exciting news, number two. who would you get? What lines up? You went and did a ton of homework on it.
So this is actually a pretty exciting note to me anyway from Mark Stein yesterday. He said that, okay, Pistons are involved. So I was kind of looking over the roster a little bit and saying, okay, who would it be that they're potentially making a deal for? Well, Stein had a follow-up, and the guy that he said has been talked about in these trades was one that I kind of skipped over when looking at their roster because I was like, I doubt you're getting that for Tim Hardaway Jr., and that's Quentin Grimes, who had been with the Knicks for the first few years of his career, got traded at the deadline last year in the Bogdanovich trade after he'd kind of fallen out of favor with the Knicks. He'd gotten a wrist injury. He had a slow start. But Quentin Grimes is a really intriguing player. So he's from Texas initially, grew up in the Woodlands, first-round pick in 2021. And he's somebody who really good defensive player. Like there were some advanced metrics last year that said he was a better defender than Drew Holiday.
Whoa.
Like that's the type of guard defender that he was. And he's a guy who's a good perimeter shooter, somebody who shoots 37, 38% from three. He worked with JJ Redick a lot last offseason on stuff, and Redick, when SNY had talked to him in the offseason about, hey, how's Quentin Grimes been? We're doing a story on him. Redick just could not say enough good things about him. He's like, love his process. He's super smart. He's going to be a legit player in the NBA for the next decade. That's a really good player. And so the idea of getting Grimes here as solid, consistent perimeter shooter, unlike Tim Hardaway Jr., and you're talking about getting 20 times the defender potential that Tim Hardaway Jr. is, that's exciting. The other aspect of this is you would have to find other things to fall into place to make this deal happen, because it just a Grimes for Tim Hardaway Jr. deal does not match up. It's too much of a salary difference. So there has been talk. This is not from Stein. This is just from looking at their roster. There has been talk that Isaiah Stewart, the big man, he was the one who punched somebody in the locker room for Detroit last February.
Bring him in.
Isaiah Stewart. There's talk
I'm sold. I don't even care.
No, we already had James Jones. How'd that work?
Right.
Was it James Jones? Is that his name?
James Johnson.
James Johnson, the black belt.
That Isaiah Stewart, they want to move off of his deal potentially because he's about to click into the extension years of his contract, which becomes a $15 million salary from 5. So what would match up, I don't know if you'd have to throw in a draft pick to make this happen, but if you went Isaiah Stewart and Quentin Grimes for Tim Hardaway Jr. and Maxi Kleber, that would work. Kleber's got 2 years left on his deal. Stewart's about to hit a 4-year run with his contract, which is going to be more expensive than the one they would have Kleber on. But he's somebody who he can shoot the three. He added that to his game last year, showed he can be kind of a stretch big guy. He's somebody who can take the ball off the dribble. Again, another pretty good defender in Isaiah Stewart. So if I can replace the Maxi minutes with another good defender, more consistent shooter, get Grimes in place of Tim Hardaway Jr., that would all be really good. Nico would get another big check mark in his favor if they were able to pull that off.
A couple of Mavs fans in the Stein comments have said it needs to be Hardaway and some second-round picks for lottery protected and Grimes. And basically they're trying to talk about getting enough salary to get below the first apron, another confusing aspect of the NBA offseason.
Yeah.
And then you open up money for Derrick Jones Jr. So that was
nice.
That was the initial reaction out there from the Mavs fans, but man, just continue to pick on the weaklings like the Washington Wizards and the Detroit Pistons to build your team.
Yeah, and I mean, maybe that's another reason why they feel like this Detroit thing is going to click into place for the deals, because you've got one of your executives, or they've just hired one of your guys as one of their executives. I'm sure that's something they've had an understanding for the last couple days was going to happen. And so if that's the case, then that may set things up to where they feel like we're confident we're going to be able to swing this, get something done. And if you can get a player like Quentin Grimes, like I said, it's not just, him being guarded, but like blow by rate and all these really deep advanced analytics showed that in not this past season when he struggled, but the year before, he was better than Holiday was at guarding guards.
Porzingis, by the way, is having surgery in the coming days and will miss the Olympics. I guess the Celtics determine the Porzingis fate versus the Mavericks letting Slovenia decide what happens
no
with
chance.
Luka.
No chance they decided that, because remember Kristaps Porzingis, Joe Mazzulla said the doctors told Kristaps he couldn't play, and he told us, no, screw you, I'm going in there. And that Joe Mazzulla told everybody last week that Kristaps Porzingis overruled the medical staff and the coaches to play.
Yes.
That was his decision.
Yeah, of course he did.
We already have a controversy with JJ Redick and the Lakers surrounding the N-word, and more Dak Prescott apologies this offseason. That's on the way with Sean and RJ next. But what is on the way?
Lola Beauty products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
We already have a controversy in Los Angeles with the new head coach, J.J. Redick. Props to Tolo TR, who alerted us to this. A woman by the name of Halima Nash. She supposedly worked for the Duke University basketball team. I have no reason to believe that she did not. But, I didn't go. RJ actually went and did that research. Anyway, she was there apparently when J.J. Redick was there. And as soon as J.J. was announced as the Lakers coach, she tweeted this: "I've only been called the N-word to my face by a white man once in my life. And it was on the campus of Duke University while I was doing work with the basketball team. And today he was named the new head coach of the Los Angeles Lakers. What a world." Wow. She goes on to say she believes people can change over time, but there was a lack of accountability shown by Redick at the press conference. I don't necessarily know accountability for what. She said, "We live in a world where these exchanges happen, and the intersection of race and privilege and lack of accountability all collided with that presser." TMZ reached out to Redick's camp, and they denied the allegation, saying, quote, "No, it never happened." So that's what exploded yesterday with J.J. Redick and this woman from Duke.
Yeah. Now, she did not name him by name, but I did do some digging, and the only person that was at Duke while she was there and named the head coach of the Lakers yesterday was J.J. Redick. So that's
why you get paid the medium.
That's the research extent. That's the research. That was the extent of the research I did on that one. The denial is obviously his first address of this. It's not going to end there because he still has to
Speak on it publicly or like at a presser?
Yeah, I mean, I don't know if he has a presser or not. I mean, a lot of this is going to depend on his players. You know, he's in charge. He's the boss of an NBA team, which is largely comprised of black men. That's you're gonna have to answer that whether you want to or not, and whether it's frivolous or not. He's gonna have to answer it. Like that's the reality of it is that when something like this is out there, you know, the truth of it really becomes like irrelevant.
Secondary.
You have to answer for it, and that's the issue that JJ's in. Like even if let's say this is not true, like he denies it, he still has to answer to those players.
Which, by the way, just to the point that you had brought up at the very beginning about her working with the Duke basketball team, if you go look at her LinkedIn, which has not been edited in a long time, it's included in there. It would have been JJ Redick's sophomore year at Duke. It was August 03 to August 04. She had created and implemented a sports mentorship program pairing Duke basketball team members with inner city kids between the ages of 12 and 18. So that was her work. She was like a community coordinator and had to have interactions with the basketball team. Like the need to say something or the need to address it is, to me, in the way that it happened. Like TMZ reaching out to him for a statement, he needs to address it. If he's in a press conference, he can't say, I refuse to answer that. That's not a good look. To me, the thing where it's like when people are talking about he's got to say something, it's like, I don't think a tweet out of a essentially random corner of the internet that picked up steam. This was not like a massive 12,000 follower account or something like that, man, when they made this, it made waves instantly. It like caught traction as a grassroots movement essentially yesterday. I don't think that required any sort of if nobody had asked about it, I don't think JJ Redick has to step out there and go, well, I need to release a statement on this. I need to put a notes app thing out there, a denial of this. I don't think you're forced to reply to every accusation. If there's not validity to it, or if you're not asked about it, then I don't think that if you say it's not true, you don't have to go out there and address it and give it your time. Give it any more shine if you don't feel like it's something that's legitimate. But getting asked about it and him saying no, I mean, I think that's pretty much the extent of it. I don't think it goes anywhere past today, probably, I would guess.
Well, it's going to go until he has a camera or microphone in front of his face, and then it will probably end after that.
When is, I mean, I guess the draft?
Yeah.
There's a good chance. So, I mean, right after the draft, that happening quickly.
I don't think tonight, if they go into the Laker war room, I don't think anyone on ESPN in that setting will ask him. You may have the Laker beat reporters at the facility ask him, but it's not going to be from Malika. And I don't think, unless Malika wants to try to go ahead and win over some people who attack her for certain race reasons on the internet, I don't think it's going to be asked tonight on national TV.
Yeah, but it will 17. I don't even know. Like I can't remember. Like, are they even at the draft, or are they back? Or are they back in Lakers land?
They're back in Lakers land. I mean, typically, like even when Dallas was picking Luka, everybody was back in Dallas for that.
Right.
I would imagine they're going to hold a press conference tonight. When they hold the press conference, somebody will ask them about it there
for sure.
And I would guess that they are totally comfortable and would want it to be asked tonight. Just like, get it. They would ask a reporter, ask this tonight so JJ can put something out there about it.
Yeah, and like, there's certain steps that he has to go through, like obviously answering this tonight, and then whatever conversations he has with his team, because that's going to matter. LeBron is the leader of that team, unless he signs elsewhere, right? Like, but
Didn't they make him an offer? Are we getting a 3-year offer for LeBron?
3-year max contract offer is the report that's going to be. It's Dave McMenamin says that's what they're going to offer him, as a 3-year max extension that would take him up to 42 years old.
JJ Redick has done a phenomenal job of changing his reputation from Duke. Now, I'm not saying that reputation in any way was connected with using the N-word, but JJ Redick was an all-time hated college basketball figure. We have another JJ story that kind of got buried, right? This is 15 years later.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you go look it up, it's still out there, but it happened at a time where this sort of stuff doesn't really get exposed anyway. But I mean, he did the Anthony Edwards thing. There is certifiable discussion and evidence of 15 years ago, he had an abortion contract with some woman. where he wanted to make sure she, ended the pregnancy, and he gave her $50,000 or whatever in a contract that stated all this different stuff.
Yeah.
And so, there's a lot of stuff in his background that 15 years ago, you're right, he was absolutely hated. He was on a level in terms of popularity as Grayson Allen coming out of Duke. It was the same sort of energy.
Maybe
Worse.
more hated.
Yeah.
Than
Probably
Grayson
more
Allen.
because he was better.
He was better, and he was an irritant in college.
Just below Leitner hate.
Yeah.
Yeah. The difference is that
How would you know? You were too young. I'm talking to my fellow
I know
grandpa
Leitner
here.
hate. Thank you.
the Leitner hate was so much tied to their success.
Yeah.
And
Like JJ Redick, had FU energy
Yes.
to the crowd and everyone else. He wanted to incite it.
yes,
Because I was there at College Park and they were chanting stuff about JJ's sister because they hated him so much, and he was just kind of yeah, bring it, bring it on. He was an all-time bad guy.
He still has a little bit of that energy that burns at him. You can see it, the little, oh yeah, here's my opportunity, I really don't give an F, that kind of thing. The other day, he does have a little bit of a defiance to him still, and a little bit of a, all right, I'm going to do what I want type of energy.
his presser got destroyed by the national media yesterday. Fratty, just arrogant, just completely condescending. It got murdered, and how unlikable it was.
Duke.
And there was so much Duke frat boy energy in that thing. There was, and it didn't, and then obviously on the heels of this, this thing happens 10 hours later, 24 hours later, and it was just kind of all right, okay. That on the heels of that press conference is a terrible, terrible look for the Lakers and for JJ Redick.
So this is this is someone associated with the Duke program while JJ was there, accusing him of using the N-word to her. JJ Redick denies it. What's up with this list from Broadus' boy, Pete Prisco?
Oh my gosh. This is probably the worst offseason list I've seen yet. And that includes that quarterback list that Colin Cowherd and them put together.
Oh.
Because there's one on here that is super egregious. But Pete Prisco is a notorious troll. His annual top 100 players features a bunch of, every single year, there's 5 names in there that people are pissed off about. Either somebody that's off, or you've got somebody rated way too high or way too low. For instance, this year, Deron Bland is not even a top 140 player to Pete Prisco. He has him as the very last player in his 48 honorable mentions and about the 15th cornerback or something like that.
Is that insane? That Deron Bland is the 15th best quarterback in football?
Yeah, I think Deron Bland is an all-pro cornerback and somebody who was being talked about as basically defensive player of the year 2 years in a row, by the way, has been a Pro Bowl level cornerback. I think to have him at 150 essentially around the league at a premium position, that's bad.
Okay.
And when you look at last year, he had Dak Prescott off the list completely. He's had him off the list completely several different times before. This year,
Did we not have discussions about Deron being boomer bust last year?
No. In fact, Nick Eatman, we can pull the cut, Nick talking about him in training camp with us, saying that most of the Cowboys staff thinks that he's better than Diggs right now. And that was before he had the breakout year. We talked about, Diggs was that Bland has a little bit of the, gambler to him, but it's not Diggs level. And it's not at all worthy of 150. But Dak Prescott this year makes 49 overall on his list. That makes him the 8th ranked quarterback behind Justin Herbert, CJ Stroud, Aaron Rodgers, Lamar Jackson, Joe Burrow, Josh Allen, and Patrick Mahomes. Now, here is the egregious thing. It's not even Cowboys related to me. Last year, heading into the season, Aaron Rodgers was his 29th ranked overall player. Where do you think Aaron Rodgers finished after his 2023 season?
31.
In the 70s or 80s?
Well, he is up 9 spots to the 20th best player in the NFL as a 40-year-old on a torn Achilles who did nothing last year. Aaron Rodgers moved up 9 spots. The rest of the NFL must have been awful. That's, by the way, 1 spot ahead of CeeDee Lamb. He's a better player than CeeDee Lamb right now at 40 years old.
Did he write a justification for
He
these?
said he's coming off a torn Achilles tendon suffered in week 1 last season, which ended his first year with the Jets. Now he's back healthy, which makes the Jets a contender. When on the field, he is still a big-time thrower of the football, even at age 40. The top 10 for him, number 1 was Patrick Mahomes. Number 2 was Myles Garrett, Trent Williams, Tyreek Hill, TJ Watt, RJ Choppy, TJ Watt, Josh Allen, Justin Jefferson, Christian McCaffrey at 8, and then you get Micah Parsons at 9. So he's still believing in the running back. He's got Christian McCaffrey over every edge rusher in the NFL other than Myles Garrett and TJ Watt. And then rounded out at top 10 is Nick Bosa. But the one that was just brutal here was Aaron Rodgers at 20. That's the one that I don't see how you justify that at all.
Well, he's saying, right, like he didn't play last year.
But right, like, I mean,
right,
a year younger and pre-injury, you thought he was the 29th, and now he's 20? Who all retired last year?
Yeah, unless he dropped, he must have dropped a ton of people off of bad years, and I guess he's saying, I can't drop Rodgers. He didn't have a bad year.
Will Broadus drop Prisco after this list?
No.
Absolutely not.
Why?
You don't drop at Broadus's age. Your friends are who your friends are. You don't. Some
even go away and come back.
Yeah, you don't drop. You don't drop.
What are you damn talking about?
This is one of his. This is one of his best buddies.
Broadus is accepting as the Pope.
This is one of his best buddies.
Is that good or bad?
Bad.
Is it behind
In this
closed doors, or-
instance, in this instance, bad.
But it is. It's one of those where that's his guy. He told a story on Love of the Star the other day that Prisco was one of the guys that he developed relationships with because in his jobs across the NFL, a lot of times it was, hey, we need you to keep tabs on what's going on with around the rest of the league. So that's how you got to know Schefter, Peter King, and Pete Prisco, and those were some of his reliable connections. But man, that might be you might have been delivering some bad info back to the Joneses if you were leaning on Pete Prisco, because he clearly doesn't know what he's talking about.
How angry is Bobby with Broadus after the Rangers observations last night? And let's go hunting with Wyatt Langford next on the home of the World Series champs.
Let's get you over to the greatness of Diamonds Direct, and they are continuing this incredible.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
the Fan segment here brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
2-2 pitch. And that is hit high into the air, pretty deep left field. Langford going back on this into the corner. He leaps and it's gone. Rainbow shot of a home run for Joey Ortiz. It's his 7th of the season. He gives Milwaukee its first lead tonight, 2-1.
Pixie with the call. Andrew Heaney not getting run support again, and the Brewers win 3-1.
I feel bad for Heaney. He is getting.
Were you trying to figure out what that music was?
Yeah, it had a very kind of
Grateful Dead.
I don't know if it was
Turn it
Grateful
up.
Dead.
It went away already.
Well, we
bring it back.
Can't find it back, right?
Yeah, okay, give me.
It's in a rotator.
It's a rotator. It ends after.
I don't know what that means.
Okay. I'm the producer. Let me do my job.
I was one too at one point, and I could pick whatever music I wanted to. It was amazing how that works. Yeah, he's getting 1, 2, 3 runs max at every start, and it's not and he's not. He doesn't have. It's not like he has a 2.5 ERA. It's over 4, but still, he's been a bad luck loser in a lot of games. This is kind of another example of that.
I don't think this is the same song.
He's trying to be a little bit of a jerk. When do you leave?
Next week. Next Saturday.
Well, we can't wait.
Yeah. They wants to turn up the rock music after we tried to figure out.
This was labeled the same as it was. I don't know why it's different.
Well, it is.
Labeled the same.
It's labeled the same song as just. Okay.
Yo!
All right. Somebody.
Dude.
Spicy today.
I had a nice little surprise for this little punk at 9:20, and now he's sitting here catching attitude. Did you get into it or something last night? You all run out of chicken nuggets? Did your microwave break?
Well, you did? You fought?
No.
He's just kidding. It's sarcastic. Heaney out 4.17 ERA. There's no reason you should be tied for the losses in the American League, like most losses in the American League, which he is now. 2-9. The 9 losses is tied for the worst. But with a 4.7 ERA, yeah, he's not a 2 guy right now, but with a 4.7, it should not be that frequent that you're losing games. They just give him no run support.
Well, speaking of pitchers, Bobby Belt was the subject of the group text yesterday. Rai, I'm sure one person back there can do their job without attitude. Brian brought us saying, did Bobby just get brought in for the Brewers? There it is on YouTube and Twitch. What do you think, Bob?
Nope, I don't think so. I think that's incorrect.
Why? What do you think's off about the comparison, the side by side there from Tolo Victor?
I think it's generally pretty lazy. It's just like he's got a beard and a big head and like that kind of looks like him because of that. I don't think we have like the same features.
I mean,
because you don't have threaded eyebrows. It's pretty.
Right. My eyebrows are out of control.
You have exactly the same features. Your eyes are the same distance apart. You've got the same kind of nose and smile, and the beard, of course. And then on top of that, he was completely perspiring through his jersey to the point where you could see the undershirt. That is you.
Yeah, but that would be more like a general like physical trait. Like I wouldn't say that's more like a feature of the way that I look.
Why are you putting your hoodie up right now?
Because I want to make this comparison look as wrong as possible.
All right, so who is a looks comparison that people have thrown your way that you think is accurate throughout all your years? Because we all have one that we get, whether we agree or disagree.
I don't like people don't usually tell me there's anybody who looks like me.
Yeah.
So like that's the only thing is that I can't. There was one years ago. Look
at Texas Williams meme up there.
The late Mark Lane had told me once that he thought I looked like Daniel Bruhl, who was the shooter, the sharpshooter in Inglourious Bastards, the German sharpshooter.
Not even close compared to.
No, like yes, I don't think it looks like me either. But that's the only one that I can remember. It's some of the jerks on Twitter have said before. They're like, you look a little bit like Jersey Jerry from Barstool.
There's some beef. Is there some beef with you and Broadus? Broadus taking personal shots now at you and Zach Wolchuk.
I think it's just he's I think this particular one, he's just an old man who saw beard and like big head and was like, oh, that's Bobby. I think that's what that is. But I mean, this is something where everybody seemed to agree on Twitter.
Because there was a Broadus picture the other day that I did not retweet out of respect.
The LSU guy.
And I was going to have a side-by-side up there. I didn't know how Brian would feel about that.
Right, yeah, that was a very unfortunate photo that guy took. And Sarah even asked, like, how does a belly get like that? Like, it's just very skinny legs and just this massive beach ball belly.
Yes.
I didn't retweet it either. It was a good joke. It was just the guy who tweeted it is a total moron. And so I would never retweet anything of his. In fact, he's blocked, so.
Oh, okay. There we go.
Shout out to you, Landon McCool, you loser.
877-881-1053 is the Franco LaFranco injury attorney text line. Speaking of the G-Bag Nation, yesterday they had on the sensation that has been breaking out. Wyatt Langford and Wolchuk asked him about the granny last weekend.
So what was going through your mind there? You hit your first grand slam of your career. You helped propel the team to a victory, which is the most important thing. But it seemed like you knew off the bat that thing was going out.
Yeah, I got it pretty good. Yeah, it felt good.
Oh, man. Uh-oh.
We got Tony Pollard here.
That's a tough one. Oh, man.
Did we have a previous Wyatt interview that was it at spring training? I think it may have been KMC who interviewed him and maybe got the 3-word answers. Let's see if we can get more than 3 words with Wyatt being asked about being in the College World Series last year and now all of a sudden in the bigs.
So have you had taken the time to sit back and be like, damn, I was playing in that last year and now I'm sitting here as a big leaguer?
Yeah, it's pretty crazy to think about it.
Oh my gosh.
This is phenomenal.
No editing. That was straight just from the segment itself.
That was the end of the answer?
That was it. And they went on to the next one.
So,
dude, Ryan, you need to go. Bobby, this is a specialty for you. Go and get G-Bag's faces, like, while those answers are being given, for everyone to look at each other and that fear.
That panic
that sets in, like, oh my gosh, we have to come up with 14 more questions.
This is what happens, though, when you, like, there are some, like, not child prodigy, but, like, when you get these, like, young kids who are superstar athletes and they devote their entire life to this, they become young adults with zero personality. Like Tiger was like this. Like, you had, like, outward social interaction, right? All he knew what to do was to play golf. All Wyatt knows how to do is hit a baseball.
Well, this is when you go, okay, what's non-sports? What will he like? What will get him going? So the nosebleeds had to try to combine to get him to talk about one of his favorite hobbies.
We got a tip that you're a big hunter. When's the last time you went hunting, and kind of what's your biggest catch?
Yeah, I mean, I did a bunch of off seasons. We shoot anything: ducks, deer, hogs, whatever.
Leaping human being?
No.
But you're
most dangerous game?
Yeah.
What is it?
Just like a hunting Wolverine situation.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Oh,
that's fantastic. Oh, man. Oh, baby.
A member, that made me uncomfortable. A member of the G-Bag Nation is on the D&M Leasing Hotline. He is Brian Broaddus on 105.3 The Fan. What's up?
Boys, how we doing this morning?
Better than that.
Doing well.
As good as Wyatt Langford.
Yes.
I'll tell you what, man, that was one of those interviews that you actually had to prep for. Wolchuk had 13 questions ready for him. We got through 12 of them, as you could see. So, yeah, it was one of those things that if you'd never interviewed him before, you were going to know that, like, that could have been an absolute disaster.
But you have to hit the eject button on that, right? You all didn't drag that out 15 minutes, did you?
Oh, no, we did.
Yeah.
We did.
Dawson was running it. Of course they did. So
Dawson was out.
After Wolchuk went through his 12 questions, what'd you do?
Dawson says the same amount of words as him.
Well, after you went through the 12 questions of Wolchuk, what'd you do for the final 11 minutes?
Well, yeah, exactly. The thing about it was we'd asked him the College World Series question before, and I even told Spittle, because we thought he batted against Paul Skeens, and he hadn't. So it's like, instead of saying, it's like, no, I've never faced Skeens. He didn't even expand on it. I mean, it was one of those. So we were thinking the College World Series question might not be very good, and so, but we tried it anyway because we were down to the end.
Yeah.
And then Wolchuk, we got in. we got into this situation where we were like, okay, we started talking about hunting, and and I even asked him, I go, so you're a really good storyteller there in the blind, and he goes, not really.
Not really.
I was sitting there like I was doing everything in my power, like we were just all trying to kind of figure things out. And then we got the workout questions in. Chiafalo is like fascinated with baseball players that can lift weights. So we got that question in. But yeah, that was, if you had never interviewed him before, you would have been like, Oli, we got to bail on this. We've got to bail.
There's no way. The fan Instagram account was like highlighting it, hyping it. Spittle sending us private emails like, Wyatt Langford on G-Bag. And then Pepe's like, you got to play this audio. So that's great. I mean, it didn't work out the way you wanted, but it still ended up being great for all the wrong reasons. Why are you on the road? Where are you going?
I'm just, I'm out doing some errands this morning. I was listening to you guys, and I appreciate you replaying some of our stuff, and wanted to tell you that. But yeah, we actually gave him, I've never given wings to a player. It's usually like they hang up and we like, man, Pluckers, 8 locations that, give them wings. Like Eric just gave him wings. Eric goes, hey, you like wings? Yeah, and he's like, yeah, I like, garlic Parmesan wings. And so I just immediately gave him wings. I'm like, well, we're going to give you a gift certificate. The Pluckers, and did the read right there. So anyway, but thank you guys for replaying it. It was a lot of fun. Appreciate you guys.
Brian, wait. I got to ask you just one real quick question. How do you guys feel about the return of the G-Bag curse? Because you guys interviewed Wyatt, and then last night his hitting streak snapped. You guys interviewed David Robertson the week before. That same night he had his first blown save in 2 months. And then the week before that, you interviewed Corey Seager, and that night he snapped his 16-game hitting streak.
Yeah, Bobby, you can basically go to hell. And like I would, you know what? I just think that's an unfair question.
All right, way to go, Schloss.
I'm channeling my coach Schlossnagle here. I think it was unfair, you to ask a question like that. I've given my life to this station. Okay? I don't need you calling me out for curses on players. Okay?
Well,
bad question.
Done.
Bad question, Bobby.
Well
All
done.
right.
Brian brought us on the D&M Leasing Hotline.
I think we were just lied to.
By who?
Who runs errands at 6:54 in the morning? What's open?
Brian does. Brian will go out
Where's
Brian
he
will
going?
hit the grocery store. Brian will hit the grocery store or do something like that. That's absolutely something he would do.
About it.
Most may open at 7. Speaking of Texas A&M, a big loss and a huge win yesterday. And who's going to win the battle? The WNBA versus NHL Stanley Cup ratings fight between the three of us. Next, Hump Day Edition, continuing on the Fan. But you're going to win lunch or dinner by going to Hurtado today, the official barbecue of the morning show, and the Texas Rangers. I think it's Brian brought us his favorite commercial. He tells me that we do on the show because it gets him ready for that lunch that he gets to experience all the time by doing G-Bag out there at the stadium. You know about the amazing barbecue that's taking over North Texas.
It's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Peyton and Ride Live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. Commercial-free Expressway is coming up at 7:20, where we will chop it up on the home of the Cowboys and Rangers. But local college baseball has made national news after Jim Schlossnagle took the Texas Longhorn job hours after chiding this reporter in the post-game presser following the Aggies' national championship loss to Tennessee.
Coach, with respect to the difficult outcome tonight, but with the rumors circulating today about a specific job opening, what do you have to say about your future in Aggie land?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. So write that.
God, what a jackass answer. I'm calling the answer and the reply jackassery. I don't know Schlossnagle, but there you go, Bobby. Congrats on your new baseball coach.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not thrilled because honestly, you're not wanting to. It's cowardly because you don't want to answer the question. So instead, you turn it around as an attack on this local College Station reporter. Tell him that he's really selfish or something. That is about as fair of a way as you could have asked that question as possible. There's no other way. He didn't name Texas. He said specific job. He just said, what's your future in Aggieland? Rumors swirling out. Like, it was completely vague. And
Mike Gundy-esque.
I'm stunned in 2024 that we don't have like just a pat answer that these coaches can give when they know they're taking a job that won't dig a hole any deeper.
Never deny. You don't want to ever deny anything fully because like it leaves you open to that. You want to be very, very vague. Look, I saw a lot of former athletes on social media agree with Slosh. That it's a terrible spot for that question, and I think that they just to me from the reporter's perspective, you don't know when the next time you're going to get to talk to him is. It's probably months, and by that time the story's dead, and he's either would have taken the job or stayed. So there's no quote, and you've got to get it. So yeah, it's a bad spot for the reporter to be in, but he still had to ask the question. But a lot of people who were in sports, like former players, saw it the way Schloss did. That's not the right time or place to answer the question or ask it. But what they don't realize is there's no other chance.
Yeah, I don't care what they think.
Were they going to come out tomorrow and do another press conference tomorrow? Would that be the better time?
When it's something this imminent, you have to do it. Like what's another moment like this where we knew, like basically the next day a coach was jumping somewhere else?
I know, and see I was trying to think of that yesterday because I know we've had this happen a few different times before.
Yes.
The name that kept coming to mind, and it was not, I don't think it was similar to this. The name that kept coming to mind for me was Bobby Petrino. Did he do this with the Arkansas job in Atlanta where he told everybody he wasn't going, and then the next day he left notes in his player's locker that was like, see y'all?
I mean, it happens all the time. Yeah, I mean, like Harbaugh, we knew Harbaugh was going to leave this year, right? We just didn't know where. At least we thought he was.
It's just
we see like every year.
Look, it's going to get forgotten about probably, except between the Aggies and the Longhorns. That'll spice up the local rivalry, which will be fantastic for everyone involved. But it was just unnecessary. Congratulations, dude. You're a college baseball coach pushing around a reporter because they're in college. Big man you are. Way to go, tough guy. You're real tough. Congratulations. Good job. You're on the Mike Gundy Mount Rushmore of a bully. Well done. Good job, Schloss. Schloss. Good job. So
he's great, though, man. You're going to get a hell of a coach. Y'all be great. You will have an amazing team.
And that's what will matter the most.
That's all that matters. I mean, let's be fair. Nobody cares how much of a jackass you are. If you win, it's when you start losing. You know, Dabo, everybody looked past Dabo's charlatanism when he was winning titles.
Yeah. See, that's what Schlossnagle should have done. He should have done the Dabo. And when they asked him, what are you doing? He should have said, Proverbs 27, do not boast about tomorrow, for you do not know what the day will bring. I can't, I'm not going to make plans in the future for anything. I'm just where my feet are planted.
So some reporters, some college baseball insiders have done some digging, and one of them was told that this deal was done between A&M series with Georgia and the regional round of the NCAA tournament. That means this thing was done between April 27th and Memorial Day. We're not talking about this thing wasn't done on Monday.
Right.
This thing was completed over a month ago.
Yeah. And he would have tripled down in that presser.
And to be able to A, do that, and B, do that, keep your team from hearing the news, but keep it a complete secret. Air quotes, secret, because, there was rumors that it was like, there was a few guys that were going for the job. But even as of 2 days ago, there were reports of names that Texas was going to reach out to because they hadn't fired their coach until recently. But to be able to keep that a complete secret, that is CIA work right there.
So the Aggies lose their baseball coach, but they did win yesterday because EA Sports College Football 25, which Choppy is lined up to purchase, released their list of the toughest places to play. And this took over the internet. Full list of the top 25. How right did they get it? Franklin LaFranco injury attorney text line 877-881-1053. Coming in at number 1, Kyle Field.
Kyle Field.
Number 2, Bryant Denny Stadium, Bama.
No.
No for the top 2?
No. LSU is number 1. In any world, LSU is number 1.
They were listed as number 3 on here.
I've been to a game at A&M. It's loud, but it's not one of the 5 loudest in the conference. South Carolina's louder. Auburn, LSU, Tennessee, Florida, when they're rolling, is louder. A&M's a good crowd. Like, A&M's a really, really good crowd. And it's like of the Big 12 refugees, it's the loudest by far. It's the most SEC-like.
The Big 12.
So
there's you cannot make an argument. It's even in the top 5 loudest in the country.
So Deshaun Watson's
or most intimidating places to play.
Deshaun Watson's quarterback trainer, Quincy Avery, who fired off plenty of shots yesterday at Deion Sanders Jr. He had quote tweeted this list yesterday, and he said, "Any list that doesn't have LSU and Tennessee at the very top is clearly wrong. Texas A&M is loud, but it's so organized it never feels chaotic. Tennessee and LSU are unhinged."
Yeah, they're unhinged because they're alcoholics. Let's be fair. Okay, that's the difference.
So it's A&M, Bama, LSU. Is Bama a nut house?
No.
Really?
No.
Not when Texas goes in there.
Here's the problem with Bama is they've won so much. It takes a lot to get them going. They really only get up for like
the old Atlanta Braves crowds.
Yeah, really. Seriously.
Ohio State's 4, Georgia's 5, Penn State 6, Wisconsin 7, Oklahoma 8, Florida State 9, and the Gators at 10.
I've been to a game at Oklahoma. That is, you can't really tell the difference between an Oklahoma game and a Vanderbilt game. It's not loud. I don't know how that. I think Texas is louder than Oklahoma.
Wow.
It's not allowed. I don't get it. And now they've made upgrades to the stadiums. I don't know the capacity, but I think Texas has like 25,000 more seats too.
They had I had a buddy who he does like the Jared Sandler thing. Like he likes to go around and do college football games every year. And he had told me that by far the most intense football atmosphere he had ever been to was Penn State. Where he was like, a Penn State game at night he's like, it's an insane energy.
I've heard it's insane. Clemson's really, really loud.
This
Clemson's
is
insane too.
EA Sports best college football atmospheres that you're going to experience on the video game. Oregon 11, Clemson 12, RJ's Vols 13, Auburn 14, South Carolina 15, the Big House 16, Virginia Tech that I've been to 17, Utah 18, and Pepe and Bobby's Longhorns coming in at 19.
Now, if they're using atmosphere not to mean intimidating and loud, then I could buy the A&M. That's a cool atmosphere where they do all their
toughest places to play.
Yeah, toughest place to play now, I would say no.
Yeah, attending a cult meeting is cool. It's cool. It's interesting.
It's really, I mean, going to an A&M game, it's really cool. It's the closest thing you're going to get to go. It's like the closest thing to an Army-Navy game that you'll have at a state university, right?
Well,
it's cool.
What happened with this trainer and one of Deion's sons?
Oh my gosh, this was maybe the most brutal tweet spree I think I've ever seen. So we had talked about how Deion Sanders the other day had said, I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going to the NFL. Like, I'm not going to follow my boys out there. And Quincy Avery, who is Deshaun Watson's quarterback trainer, has issues long-standing with Deion Sanders. He doesn't like the way he handled things at Jackson State. He thinks he's a fraud, all those sort of things. So Quincy Avery said, on the bright side, if he thinks you're good enough, he'll also consider you one of his sons. Talking about Travis Hunter, of course. So Deion Sanders Jr. said, you really be made. This is what he quote tweeted. So Quincy Avery quote tweeted that and said, you lashing out because you are your pops' fourth favorite son behind a kid he just met a few years ago and he knew he was good at football. And he follows up and he goes, man's a junior getting treated like a stepson all because he couldn't backpedal.
Dang.
Wow.
Man, I was asking myself, like,
that's cold.
Should this adult be doing this to this kid? I know he called him a biatch, but man, I felt bad for Deion's kid here.
Yeah, you can't recover from that. Like, you can't recover from someone saying that your dad doesn't even care about you and that he cares about Travis Hunter more.
And when does Deion enter the fray here? Because Deion's talked about ranking his kids, so he kind of opened
the door
as a topic.
It's the dumbest thing Deion ever said. You can't. I mean, first of all, even if you thought that, you're a jackass. But second of all, you can't say that.
No, and I mean he talks about Travis Hunter like it's his son.
Yeah,
and so I mean,
yeah, he's basically talking about repping him as an agent, where he's like, I'm going to control where they go.
Right. Yeah, I mean, how about you treat maybe treat your own son like the son? I don't know.
He couldn't backpedal. He just told you.
Backpedal. That's true.
When does Deion get involved in this? Because he will.
He'll get involved, but I mean, what's he going to say? He's going to be like, look, I mean, Junior just didn't have the same work ethic that his brothers did. Like, I mean, Deion said before, he's like, Shiloh, like when he got the job at Colorado, he's like, the safety pissed me off. He's not coming with me this time. I'm not bringing him. And so, I mean, he's done this before. He's talked crap about his kids before. I don't know why he'd necessarily get in the fray this time.
8-7, he will. Trust me. 877-881-1053, the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line to hit us up here on Sean, RJ, and Roberto live on the Fan Cam, Twitch, and YouTube. This is about to be the hour of Ralph James. We're going to chop it up, and we got the NBA draft tonight. We're getting the sense majority of you don't care. The other sporting events that have lost their luster on your Caro-meter. That's next. Commercial-free Expressway right after this.
But let's get you some Blue Chew in your life.
Got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Time experts.
Commercial free Expressway on DFW Sports Station as we have night one of the NBA draft. Man, how are the ratings going to look for night two? Or are you going to have the interest in seeing where Bronny James goes? I have the odds from Bet Online, the favorite to be the number one pick tonight.
Reese Shea.
Yes, at 2-5. Who else will be behind him?
Reed Shepherd.
No, he's 100 to 1.
It's the Perth, Australia
Perth, the
kid.
Perth kid, yeah.
Whatever his name is.
He's third at 6 to 1.
Castle.
No, he's fourth at 40 to 1.
Oh,
Bronny.
Second.
Damn it. He didn't even say I was wrong.
The kid for the G League Ignite?
No, he's 7 to 5 to 1. You guys are knocking out everyone on the list except for the second one.
Is it the Yukon guy,
Yeah.
Donovan?
Yep.
No,
Good job.
that's insane. He's projected to go outside the top 6. I've not seen a single mock draft that has him in the top 5.
Play that for tomorrow when he goes top 5.
These are your people, man.
I know. But I'm
Vegas.
seriously, just go look at the mock drafts. He's been outside the top 6 or 7 for months.
When's the last time we've had this anonymous of a first-round pick? Was it Bennett? Probably not, because he at least was an American player, much to the delight of Nick Young.
It's been a while because Wemby was not an American player, but we had heard all kinds of things about him.
LeBron, better than LeBron. according to
LeBron,
Woj.
absolutely. Ayton. Obviously, we heard a lot about DeAndre Ayton in the Luka draft. This is odd.
In terms of understanding their profile, I don't know. Bennett was definitely the biggest shock because I remember leading up to the pick, everybody on the ESPN desk threw out their number one pick guess because we didn't know who it was going to be, and none of them picked Anthony Bennett. And when it happened, they were all just kind of like, okay. And Anthony Bennett had been in Canada previously, then he went to UNLV, and so, Bennett's probably the closest.
Here are the number ones. Think about last time you have known as little about the number one selection. Not Wemby, not Paulo Banchero, Cade Cunningham. Okay, but Oak State, Anthony Edwards, Zion, DeAndre, Fultz, Ben Simmons, Cat, Wiggins, Anthony Bennett, AD, Kyrie, John Wall, Blake Griffin, Derrick Rose, Greg Oden, maybe Andrea Bargnani.
That's the one. It's Bargnani. That's the last time we didn't really, because that was obviously, it didn't have the Yao Ming, Wemby type of hype of a number one pick who didn't play over here, and it was, you didn't see him. You had never seen him over here. Even the year before that with Bogut, who was from Australia, he had that crazy run at Utah. Right. And so, yeah, Bargnani's probably the one.
Real quick, so on the Klingon thing, ESPN has him at 7, Ringer at 7, USA Today 6, NBA.com 5. I'm surprised. I'm stunned that they have him that high. Unless something's changed here in the last 12 hours.
We've gone from Zach Edey might not go in the first round to some people are saying Zach Edey could go as high as 7th.
Yeah.
All right, let's talk about your sports event list.
So, with this draft, taking place tonight, got me thinking, what sporting event has lost the most intrigue or the luster or excitement surrounding it that was once, whether it's super popular or more popular or mainstream, and how much of that is, when you're a kid. I used to be really in the NBA draft when I was a kid, right? But I was also much more into college basketball. I'm into college basketball a lot, but not to the point where I was like when I was 12 years old and my entire life revolved around Super Tuesday and not the political kind. All right.
Right.
So the NBA draft, to me, is like right up there with ones that have no longer mean anything to anybody. So in no particular order, I came up with this, and you guys add more if you want, whatever. NBA draft, the Kentucky Derby. You can throw any horse race in there, but that's clearly the most. That's the one that most people tuned into, I think, the most.
As soon as the Triple Crown drought was broken, I think a lot of people were just like, okay, well, the novelty's gone.
The Olympics.
Ooh. Have you faded on the Olympics? Is this your list or a list that you're just coming up with?
Well, it's just a list. I think it's just a list in general.
All right.
Because I'm going to watch a lot of the Olympics. I like the Winter Olympics more just because it's like they're sports I don't ever really see, ever. I think they're kind of cool. I love biathlon. Just the idea of cross country skiing with a rifle just sounds very James Bond to me. any boxing match, like the big heavyweight, the heavyweight division, the big heavyweight boxing match, all-star games, just across the board, all-star games.
Except the MLB one, which you can hear right here on 105.3 The Fan.
And that's the only one that really resembles a regular game. It's the only one that I think is any good. The dunk contest.
Got a little bit of a revival in the last decade. It's gone back to being bad, but I mean, it got a revival with the Aaron Gordon and like Zach LaVine dunk contests.
The home run derby.
They're going to say the white kid.
Either the home run derby is another one.
Yep.
You also hear that right here on 105 The Fan. And the Maui Invitational. This was one for me.
Okay.
Because I used to sit there and wait. I'd be waiting for the Maui Invitational to get going and watching all those games at Lahaina Coliseum or whatever, and that small high school gym they would play for the opening of the college basketball season. So if you've got any more, send them.
So my own personal list, 877-881-1053 for yours. Franco injury attorney text. I love the topic. NBA draft is probably number one for me because I usually love like all drafts, just tinkering around with teams, changing up the rosters on your video games, create a player for the new draft pick. I was all into it like that. You're following college basketball more way back in the day, so you're more connected with the draft class. NBA draft has plummeted in terms of my interest. Number 2 on my list is Wimbledon.
You know, somebody texted that in Wimbledon.
Now, a lot, because RJ will come in and he'll send more tennis notes. I feel a little bit bad. In his prep, he'll send like these, Grand Slam, Federer, Nadal stuff. And I'm like, we're not going to talk about that. But man, this was a family event. Now, a lot of this had to do with playing tennis growing up, but Sampras, Agassi, I was glued to. I was obsessed with it. Images, everything, getting the different type of rackets. But watching Grand Slam tournaments or finals, I don't care about it whatsoever in tennis. But Wimbledon was like the big one. My pops, my brother, we'd all sit there and be glued to it at 7 o'clock, 8 o'clock in the morning on a Saturday and Sunday.
I don't get into the French. The French Open just doesn't appeal. It doesn't appeal to me. Wimbledon appeals to me. French Open, I don't like the clay.
Yeah, it always went in terms of interest for me. Wimbledon, U.S. Open because it was at night. French, Australian Open, no one cared about. No
right.
one.
Yeah, and because obviously the U.S. Open because it's here, and then Wimbledon's got all the. There's definitely tiers.
Yeah.
Of the tennis majors.
Both derbies are on my list. Kentucky Derby and Home Run Derby.
Okay.
I would like to do like a station thing or get a friend event of going to the local track to bet on Kentucky Derby Day. I'd love to get a table or two and make it
a Lone Star.
That'd be fun.
Make it a year-round thing to go and do. I did that once. It was an absolute blast. Every time I go to bet, it's a blast. You lay down $2. You don't have to lay down anything. Yeah. Sit there, get drunk. You get hammered. You go out to dinner afterwards. It was fantastic. So I like to line that up every single year, but I don't care anywhere near about the Home Run Derby as much. And the All-Star Games is a great weekend. NBA All-Star Weekend is very high up there for me. Very high up. I really, used to look forward to it, and they've destroyed it. They've absolutely ruined it. At least with the Pro Bowl, I never cared about it. It was always terrible. But I used to like the NBA All-Star Game, watching everyone go up against each other, and they've totally taken it apart. It's so awful. And the Olympics would be at the end of my list.
Yeah, and a lot of people in the Franklin injury attorney.
Thanks, USA Basketball.
They're saying Daytona 500, Indy 500. They're like any NASCAR race. Like I haven't watched NASCAR in forever, but the stands are not nearly as full as they were like the early 2000s, late 90s. That was like the glory days of crowd sizes.
I'll put Monday Night Football on there, but that's not really, I don't blame them. That's just having so many more cable options. Like when I was a kid, all right, you get to watch TV one weekday. It was an event. It felt like a big theatrical opening. And
like obviously
production.
Sunday Night Football kind of took the role of Monday Night Football and moved off of ABC. But even from day one when it became Sunday Night Football, it never had the same air to it that Monday Night Football did.
Yeah.
There was just something about it that they've never been able to replicate with current Monday Night Football, Sunday Night Football, or even Thursday Night Football.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I love having the different sports packages and options to watch everything. But a case to be made for less is more, just in terms of your memories. Like the NBA on NBC weekend game. Like that doesn't matter to me at all because you have Bally or you can watch throughout the entire week. But the only live NBA game I got to see was Bob Costas or Marv Albert on that Sunday.
We got, and we watched.
And I always remember that.
And every Bulls game was on WGN. And we watched just about we were able to watch
Braves on TBS.
Yeah, and we were able to watch Johnny Red Kerr and Wayne Larrivee.
How old do we sound right now?
I know, right? And watch just about every 90s Bulls game. Me and my dad just sitting down and watch because we hated the Knicks. So our options were the Knicks or the Bulls. And we'll just choose. We chose Georgia just every time. And we were saying Little League World Series, which, is it? I just, there are certain events that just don't.
Little League World Series and definitely College World Series have increased.
Well, the College World Series for me has definitely increased. Little League World Series, as I've gotten older and I've seen that little, no offense to the University Little League team.
He's had his eyes
Boston
open.
Creek.
He got red pilled.
But Little League baseball, the Little League World Series is bad baseball. Those are not it's not there are 12-year-olds, there's a million 12-year-olds playing that are better than those teams that win it. It's just, this is different rules, different league. It's more rec. So as I've learned that, I'm like, okay, I'm much less interested in. I'll tell you another one for me that somebody brought up in the fan text I didn't even think of, and it's absolutely true. It's College Game Day. That's not an event; it's a show. But I would wake up in college. I'd never woke up. You couldn't get me up in college at 9 a.m. And I'm waking up at 9 a.m. every day on Saturday to watch College Game Day. Now with McAfee, I'll watch a little bit more just because I want to see what he says. But prior to that, between college and now, it lost a lot of luster for me.
The sporting events that have lost their luster for you, including the NBA draft on the Franklin Injury Attorney text line. What's on your list?
Yeah, the first one that popped in my head was pay-per-view boxing. The idea of just the big title fight, it has just completely gone away. The next one that came in was the one that just got suggested there. I used to be really big into NASCAR. In the early 2000s. Yeah, I was a big NASCAR fan in the early 2000s.
Oh.
Back when it was the Winston Cup. And it was...
Who was your favorite driver?
Dale Jarrett. I like Dale Jarrett and Bobby Labonte.
Look at you.
Number 88?
88. He was in the UPS truck by the last time he went, or the UPS car.
I bet I could go knowledge for knowledge NASCAR with you.
Oh, baby.
I was on Del Marva's ESPN Radio 1240.
But it's the...
Dover Downs, baby.
As soon as
Dover Downs in the back of my hand.
When Jimmy Johnson came in and just started winning every year for 6 straight years.
Well, him and Jeff Gordon were the pretty boys.
Yeah, and Gordon kind of annoyed me too at that time. But when Jimmy Johnson came in and started,
celebrity bathroom moment
was Jeff Gordon.
Jeff Gordon.
Yeah, Jeff Gordon. Was he as little? Was he tiny?
Yes.
That's what they say. They say he's 5'4" or something. But when Jimmy Johnson started winning, I kind of
you meant height.
I kind of checked out on it a little bit. And
the Alvin Gentry gene.
Anytime I tried to get back into it, now that I see the playoff system that they have, and I think I'm this just is not. I can't even get myself interested in this again. But it used to be something that it was appointment view, every single race, every single week. I was sitting in front of the TV watching the whole thing. I got stacks of VHS tapes in storage somewhere of races from 2001 that I recorded. And so I love that. And so that's just completely gone for me now. NBA All-Star Game used to be great in terms of it was always kind of no defense, but you would...
On the same day as the Daytona 500.
Which one? The NBA All-Star Game? Yeah. And so
it would be the Daytona 500, then NBA All-Star. Is it still on the same day? I have no idea. I don't think so.
I'm not
they moved the NBA All-Star Game further back in the calendar, right? So I think it's closer to the Super Bowl now.
I stopped paying attention to both of them. The other one, and I don't know if this is just getting older and we have more information now, so you don't get that same nervous excitement. The MLB trade deadline when I was a kid used to just be, you didn't have all this information, so you were just kind of I would sit by the radio or I'd sit there with the TV on and you'd see something pop up that Rangers trade for Todd Zeile and Todd Stottlemyre, and you start getting this excitement of, oh my gosh, we just got new players, we got new starters. It was just the MLB trade deadline as a kid when you had the Rangers and they were competitive and you didn't have all the information you have now you were completely blindsided by every move. And so that was always really exciting for me. That's kind of lost its luster.
Pepe.
My parents were never big into racing, so Daytona 500 is at the bottom of my list. I'll even watch the slam dunk contest over that. Near the bottom, though, I do have PGA still, golf. I mean, I'll watch the Masters on Sundays, but it's Thursday up until Sunday. If it's a good round, I'm still not going to watch it. I just wasn't growing up around golf not important enough for me to watch it. I actually have the home run derby as number 2 on my list at the top. I still love it. The rules have changed and it's made it a little bad, but I still love watching the ball, go far.
I thought it was okay. It was better and worse. The old rules, like the old rules, were better because it had there was no timer on it, so it had more intrigue. From like Josh Hamilton could be up there for 40 minutes.
Yeah, you could hit 60 home runs if you want.
And now they've really limited it because you have 4 minutes or something like that, and you're taking these man hacks and you're completely gassed. So they've shortened it, right? It doesn't drag on for 6 hours. But so that part's good, but the other part of it is bad that you don't get to see this one guy up there just putting on a show.
877-881-1053, blowing up on the Franco injury attorney text line. Very good topic, RJ Choppy. Let's see if you can match it with
Probably not.
Chop. Probably not. Let's chop it up.
All right, here we go, fellas. Let's have a little fun today.
Sean, the Euro is going on right now. That's a soccer tournament.
Oh, I thought we were talking about the NBA draft.
Yeah. And it is just completely apparent that people from Europe are completely soft. And we talked about this.
Hit me, Nick Young.
We talked about this last week. I think you were out. Maybe you weren't. About how people in the UK are preparing for this mega heat wave where they won't be able to go outside and they won't be able to handle it and everything. And you look up and you do the calculation of Fahrenheit to Celsius, and you realize that it's a high of 87 degrees. And we call that mid-March.
Well, I think you got to call out Americans for being soft, too.
Yeah, I do.
The last 2 weeks.
I do.
How people been freaking out with temperatures and tornadoes.
Yeah, my buddy Chris in Maine sitting up there in 84-degree temperatures, having to bring in extra window units of AC.
Wow.
That aren't working enough. And I'm like...
Should have invited him to my wedding.
I'm like, come on, man. What are we doing here? 84 degrees.
Dude, I stepped outside in the afternoon. I was like, I don't even need to look. This has to be the hottest day of the year. Like, it's so and when I got in the car, it was 106 on the dash, which I know is the hottest I've seen the number all year.
Yeah. And you know what I did yesterday?
I mean, 105.
After I sent my email, you know what I did? I took the dog for a walk. 5 o'clock. And Sarah's like, you're insane. Why are you doing that? I'm like, we got to walk the dog. We got to walk the dog. And, and then she's like, it's going to burn his paws. I'm like, I don't believe in that. Okay? It's an animal. It's meant to be outdoors.
I thought your dog's paws were already screwed up.
Oh, they're better now.
Well, not now. They were better yesterday.
They were raw.
Yeah. If he's smart enough, he'll walk on the grass. Yeah. Instead of the sidewalk, he can walk on the grass.
Yep.
So I took him for a walk. It's hot. I get it. I'm okay with the heat. I got a little sweat. Mostly sweat like around the neck area. Mm-hmm. But German fans are trying to convince, I guess it's warmer in Germany than the UK. I don't know. But they're trying to convince England fans to drink booze-free beer, so basically water, ahead of their game because obviously they don't want them to be too loud. They want them to be sauced up because of the heat. They're trying to tell them because of the heat, and this is the whole thing.
It's like your wife at my pool Saturday, just handing you water bottles, trying to make you drink.
Yep. And I was like, nope, not going to do it.
Such a tough guy.
Hypernatremia, it's a thing.
Anyone who sits there and tells me that 84 degrees is hot, you don't live in my society. That's all I'm saying. 84. The softness going on in other parts of the globe based on the temperature blows my mind. It blows my mind. And these dummies on the East Coast love to brag about how humid it is there. Okay, great. It's humid. It's 85 degrees. Talk to somebody else about it.
Humidity does suck.
It does suck.
Oh.
It does suck.
It reminds me of the Bill Hicks stand-up bit in the 90s that he used to have where he would talk about that he was in England when the LA riots broke out and all these English people were trying to sympathize with him, like, oh my gosh, crime is terrible here too. And he's like, shut up. Like, you guys are on the news like hooligans knocked down a dustbin in Shaftesbury. And he's like, you can't even relate. Shut up.
NASA officials claim humans will be living on the moon by the end of this decade.
The Moonanites.
Question. Well, if the moon even exists. I don't even know if it exists. Some people would say it doesn't exist.
Some people?
Yeah, some people. How much would they have to pay you to move to the moon for a year?
What else is going to be up there?
You're the first house in the development. You're the HOA.
You're the
HOA. You don't have to mow your lawn.
Yeah.
There's no snakes. No snakes up there.
We don't know.
We don't know.
No amount.
There's no amount.
Nope.
For a year.
Is this like?
Oh, for a year.
You got to move there for a year.
Oh. Okay. I'm gonna.
And things could go wrong, right? Like the house could lose pressure, and all of a sudden you can't breathe.
Yeah. Okay. So you're not guaranteeing me life.
No, I don't think. Yeah, I don't think that's a big risk to be the first one up there.
I mean, honestly, I have a hang up just even on getting there. Like I don't want to jump on a Boeing to LA. Like I'm not going to take a spaceship up to the moon, which by the way has a similar rate as recent Boeing flights in terms of the overall history of space shuttles that have issues going up there. So I would not want to jump up there. So I mean, a lot. This isn't to me like Alaska, where Alaska's like, we'll pay you $20,000 a year to move here and like try to encourage growth.
There's like $500 million. Like if we could all go,
where am I spending that money on the moon?
Talk to.
No, it's when you come back.
But that's a long time to wait.
You only have to live there for 1 year, and you come back and you don't do anything the rest of your life.
Too short-sighted.
Bobby,
we don't care about what you have to say.
We are almost in July. We've blinked, and this year's half over. You could do a year.
Pepe, is there an amount? No, he needs socializing, even though he says he doesn't.
Yeah, it'd be 9 figures. It'd be up there. You'd have to pay me a lot of money for a whole year.
$100 million?
A whole year, yes. And you're isolated at I don't know. It's always,
and you'd be the worst of anyone.
For sure.
You wouldn't be able to handle it. Yes, you take the lowest money amount, but you need the most socializing.
For sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You can't even order delivery in your room for a meal in Oxnard with Choppy around. Say, where are we going for lunch? Where are we going for dinner? You've never, I bet, ordered delivery to your room once in 14 years.
No, I don't. I never have.
Never wants to sit back, chill, and just be like, I'm in this 60-degree air conditioner I don't have to pay for. I'm going to have the food brought to me and just chill. Every meal outing.
Yeah, in my defense, it's also 60 degrees outside there.
That's true.
It's kind of the same.
Very true.
It's kind of the same there. When it comes to that.
So they think people will be on the moon in
by
a year?
the end of the decade. That's I don't know, man.
No,
like, that seems very, very. You still got to form habitats, and you got to figure out a way to, like you said, get them there.
Yeah, this is in 10 years, we're going to have flying cars like take from the 60s.
Flying cars. Yeah.
We're going to have self-driving 18-wheelers, you said?
Oh, gosh. Yeah, that's starting. They're putting autonomous 18-wheelers on the road in Texas by the end of the year. Self-driving, no drivers in the car.
Oh, no.
18-wheeler?
Oh, no.
Could be better. There's a lot of 18... No, sorry to the Tolo truck driver listening right now. I don't like being next to an 18-wheeler.
I'm gonna.
Have you ever been in a Tesla? It's badass.
No, I've not been in a Tesla. I don't have the Sean Sharif coin.
Well, I didn't buy one. Hector Alba Limo had to let me borrow it. It was awesome.
Yeah. So remember that Southwest plane we talked about?
Which one?
Which one?
Last week, where they were in Oklahoma City, where it went to.
Oh yeah.
Was this the engine fire, the blown out door, or the one that had to make an emergency landing?
No, this is the one that went to 500 feet. Yes. 9 miles from the airport.
Yep.
And then the air traffic control was like, "Hey man, you good?" And they're like, "Oops, got to get up there." It turns out that's the second time that's happened to a Southwest flight since April. Another one happened outside of Hawaii, and they have no idea why this is happening. But until further notice, Tim Collins will not be traveling Southwest.
Is there any aspect of this that's just oversaturation? Like, are we now hearing about every issue with a plane that's probably occurred over the course of normal flights for 20 years? And it's just we're hearing about it now because they've got to report on everyone after the stuff that's happened with Boeing.
I mean, look, I think that was a part of it with all the fights inside planes that were now being filmed because everybody has phones, and they've probably been going on. But I think there's a saturation of this that you have to say something about it now, whereas these minor, air quote, minor issues may have occurred before.
I was talking to somebody who just flew to London 2 weeks ago, and they had to do a go around. Like they were landing, and they had to do a go around, and they wouldn't tell anybody. They didn't say why it was happening. They're just like, "No worries, folks, we're just circling." And they came back, and as he was walking off the plane, he had asked the pilot, who was saying goodbye to everybody as they're walking off the plane. He was like, "What happened with the go around? Why do we have to go around?" And he was like, "Oh, there was a vehicle on the runway. We didn't see it till the last second, so we had to go around." It's like, "Oh, great! So you were just about to land a plane on top of a vehicle
plane." God, it's scary. So Pat Sajak has stepped down, obviously, as the head of Wheel of Fortune. The new season will start in September. They've already done some trial runs and filming with Ryan Seacrest, who's taken over. And apparently...
the Molly Kiram of entertainment television.
Him and Vanna apparently do not.
Monicamera of game shows, I should say.
Him and Vanna apparently do not get along.
Pat?
No, Ryan Seacrest. And she does not like working with him to the point where she is considering stepping down from Wheel of Fortune.
How can you not like work? What interactions do you have? Like, you stand up there, I stand over here.
Yeah.
And I go into what pre-production does Vanna White still need?
There's no they don't talk during the show.
I know.
She'll come over to greet and to say goodbye to everybody at the end of the show.
Yeah, just show up and turn the letters, and Ryan, you make your little jokes as the wheel spins.
Yeah, then you actually bend over and spin the wheel, and like Pat didn't do in his last 15 years on the job.
Yeah.
But I don't know what the problem would possibly be here. Okay, Texas institution right now.
So wait, she's going to quit?
She's considered. The rumor is that she's considering quitting the show before her contract is up. And
She's been
leaving.
wanting a pay raise, I thought, over the past year or two.
Yeah, she did get one.
Oh,
but now she's like, all right, this may not be worth it. Blue Bell ice cream.
My dad fell in love. Almost shipped him some Bluebell for Father's Day.
Oh, yeah?
Got the little vanilla and chocolate cups.
Fell in love here this past time?
This past trip.
Oh, wow. Never. Do they not sell it on the East Coast at all?
I never had heard of it.
I had never had it before.
I haven't been in the freezer section in the last 15 years.
The Great Scoop Revival Flavor Tournament is happening. We'll have 16 discontinued flavors competing to return to the shelves in 2025.
Ooh.
The flavors are, and they're going to do a bracket style here, so this is kind of cool. It'll be blueberry cheesecake versus strawberry cheesecake to start with.
Oh. Love cheesecake. Blueberry or strawberry. Who advances?
Both feature rich cheesecake ice cream with cheesecake pieces. Okay. There's a blueberry sauce swirl, and the strawberry has berries and sundae sauce.
I'll take either one to advance.
Cheesecake ice creams has a pretty hit or miss history, though, for me.
Really?
Mm-hmm.
I think I would like strawberry better as an actual cheesecake, but I think for the ice cream, I might go blueberry. Red velvet cake versus groom's cake.
What's groom's cake?
It's groom's cake. I do mixture of chocolate ice cream and cake with chocolate covered strawberry hearts and swirls of strawberry sauce.
Okay, I'll take the first one.
Red velvet cake is good.
I'll take the red velvet as well. Raspberry fudge brownie versus hot fudge brownie.
All right, I guess we're not going to do this with everyone.
I'm going hot fudge brownie.
Is there a clear one seed you think advances here? A favorite?
Yeah, for me there is a favorite, and that's tiramisu. Tiramisu flavor.
Oh,
I think that's going to be great. It's got a tough
one.
one.
You've never had it.
I've never had that one, no, but it sounds like it would just be amazing because I do love the coffee ice cream, a good coffee ice cream base. So that's kind of the one that I would kind of like to see move on.
Chopping it up, expressway, commercial free here on 105.3 The Fan every hump day.
The girls had that gooey butter cake one the other day that went viral. That is, holy cow, it's good, but it's rich. It tastes like you're eating just sugar.
You got a favorite or one that was discontinued you want to bring back?
Hot fudge brownies up there for me. I mean, I saw the like root beer float ones have come back. Dr. Pepper float was a real big one for me too.
Okay, so next story. How do you store your liquor?
Oh, this is a good one.
All right. So there's a lot of different ways. You know, some people just put it in their cabinet and just forget about it and pick it up. Some people put like certain
liquor, not alcohol, the liquor.
Liquor.
Yeah.
Some people
set it on a shelf.
Yeah. Some people put it in the freezer. Like they'll keep their vodka or Jaeger or Rumpel in the freezer or something like that, right? Well, there's actually traditional ways you're supposed to do and store each of them. Vodka, they say, so like a whiskey or a bourbon won't last forever. It'll start to change. Vodka, they say, will last forever, and there's not really a risk of it expiring or oxidizing. You improve the overall drinking experience the way it's stored. So it may be least likely to degrade over time, but it's suggested that you keep it in the refrigerator, but do not pour it cold. Because the cold takes the flavor and the aroma of the ingredients, which vodkas don't really have flavor and aroma and ingredients, right?
Yeah. So I'm storing it and setting it on the counter to get warm before I drink it.
It becomes too muted when it's served too
Who's
cold.
this from?
Food and wine.
And look, I'm not.
Oh, that's it. It's food and wine. It's a dumb wine person thinking they're going to turn everything else into wine.
I'm not sipping vodka. I don't really care about the taste of vodka. I'm just trying to get messed up off of it. So I don't care about the room temp. That's the first one. That's stupid.
In terms of whiskeys, bourbons, and scotches, if they're sealed for too long, if you just keep them and don't drink them, they will kind of change in flavor, but it's not really going to do enough to hurt you. The problem is once it's open, the expiration date moves up. You got about 6 months to a year once you open a bourbon, whiskey, or scotch to really drink it before you're out of prime.
Child's play.
Right. You're out of prime. But they do say with properly sealed, keep it in a dark room or a dark closet.
Perfect for my wine room.
Yes.
Perfect for my liquor closet.
The same thing for mezcals and tequila. They say keep that in a dark room. Room temperature or a cooler. Not like a freezer, but more like a wine fridge, right? Where it's in the 50s.
I'm not developing photos. Don't make this into some
This is a 7-figure topic.
Here's what it is.
Yeah.
They all go on a shelf for me except one that I have, which is Screwball. Screwball goes in the freezer, but that's it. Nothing else.
And I'm putting wine in a wine fridge. That's it. The only prep I'm doing before drinking, I'll try to decant. If we have people over, I'll try to decant a nicer bottle, which is basically pour it in a vase or vase.
Yeah.
An hour and a half before, and then I got to worry about that not being cold enough, even for the red wine. That's it. That's
with the wine, you have 48 hours.
Yeah.
Ish.
They try to buy things that preserve it and
you
like
can
that,
take the pump.
Yeah.
And take it all out.
Unless it's that Franzia.
That's the good stuff.
Yeah.
And then, of course, gin. They say gin you can really do anywhere. The problem is that you've got a little bit more time with gin than you do with your bourbons and scotches. You got at least a year before it really starts to lose its botanicals, Bobby. An unaged rum, if well sealed, lasts the longest.
So you probably have the largest bottle collection. You doing any special storage?
No, we keep the stuff that we want to drink, that we want to save. We keep it stashed away. And the stuff that we want to drink, we put it into the kitchen cabinet closest to us. And then we've got another cabinet with all the other stuff that we just are kind of storing.
You got a special bottle?
No. I mean, I have, some bourbon, vodka, Tito's as well, but we just have a liquor cart that we just stack everything on, shot glasses, everything. Yeah.
Well,
we keep it in there. Yeah.
Peyton wheels it on up to the couch. Make some martini right there.
It's got like a mirror. It's got a mirror cover.
Throw these. You need to throw these at Pittman at 827 since he's Mr. Bourbon Man. See if he thinks these are even necessary.
I've seen his bar set up, his bourbon bar. It's nothing it's impressive, but it's not special.
He's not
stashed
putting
away closets,
black lights on it or whatever.
It's a Meet Church Wednesday brought to you by Mr. Electric at 8:20. The Texas Rangers are not getting involved in any trades. What they're saying about the trade market on the home of the champs next. But what are they saying?
Odyssey Sports Station.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, this is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
2-2. Swinging a weak ground ball towards the middle. Seager to his left, slides, can't get it underneath his glove into center field, a base hit. Yelich scores from second. Hoskins at first with an RBI single on a slow roller with eyes. And the Brewers' lead is now 3-1.
Sandman with the call in Milwaukee as the Rangers lose to the Brewers 3-1. We are your home of the World Series champs, the Home Run Derby, and the All-Star Game, and the Dallas Cowboys. Sean Sharif, RJ Choppy, and Bobby Belt with you for the Hump Day edition. And we're starting to try and check out some trade deadline possibilities.
Yeah, so Jeff Passan, who is, one of the premier insiders in baseball, terrible texter, but one of the premier insiders.
Yeah.
And, he talked about the teams that are most likely to be adders at the trade deadline. The top additions for contenders and such. And I went down this list, and I kept looking for the Texas Rangers, and they were not listed as a team that he thinks is going to be a trade deadline adder. That was a little bit disappointing to see.
5 games under, 6.5 back, 2 games behind the armpit for second place in the West.
Yeah, so he's got the Phillies listed. They need a center fielder. He's got Cleveland. They need pitching. The Yankees, they need infield and bullpen. The Orioles pitching. The Dodgers outfield. The Brewers, Braves, Mariners, Twins, Red Sox, Royals, Cardinals, Padres.
Well,
Texas Rangers.
The Rangers are probably going to say we're getting all of our additions at the deadline or after.
Well,
we're getting all the ammunition coming back from the injuries. That will be our deadline with the money already spent.
I wonder if this is more a question of the definition or the description of a contender rather than teams looking to add. Because it may just be that Passan doesn't view them as contenders right now. Because Passan, a week and a half ago, had talked about where does every team stand in terms of where they were. And he had said that he anticipated Texas was going to be one of the more active teams. Because he's like, Chris Young is always looking to add. They're going to want bullpen help. They'll try to do things like that. I mean, every team on this list here is a team with a winning record. Right. And Texas doesn't have one. It may just be that Passan was saying, I'm not going to call them a contender. They may add, but they're not a contender.
Yeah, and they did the stock watch for all 30 teams I guess it was about a week ago, and the Rangers were listed as 14th, and their win average, they expect them to win 81 games, which is right at 500, which would put them less than 1% chance of winning the World Series, but it actually does put them, they say, with a 20% chance of making the postseason. That was higher than I expected to be with the current record they have. But the next couple of weeks here, July 4th is next week. A lot of teams know exactly what they're going to do come July 4th. I don't know that the Rangers are one of them come July 4th. I mean, they may be closer to July 20th before they know.
Orioles are 6.5 up for the first wild card spot. The Twins are a half game up for the second spot. The Rangers are 5.5 back. So not too far.
Yeah, and here's the thing, considering
I was expecting it to be more than 5.5.
Right, and just think about it. This time last week, they had Toronto, Detroit, Tampa, Kansas City, and Houston right there, all ahead of them. Now they only have Kansas City, Tampa, Houston ahead of them, between them and the final wild card spot. So there's already 2 teams that have fallen back.
And your follow-up question, which we need answered on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line, is areas of need. What would be your Texas Rangers categories for trade targets, areas of need?
Well, the starting pitching has been fine, and help is on the way.
Yep.
All right, so I'm not that. The bullpen, Robertson and Yates have been fine.
Yep.
They're not the problem. Okay, could they use a seventh inning guy, like a better option at seventh inning? Sure. Is that a glaring need, especially when you considering if all the starters come back? Michael Lorenzen's probably heading to the bullpen. I mean, if Malley and DeGrom are here, let's just say the time where everybody's here. Scherzer, Evaldi, Malley, and DeGrom are all here, and then Gray. Lorenzen's probably an odd man out. You could use him as a trade chip if you wanted to. If you had it, but why would you? Why would you? Because you have him for depth. But you could throw him and Heaney in the bullpen, and all of a sudden, there's your bullpen help. And from a position player standpoint, you're going to get Young back. So you're looking for what? An upgrade for Nate Lowe?
I know it sounds off, but is that the reality when you look at the roster?
You could stand another outfielder. That's where I mean, if you look at right now, let's just look at OPS plus right now in the outfield. Like just who it is right now: Wyatt Langford, Leody Taveras, Adolis Garcia. 100 is considered. This is league average OPS. So basically, anything above that is going to be. This is how much above you are. This is how much below you are. Wyatt Langford is a 91 OPS plus. Adolis Garcia is a 95 OPS plus. Leody Taveras is a 75 OPS plus. They are all below league average in the outfield. That you've got to have more consistent bats. And
what are you going to do? What are you going to do besides Leody? Now, unless you're going to tell me you're fine with trading for a Langford upgrade and then stashing him away and saying your time will come, are you going to take him out of the outfield?
That's the way he's playing. Not the way he's been hitting, right?
You're not taking Garcia out unless you trade him away. You're not going to trade for anyone that you're going to try to upgrade there with. They're going to give him the respect of what he did last year to continue to, have his spot. So unless you're telling me it's going to be a center field upgrade for Taveras, you're going to bench Wyatt?
Yeah, I mean, if he continues to play well, you'll get some of your questions answered here. But I think
his OPS plus will get
that's something that could be at least better. And by the way, it doesn't even necessarily have to be a starter. If you can just get a strong utility bat, somebody who can come in and give you better at bats. You've obviously not gotten nearly what you have in the last couple of years from the catcher position. With Jonah Heim's not been hitting as well as he has in previous years. You're getting nothing behind him. So I mean, if you wanted to add another catcher, they added a catcher last year. It was a defensive one, but I mean, they added Hedges, and so I would wonder if maybe they would look at adding a catching option. To me, middle infield, outfielder that could be in the rotation there, and then a catcher would probably be some of the things that stand out.
A lot of the Tolo Sean on the fan text are saying we just need a bat in general. 806 says just need a bat desperately. 940 says needs some power, maybe a right-handed DH. And then 214 and 817 both say first base needs to be upgraded.
Yeah, the first base one I think is the more obvious one of all of them. I mean, I like Nate Lowe. I think he's a good player, but I think you can absolutely at that position, which is a very big power position. I do think he could do better.
He absolutely could do better. I mean, Peyton's been telling us that for 2 years now. That's his big enemy. But I mean, yeah, you could get more out of that in general. Jim Bowden this morning released his list of the 16 names after talking to people around the league. The 16 names of guys that are most likely to be moved at the trade deadline. And man, we did not need pitching, but there is a name in here that I saw that I was like, there is no way that this is suggested. But Bowden said that 2 different front office people suggested that Tarek Skubal from the Tigers could get traded at the deadline.
No, really?
That's what they say. It says there were 2 executives who mentioned Skubal, which totally shocked me. He has been a Cy Young Award candidate all year long. In fact, I think last time Sean ran through the odds, he was the top candidate. Yeah. He's tied for the major league lead in pitchers B WAR at 3.9. He comes with 2 additional years of control. However, both of these execs suggested that if a team like the Orioles or Dodgers, for God's sake, decided they wanted to trade significant prospects, there could be an offer so good that the rebuilding Tigers would not say no. So that's an interesting one there. You look at some of the relievers, maybe one of the names that pops out to me the most on this list, Tyler Rogers from the Giants. A lot of the guys that are on this list, like Kenley Jansen and people like that, they're going to be back into the bullpen guys. Tyler Rogers has led the majors in appearances 2 different years. He's leading the majors again in appearances this year for the Giants. So that's 3 times in about 6 seasons that he's done that. So he's a rubber arm. He's a submarine delivery guy, 2.92 ERA for the Giants, and he's somebody who's thought to be on the move. Another name that would be a buy low guy right now, just because of how he's struggled a great deal this year. He says that Randy Arozarena might get moved from the Rays.
Really? His brother.
And so if we're talking about outfielders, and if Tampa Bay decides that they're going to move on from that, Rosarena has been brutal this year. He's hitting 191. His OPS is 652. He's just not been good at all. But I mean, Rosarena was an all-star last year. People were really high on him
as a gamer.
Yeah, that's a guy that I would be a big fan of. And if you want to get really brave and you want a first baseman, you want to update or you want to upgrade Nathaniel Lowe, you could go dip back in the well, call that team you called last year, because apparently Pete Alonso of the Mets is somebody that could generate some interest.
Really? They call him the polar bear?
Yeah, but I mean they've shown that they're willing to look. We'll move people. We'll move Scherzer. We'll move whoever.
They're 14-4 in their last 18. They've been playing really good baseball. I wonder if they're ready to blow it up. Maybe they are. I don't know.
He lists 2 teams that he says could decide that they just want to overwhelm the Mets with an offer. And you're not going to be happy with either of the 2 teams. The Seattle Mariners and the Houston Astros are the 2 teams he throws out there. So a lot of different options that are there. But to me, the one that's stunning is Skubal. Like, I would be floored if that was a guy that got moved at the deadline, because he's how often do we see the leading Cy Young candidate get moved in the middle of the year?
Mets are 13 back in the East. They're a game and a half back for the second wild card spot. So they are within striking range. And you talk about all this pitching, how the strikeout obsession could factor in.
Man, this is a dense article. This is one that I'll put it up on the Facebook page too, because it's so involved. This has to be about a 6,000 word article from Andy McCullough at The Athletic. But he wrote, "Missing bats, how an obsession with strikeouts upended the balance of baseball." And this is something that we've talked about, like, where it's like, you've got all these guys, these ace pitchers that were out. We were talking at the beginning of the year about how there was no aces really available. They were all hurt. They were on the shelf, and still offense is way down. But basically what Andy McCullough does is he goes into using Tyler Glasnow specifically as an example of, that's the guy that he got most of the quotes for the article, using him as an example of Glasnow is one of these guys who, with the advanced metrics that have been given to pitchers, that's given them such a competitive advantage over hitters. Whereas hitters, the advanced metrics that you have at the plate are not nearly the advantage that they've moved forward for the pitchers. And so because of that, guys like Glasnow came to the majors and said, I will never be a pitch-to-contact pitcher. That They say that the pitch-to-contact pitcher is similar to the mid-range jump shooter in the NBA. It's just dead. Advanced metrics tell you it's not a sustainable model. And so Glasnow had been one of these guys on the forefront who says the perfect at-bat should go no more than 3 pitches. Like you need to just 3 strikes, get them out of there. You need to make sure that you're getting swings and misses. And that when you get these, it's the equivalent of the strikeout has become, again, a basketball analogy, the corner 3. That it's just become so patently obvious to the analytics community that you need to get swings and misses. You need to have these spin rates. You need to have these different things about, third time through the lineup, all these different analytics that exist. But McCullough says that the rule changes helped boost it a little bit last year. The offense was able to catch up a little bit. We saw that little bit of a spike last year, but it's regressed again. And he says that internally in Major League Baseball, there's a concern that there's this feeling like there's only so much we can do to make this a competitive balance. Like we may just be setting up for not a dead ball era, but an era of the pitcher for about the next decade, because there's just nothing on the horizon that gives batters quite the advantage that pitchers have.
So yesterday, Kenny Smith was on the broadcast for Mets Yankees.
He threw a nice first pitch.
Yeah, and he asked, why don't hitters go the other way? And whoever the analyst was says because they don't pay for it. It's that simple. They don't pay for it. Like hitters do what is going to help them get paid, and pitchers the same. If you're a contact pitcher, a pitch to contact pitcher, you're not getting paid. Jordan Montgomery sat on the lot until the end of spring training, and he's not it's not like he is a massive Jamie Moyer contact type pitcher, but he's far more contacty than they want right now. That's the reality of it.
Everything to catch you up on the world champs and everything else with some afternoon baseball today in Milwaukee on this radio station, 105.3 The Fan. It's a hump day.
Hey.
That means it's a Meat Church Wednesday. Let's get you grilling and smoking while enjoying the air conditioning with Matt Pittman, brought to you by Mr. Electric next. But maybe you are doing work outside or trying to get
To Sean and RJ right here on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Window Nation Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you have been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214 or 817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Let's get ready for the July 4th cookouts with Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, brought to you by our Tolo friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. He hits us up every other Wednesday on Sean, RJ, and Bobby, 105.3 The Fan. What's up, man? Where have you been traveling nowadays? He's like, yeah, I'm back in Texas every other day. You may as well put your home up for sale. Make it an Airbnb.
Yeah, I'm in Texas. I'm back in the heat here for a little bit. I've been in Florida for a little bit, but I had to come back home. My daughter's got TCU volleyball camp this week, so she made me come back home to this heat wave.
All right. I want to talk about pellet grills in this heat wave. I know a lot of people are going to curse me right now on the fan text. I know what type of major controversial topic it is. I don't care. When it's freaking 100 degrees outside, I'm not going out for a 6-hour cook. I'm not going out there unless it's a pool day. I made ribs the other day, 3 or 4 hours, and I wanted to turn on the pellet grill. My problem, and you can choose where you want this to go in terms of brands and who you got your deals with. I've had 2 different pellet grills. I can't get any smoke on there. It drives me insane. I'm watching all your videos. It looks like you're getting good smoke. I don't know how the smoke taste is coming through. Talk to us about pellet grills to save us the sunburn in the 100-degree temperatures, and which ones can still give that smoke.
Yeah, I think you bring up a great point. I mean, people that know me know that I have a huge affiliation with Traeger, but that aside, I own every type of grill and smoker known to man. And, I always tell people different tools for different circumstances, different times, whatever the case may be. And I often always say that pellet grills will allow you to cook outside more often than you otherwise would. We would all love to be traditional. And a friend of mine said it a few weeks ago, saying everything is cooked on an offset is so romantic, but it's also kind of BS, unless you're running a restaurant and you're running a smoker 24/7. So whether you're busy, whether, like you said, you don't want to burn up and get hot, it's a great option. If your kids are playing sports, you can just put it out there and cook it and it'd be great. And I've said this, I think even on this show, we have finaled at a world championship in brisket on a Traeger and at another world championship on ribs on a Traeger. So they can make great barbecue, at the end of the day. Are they as smoky as an offset? Well, obviously not. But it's not bad. I don't add any smoke tubes or anything like that to what I'm doing. So, yeah, obviously I do cook on a Traeger. Love them. I think they're the best in the business because not just the grill, but amazing culinary team and tons of resources and a huge community. But people can use what you want. It's use what you got or whatever your brand preference is. And if you're having trouble getting smoke, I tell people lower the temperature to elongate the cook. Make sure you're using pellets that are smoky, so things like mesquite, hickory, oak, things like that. Let your seasoning adhere and stay on for a long time, kind of marinate, and you'll have great success. I mean, it is crazy hot here. Flying back from Florida, I got out of at Love Field, and as soon as the elevator opened in the parking garage, I wasn't thinking about it, and I was like, wham.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like walked into a hairdryer.
That's exactly what it's like.
Wow.
Matt, okay, so this is I may be outing myself as not a Texan on this particular front because one of the things I know for a 4th of July staple, it seems like for you every year, because I've seen the videos in the past, is you're a big guy ribs on 4th of July. And I don't know that I've ever been to a 4th of July cookout that actually had ribs. Is that a traditional staple for you, or is that just something that you think is more unique, something that you enjoy doing? Because ribs just seems like a big task for a 4th of July cookout.
Yeah, it depends on your crowd when I'm cooking for a group of people, if I have people coming over, the only way I'm doing ribs is if I can make enough to feed everybody, because everybody's going to eat at least a couple. So if I've got a big group, unless you have a ton of space, ribs may not be the best thing to do necessarily. But around here, I mean, I've just heard so much brisket and ribs I know I mentioned it for Father's Day, but same thing coming around the 4th. There seems to be a whole lot of it. But, like I said, I just make sure that I can get enough cooked for the size crowd. And if you got the 20 plus crowd, you may not have enough real estate to get that much cooked.
How many people do you just say screw it, burgers and dogs?
I mean, I'm down with that. I love grilling hot dogs. Like we've got young kids. And so when there's their friends coming over, that's always something that's super easy to do. It doesn't take as much time. It depends on how much you cook. Like I often tell people, you need to focus on the reason you're having a party, which is having a good time with your friends and not having to be the only one cooking for hours and hours and hours. So whether you're doing a bunch of preparation in advance, I mean, I'm super guilty of like not hanging out with people because I'm cooking the entire time. It's just like what's in my DNA, but I'm trying to learn to enjoy why we were having the party in the first place, so that you're not just on the smoker the entire time.
That causes a lot of disputes with my wife when she's like, no, I'm like, but I enjoy it. Like, this is my main hobby. And she's like, no, because you got this project and then that project, and then you got your back turned in the kitchen or outside. So that causes some party day issues. She's already told me for the 4-year-old, I'm not allowed to cook for the birthday party.
Yeah, I'm telling you, it's such a problem. I mean, you're dead on, but such a problem in my household that we canceled our annual Memorial Day party this year because she's like, you're just going to be cooking the entire time. It's not worth it. Let's just enjoy Memorial Day. So we dialed it way back. But yeah,
that was a shame that we couldn't, that got canceled because we were planning on going to that.
Absolutely. We would have been there. Maybe we would have brought a party favor.
Yeah. Did you get text or
no?
Evite?
Is he an Android guy?
I don't know.
Are you an Android guy? We would have missed that one.
You're the one accidentally texting him back insults on his
I wasn't
seasonings.
insults. I used it this morning.
We're talking with Matt Pittman from E-Church. Okay, Matt, so Choppy bringing that up about burgers and dogs on the 4th of July. That reminded me about something that a friend of mine used to say, where he was talking about, like, on 4th of July, cookouts are really easy because, like, the burgers and dogs, that's simple. Like, anybody can make those on the grill. He's like, the cookouts come down to sides. Like, if sides are really good, that's what separates the cookout food there. So what are the, like, 2 or 3 staples you would say on the side dishes where it's like, hey, if you knock these out, everybody's going to walk away pretty happy?
Well, I know we've talked on here before about our pit beans, which starts with a store-bought baked bean, which is, a staple and easy for a 4th of July type thing. And we put a bunch of meat in it and barbecue sauce and onions and peppers to kick it up. And it's very, very, very popular and super easy. Something you can prep in advance. And back to our whole deal of like not wanting to be cooking the entire time, it's like a no-brainer, easy, done early. And then our fully loaded baked potato salad is probably the most popular thing that we do. I always tell people, you grew up either on mustard or mayonnaise potato salad, but I learned later in life that the key to amazing potato salad is sour cream.
And you made a pickle salad, pickle macaroni salad the other day, something like that?
Yeah, I saw it. Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up because I forgot about that. I came across that on Instagram, a guy that I don't know, and we follow each other, and he always makes good little recipes. And we love pickles in our house, and we love pasta salads in the summer. And so I threw together his dill pickle pasta salad. I was a little skeptical, thinking it's going to be too pickly. It was awesome, like unbelievable. And so it's on our Instagram just a couple days ago. I don't have it on our website yet. I linked to the other guy's recipe, but very easy, very good. That's a good one. You could do that the day before, leave it in your fridge, and have it ready.
Meat Church, sponsored by our Toller friends at Mr. Electric, who have the power to make things better. Okay, the latest recipes out on YouTube and all the channels. Pear wings and Cajun stuffed chicken.
Last week, we dropped one called Pear Burner Wings. I didn't come up with it, but a friend of mine, James Vives, owns Brushfire Farms. They make pepper jams. And he combined that at an event we had a while back with Finch's sweet habanero barbecue sauce, which is an amazing barbecue sauce. So basically what I did was you grill the wings however you want. You can smoke them or grill them. In the video, I grilled them hot over an open fire. And then I just tossed them in 50-50. Again, Finch's sweet habanero barbecue sauce and Brushfire Farms prickly pear pepper jam.
Ooh.
And they were epic. And we demoed them at our store this past weekend. They are so dang good. Yeah, super good. And then today, I'm very excited. We have one of our guest pitmaster videos coming out with a singer-songwriter, Andrew Duhan from New Orleans. He came by my house and we deboned a chicken and made a We stuffed a whole chicken with cornbread dressing, his Aunt Priscilla's recipe. One of the most delicious things I've ever made. So you do have to debone a chicken, or you could buy one deboned, like at Rudolph's, the butcher shop in Dallas. And we cooked it on a pellet grill, and it was unreal.
What was in the stuffing?
It's
what was the
it's a
stuffing
cornbread-
secret?
Yeah, no, it's not. I've actually we put it on our website this morning. It's on meatchurch.com. It's his aunt's cornbread stuffing recipe. So very good. We made cornbread, and then we put all the stuffing components together and crumbled up the cornbread and threw it in there and stuffed it in a chicken, cooked it for like an hour. Outside of deboning the chicken, it's pretty simple, but it is one of the, like, more rewarding things you can cook. It's kind of like making chili from scratch. And my wife was like blown away by it. You can buy those in the store. Like, you can buy a stuffed chicken at H-E-B, and she's never been a fan, and she loved this thing. Plus, Andrew sings a couple songs in the video. It's really, really super cool.
Matt, are you coming out to Oxnard, and what are you cooking us when you do?
Yeah, I'm stoked. I'm like, man, as soon as I got the invite from the Cowboys, I thought, man, I'll get to hang with my boys in person.
Yeah. You know what time we're on out there.
I mean, I didn't say I was going to get up that early. I don't know any details yet. We're actually meeting on it later this morning. So think I'm going to end up grilling a lunch because you'll get more participation from the boys there at that time. So probably going to work with a Cowboys chef as well, who's awesome. And I'm stoked. I mean, that's like full circle for me. It's I already said it's way better than when I went to training camp in Wichita Falls as a fan, and it was like 120 degrees.
Now, you've never been out there, right?
Nope.
Okay. We'll take you to the beach bar. You'll have to be out there when we're there. We'll go ahead.
Rudder Room.
That's right, Rudder Room.
Take it to the urine trap.
Bring cash.
Speaking of alcohol, because I know you're Mr. Bourbon. What's the bourbon right now that I need to have ready for July 4th? Because I need a sipping bourbon.
Ooh, today's video actually has Weller Antique 107 in it. That's interesting.
Good one.
Bring that up. That's one I love. I think it's the perfect proof for a Weller. It's not supposed to be bourbon drinking weather right now, but I've been drinking it a fair amount lately. I'm batching it at home this week, and so Stanley Cup final, I was drinking it, had a little bit last night. So that's my go-to right now.
Are you in Rowlett today?
Saturday. Yeah, Saturday. Ace Hardware's 100-year anniversary. I didn't think I was going to be in town, but they've selected 10 stores, and Jabo's in Rowlett is one of the 10 nationwide, having like demos all day, vendors, and I'm going to do a demo, I believe, from 1 to 2, free demo inside. So I don't do that very often. So glad I was in town, and they had asked me a while back. So just agreed with them yesterday that I'd jump in and make it happen. So any Tolos out that way, come out and see me Saturday afternoon.
Awesome stuff, brother. Happy 4th, and we'll catch up with you very soon to play in Oxnard. Thank you, Matt.
See you guys.
Matt Pittman, a.k.a. Meat Church, every other Wednesday, brought to you by Mr. Electric, and they love their barbecue as well. Everyone knows the Cowboys are under pressure this season, but is it mild compared to some other teams? Below the belt after this.
Let's get you over to Soda Weight Loss.
It's had Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Back to Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan segment here, brought to you by Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine is the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
The great Bobby Belt.
You ruined the morning show.
What those Haiti kids do for me?
Don't make me take off my belt.
Don't make me
No,
take off my belt.
we're not. The Dallas Cowboys are just like Freddie Mercury. Why, Chop?
Because they're the best front men in the world.
Why, Sean?
I don't know.
Because they're under pressure. Thank you. I'll be here all week.
Go back to your Haiti jokes.
Pro Football Focus listed the 7 teams under the most pressure to succeed in 2024. And of course, the Dallas Cowboys end up on this list. No real surprise. And that's mainly because it's not just your core of players, it's your coaches, it's everybody's job is on the line. They're arguably legacies on the line, you could say. I mean, Mike McCarthy, if he were to win a Super Bowl here, he cakewalks into the Super Bowl or into the Hall of Fame. It's not a question. You win 2 Super Bowls in 2 different locations. You have the winning percentage that he does. He gets into the Hall of Fame. So legacy stuff is on the line. A lot of pressure on contracts and different things. I feel like Dallas is probably, outside of just their normal Dallas pressure, is probably under as much pressure as they've been, this core, in, I don't know, 5 years, 6 years, something like that. The last year of Jason, maybe. But where
by this core, you mean Dak? Because this core wasn't.
No, but I'm saying like this core right now, the core roster, just over the course of time. Yeah. The last time the roster was under pressure like this would have been 5 years ago.
Is there any way that this offseason has lessened the pressure on them, because all the commentary from us and all the national people are how they've done nothing to help out or push them over the top?
I've found in my time that context very rarely matters. And people, when they have a narrative, they stick to the narrative regardless of the context. Because, the other thing is, like, the Cowboys don't have to be better than last year. They just have to be better than every team this year.
Oh, way to go,
right?
Coach.
Like, but that is true, right? Like, they don't have to. You could. There's plenty of examples, and I'll go to the 06 Colts, who are not nearly as good as the 05 team, but they won the Super Bowl.
Sure. I think that while they do, the problem there is it feels like last year was more vulnerable than it's likely to be for a long time. Like, I mean, you did get the top 2 quarterbacks that were drafted in the draft ended up in your conference after you felt like the conference was pretty weak.
They have missed all-time windows.
Oh, yeah, they have.
All-time windows.
The NFC... the stretch of has been quarterbacks that reach like since Aaron Rodgers, like basically really since like 2002, the NFC's basically never had a repeat quarterback go to the Super Bowl. Oh, for almost 20 years, they found a way to get like 20 different quarterbacks in, and Dak and Romo were not one of them.
And that's the biggest thing that probably weighs on. That's why I'd say it's
interesting.
It is. It really is. It's interesting how narratives set in about different players. Like the same sort of situation could occur and the narrative would still set in differently. So for instance, you say, does it give them a pass potentially or lessen the pressure if it's like you didn't do anything to help them though? And so they have to do this. I feel like nationally and locally, the narrative would be, well, no, but Dak's got to show it. That just puts the pressure on him more because you need to prove that you can do that. We're trying to get this evaluation. Whereas on the flip side of it, I feel like Josh Allen might get a little bit of a pass for, well, look, they traded Stephon Diggs. You didn't help him out. Lamar Jackson will oftentimes get they didn't do anything to put stuff around him. And so when it starts settling in, there feels like there's just a narrative set where you could put two players in the exact same situation or two teams in the exact same situation, and the narrative can like work on either side where you're giving them a pass or you're criticizing them harder based on how you've developed your expectations about them. But the Cowboys are fourth on this list from PFF as the teams most under pressure. Would you like to guess the three teams ahead of them?
Yes. I've written down about 10 teams overall, but a team that has to be ahead of them should be the Baltimore Ravens.
This is not the Baltimore Ravens.
Buffalo.
In fact, the Baltimore Ravens are not on this list.
Okay. Buffalo.
The Buffalo Bills are not on this list.
The Jets.
The number one team with the most pressure on them is the New York Jets. They say no organization under more pressure to finally right the ship this upcoming season than the Jets. After the team acquired Aaron Rodgers last year, it seemed as though a decade-plus streak of disappointment would come to an end.
When is this website going bankrupt again?
I know. Yeah.
The Ravens are not on the list. I'm not talking about from a hype first take standpoint. I'm talking about you have won as much as possible in the regular season with a two-time MVP, and you can't get past it. They're not on the list. I mean, here are the teams I wrote down. It's a joke now. Jacksonville, the Chargers, Detroit, Atlanta. I wrote down Miami as a possibility, maybe San Fran.
Jacksonville, Atlanta, Miami are all on here. I think it's interesting you put, what was the team you just mentioned? Detroit. Why would you have Detroit on there?
Because, like, they're there, and now it's like, okay, can you take a next step? Like, many people think the Detroit Lions are better than the Cowboys.
Doesn't it feel like the opening of a window, though, for them, rather than, like, it's got to happen this year?
Yeah, I feel like it's so new. They've got, like, 2 years before anybody puts pressure. They're such, like, a not out of nowhere story.
I mean, you may be right. I was just like, that's why I'm trying to think through because I hadn't considered them before. I know they're Dan Campbell sounds like he's putting pressure on them when we've played cuts from him this
Who's got the second and third most pressure in the NFC?
In the NFC, it's based on this list.
Yeah.
The second in the NFC is it's Cowboys and then Falcons. On the list overall for the NFL, it's number 2 is Philadelphia, which that is sort of a similar situation where there's some waffling on what you're doing with Jalen Hurts. That coaching staff, everybody was kind of like, hey, we'll bring you back, but you're all put on notice. Maybe even more so than they were here in Dallas. Like it was almost verbalized that everybody's on notice. So that was that. And then the third one is Miami. They're just ahead of Dallas at 3. That was the one that you had maybe. Why were you teetering on Miami?
Because I still think we're trying to figure out Tua.
Yeah, I mean, they have a decision to make. So there's pressure there. San Fran is interesting because, like, they still have a long window with Brock. They still have this year and next, right? They have 2 years of free quarterback play. So maybe next year's more pressure.
And I had them 10 on my list because they have made it. Like, they've gotten there.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? They're usually in the NFC Championship or the Super Bowl.
Yeah, it feels like this year, if they were to fall short, I feel like then the narrative starts. Like, if they have another good season, they fall short. I feel like then we're starting to talk about Miami in a similar way that we talk about Buffalo for the last few years, where it's like, yeah, they're really good, or even Dallas. They're good. They'll do what they do in the regular season, but are they going to be able to get over this hump? Are they going to be able to do anything different? San Francisco is another one that I think is an interesting suggestion because
How many more times can you say interesting? Holy crap.
Fascinating.
My God.
It's a fascinating.
Go to the source.
It's a fascinating suggestion because they've reached the Super Bowl obviously a couple different times here. The times where they've been down have been due to injury. Like when they're healthy and when they're active, they're usually right near the top of the league, the dominant team in the NFC. We've talked about how bizarre it is that the NFL as a whole seems to hold that organization up as the ideal model without ever having won. Because it feels almost like, well, Kansas City, you can't replicate that because that's Patrick Mahomes, but you can replicate this system, which, by the way, this system apparently now including them placing phone calls to the Washington Commanders about Brandon Ayuk, which we've seen the Jaden Daniels discussion where Jaden Daniels has popped up in Brandon Ayuk's circle. They played together at Arizona State his freshman year. So they've got a connection. They're friends, but
makes no sense. They are in the incredibly unique and enviable position of having a quarterback that makes no money. And Houston's doing the same thing, right? With Stroud, they went and they're going all in, right? This is what the Niners don't need to trade Brandon Ayuk. This is the time when you have this quarterback. You have a free
makes no sense from San Fran's point of view.
San Fran's perspective. You have a free $60 million of cap space and 2 more years to work with, and you have to take advantage of it.
So they apparently had discussions with Washington about trading for Brandon Ayuk, and it was Washington that walked away. It was not San Francisco going, you're not doing enough for us. Adam Peters is the GM now in Washington. He had been in San Francisco for several years. He knows that front office group as well as anybody else, and he knows as much about Ayuk as anybody else. So some of the discussion yesterday was the speculation about, does Adam Peters not think Brandon Ayuk is worth it, or does he know exactly how the 49ers feel about him, and he's not going to pay $1 more or a draft pick more than what he knows they think he's worth? Because as Adam Schefter reported the other day, he said that in the contract negotiations, San Francisco is treating Ayuk like he's a high-level number 2, and then when they call teams about Ayuk, San Francisco is talking about him like he is worth a first-round pick and more. And Brandon Ayuk, of course, sees all this yesterday, that the Washington Commanders walked away from a trade offer, and tweets, "Oh, I thought they weren't trying to trade me," with a little emoji like questioning. So that one has seemingly gone completely on the outs in San Francisco.
Well, I would normally get excited about this type of thing imploding there, but it got ugly with Debo too. I was convinced Debo was leaving there. It got really ugly, so I'll believe it and celebrate when it's done.
How much would you be concerned with Washington if they were to acquire Ayuk? How does the 3-year outlook look for? Because I like what they're doing right now in Washington.
Well, you don't want to count on yourself because you shouldn't fear them that much at all because they drafted a quarterback that you think is sorry.
Yes, I do think he sucks.
If Jaden Daniels,
and that weird elbow.
To Choppy's logic, the answer is Jaden Daniels. Is he good or bad?
Yeah, and I think that Jaden Daniels will be similar to Lamar Jackson, which I don't think Lamar Jackson is as good as everybody else does. You can win with Lamar Jackson, and you can have success
dynamic-wise?
I think he's like a poor man's Lamar Jackson. That it's the same sort of issues of struggling to throw in the middle of the field. I think Lamar's better than Hurts.
No, I'm saying Daniels Hurts.
Daniels is a better athlete to me. Yeah, Daniels a better athlete. Hurts is probably a better passer.
Hurts a power guy. He's like a power back.
Yeah. He's become more of that ever since his knee injury. But I think that Hurts is probably a better passer. Daniels is more athletic. Daniels is thin. He is so thin.
It's Bryce Young.
And it's similar. Lamar's had those questions, and he's been fine with it. But if they were to get Brandon Ayuk, and they've got a San Francisco model in place, which has shown a few different times now that we can have a lot of success even with a quarterback that we don't think is very good, then are you able to take advantage of that? Is Washington able to implement those same sort of things? So I think an Ayuk in Washington would be terrifying, especially with Cliff Kingsbury, Terry McLaurin, all the different things that they've put in place there. And if I'm wrong about Jaden Daniels, which is possible, then that becomes a really intriguing team.
Below the belt every day at this time on your home of the Dallas Cowboys. We got you covered with the World Series champs as well with afternoon baseball. The Villanova Knicks, Kevin Durant to Houston, and the Mavs are in a good spot for the draft that starts tonight. All that kicks off final hour, Hump Day edition.
Hump Day.
And some surprises for the show at 9:20 all around the corner.
Let's get you over to Platinum Chrysler. Dodge, Ram, Jeep. It is, of course, a Stephen Gilchrist-owned store, Gilchrist Automotive. They are going to hook you up on that.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I got to remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst Studios. This is Sean and RJ on 105.3 The Fan.
Final hour fist pump time on a hump day.
Hump day.
Hump day. Try to get you to your weekend as quickly as possible. I'm Sean Sharif alongside RJ Choppy. We got Cowboys insider Bobby Belt, Peyton, and Rai in the back. Some surprises, a morning show quiz to see if you all pass or fail at 9:20. Crosstalk with KMC at 9:40. But tonight is night one of the NBA draft. The decision, man, trying to copycat the National Football League, going to end up getting you smashed right in the face as you have night two of an event that not a lot of people care about whatsoever. Bad decision, Adam Silver.
Dang sure.
You're not even going to have how much do you think the league is praying? Please do not let somebody take Bronny at the back end of the first.
Praying.
Let people, please
Yes.
let Bronny be something for them to sit around and watch night two for.
What do you think his over-under is right now from Vegas on being picked?
54.5.
No, but I like that you said that with a lot of confidence. 41.5. 41.5. Would you take the over?
I would take the over.
Right?
I think he goes to Lakers. And I think they've kind of made it. So I guess.
Oh, here comes the rigged. It's going to be rigged.
Where's Phoenix picking? Do they have the 42nd pick in the draft?
So here are the odds. Bronny James drafted second round is 1-2. So that's the favorite at -200. First round 2-1. Not drafted 3-1. Team to draft Bronny. The Lakers are even money. The Suns are 5-1. The Mavs, Wolves, and Raptors are all tied at 9-1.
So you said 41.5.
Mm-hmm.
That's the Philadelphia picks at 41, Charlotte at 42. I don't see either one of those teams. I'm taking the over, hard over on that one.
Where's Phoenix?
I'm looking
in the second round because I wonder if that's just trade up possibility that they're thinking somebody tries to jump.
No, I'm personally hoping that Bronny goes on day two to give me any type of reason to tune in.
They don't have a second round pick. They lost it due to a penalty, so they pick at 22. That's it.
Oh, so then
Phoenix.
it's the middle ground of the back end of the second, and Phoenix at 22 probably.
Yeah.
Well, the Phoenix Suns were trending last night because Woj came out with two bombs. The first is that Mikal Bridges gets traded from the Nets to the Knicks for 4 unprotected first-round picks. 4 unprotected first-round picks. Is this the missing piece for the New York Knicks to put them over the top?
I mean, if you believe in chemistry and continuing to build on that sort of, if you like, hey, it's about the team and it's about cohesion. That's a team that showed they obviously won at the college level, and then when they've gotten up to the NBA as individuals, they've had a lot of success.
Yeah, none of those guys individually, except for Brunson, are like elite players, right? And Brunson may not even be elite. He's just tremendous. But you put them together, they seem to have something. Is this an over the top? Like, they're not better than Boston today.
No.
But I think they're clearly better than like Indiana now.
Duh.
Which even though they lost to them, they were basically a broken team at the end.
But New York and Philly.
Oh, New York. I think they're better. I think they're clearly the second best team in the East.
Better than Milwaukee.
Milwaukee's the interesting thing because they didn't play well together last year.
Right.
You know, him and Dame. I don't expect that to be the case again, but the Knicks now are a Celtics-like build to where they've got a lot of guys that they're just so deep. It's not 2 stars and then filling your roster out with other players. They've got legitimate quality NBA players up and down that roster.
The Knicks now have the 5th shortest odds in Vegas of winning it all, tied with the Milwaukee Bucks and the Dallas Mavericks. So Knicks, Bucks, Mavs. And then Katie to Houston started trending.
Oh, and I was just now, I knew you were coming back to this, so I was Twitter searching. I was going to pull up the tweet and have it ready, and Woj was on one again this morning. So last night, Woj reports on
by the way, is he kicking Sham's ass right now?
Not based on his inconsistencies, which you're going to hear more about here in just a second. Last night he had what time was that? 10:15 or something. He tweets about
9:15. Yeah.
He tweets about how Houston has acquired a couple of first-round draft picks, and that the plan is now that they have these 4 first-round draft picks in their pocket, that they want to use that to pursue Kevin Durant. They would like to acquire Kevin Durant. And everybody freaks out. And 4 minutes later, Woj completely does an about-face and goes, the Rockets are focused on other things. They're not looking to use these draft picks on Kevin Durant. That's not happening. And it's just like, it was almost like he was disputing somebody else's report.
Yeah.
So somebody must have gotten in his ear in the course of 3 minutes from Houston and changed it. But he apparently went on ESPN this morning and was asked about this Houston trade and what's going on. And he said Houston's a team now, whether it's a Kevin Durant or maybe, I think even more so, the younger Devin Booker, whose timeline fits. He's talking now about how Houston could be targeting Devin Booker over the course of the next year or so with these draft picks. Doesn't sound like either of these, Durant or Booker, would be something imminent right now, but that they want to take this capital, stash it up, and make an acquisition for one of those two.
I'm pretty floored by Houston. They're kind of in that no man's land. They've got some win now pieces, but they're still so far away. Does Kevin Durant or Devin Booker make them a contender? And no, they need two of them, right? They need Durant and somebody else to be a true title contender.
I mean, they're young though, and they finished the season. They were finishing pretty strong last year.
They got that big that Bassick loves, Jalen Green, averaging 19. Van Vliet, Dylan Brooks are your win now pieces, veterans. So they're like, look, man, we had 6 people average double figures last year. Let's throw an absolute superstar into that mix.
I mean, yeah, think about they are trying to build something similar in terms of the youth movement. A lot of talent. They're like a few steps behind Oklahoma City. I think they're a few steps behind where Oklahoma City was, where you've got Jabari Smith, Jalen Green, Amen Thompson, Cam Whitmore. Like those guys are all 21 and younger, and they're already pretty good. That's 4 really good core young players that you've got at your disposal.
Dallas Mavericks have 1 pick. And it's the last pick in the draft at number 58.
Bring on Satnam Singh, baby.
By the way, Grant Afsith reporting Luka will play in Slovenia's exhibition game against Brazil on Friday. Slovenia's final roster has not been finalized yet, so his participation in the pre-Olympic qualifying tournament is not confirmed, but he will play Friday against Brazil.
Now, who are the Mavs projected to pick with the 58th pick?
I don't know or care.
Okay. It's guard forward Trenton Flowers from Adelaide in Australia.
I'll care after they take him.
That's the Australia kid.
Bobby set us up on why they're in a good position.
Yeah, which is a little, I don't know, that seems a little bit of fluff here. But ESPN held their annual NBA draft conference call. Pretty much all sports do this leading into a draft. They tell beat writers, hey, call in. We've got our experts available for an hour. Ask them as many questions from your beat as you want, and they'll give you some insight into your team. And so the Dallas Morning News wrote about the questions that were asked of Bobby Marks and Jeremy Woo about the Dallas Mavericks and the draft position that they're in. So Jeremy Woo says the Mavericks are kind of in a unique position holding the final pick of the draft where they might not be looking to target the best player left on the board for them when they get to pick 58. That because when you get to the undrafted free agent section, you start getting into guaranteeing contracts, and it basically becomes more desirable for the player that you pick when you sign them at, in undrafted free agency once you get that late in the draft. So he says pick 58 a lot of times is going to be just somebody you want a project player that you want to stash. But Bobby Marks had said he really likes the position that they're in. He thinks they're in a good spot because their roster's pretty solid. They'll have a chance to be active in the undrafted free agent period there, and picking somebody at 58, they can get a good project player. Choppy just mentioned it. Trenton Flowers is who Woo has mocked there from Australia. He's 19 years old, guard forward. Kevin O'Connor at The Ringer described him as a potential walking bucket thanks to his size, fluidity, and athleticism. He could become a multi-positional defender if his fundamentals and strength improve. He compares him to KOC, he compares him to Kelly Oubre. That's the guy that he thinks that he's most like. But I was curious, who has gone around pick 58 generally in recent years? Are you getting somebody who there's zero chance that they're going to play in the NBA? So if you just look over the last decade, the last 10 drafts, 7 of the 10 players picked number 58 overall have ended up playing in an NBA game. So it's not just a Satnam Singh type of situation necessarily at 58. Half of those 10 have actually started a game. So not just got in one, but they were eventually put into the starting lineup for a team. And if you want to talk about who are the best case scenarios, you've got 2 players in the last 4 years that have played consistently, having been picked 58. So former Texas big man Jericho Sims was picked at 58 by the Knicks in 2021. He's played at least half of their games in each of his first 3 seasons. He gets 14 minutes a game over the course of his career. He actually started at least 11 games or more each of the last 2 years, and that's while New York's been a playoff team. And so Jericho Sims has been somebody who's been good enough to enter the rotation pretty quick into his career as being picked 58. That was somebody who stayed at Texas until his junior year, so a little bit older. But the best case scenario probably... Huh?
I love the name.
It's a great name, Jericho. The best case scenario... The Ayatollah
of rock and roller. This could be blocking... pick and roller. Pick and roller.
Perfect.
The Ayatollah of pick and roller.
There's no chance Boomer Esiason's already come up with that in New York. The other example, and the much more prominent contributor, if you're looking for best case scenario in recent history, is Paul Reed at the Sixers. So
Paul Reed,
he was drafted out of DePaul in 2020, and they have steadily increased his playing time over the course of 4 seasons. Last year, he played all 82 games for Philadelphia. He started in 24 of them. He's somebody who has been a legitimate rotational player for Philadelphia, almost not his rookie year, but pretty quick out of the gate. So if you're looking for some recent examples, those are the 2. By the way, fun fact, Kevin O'Connor's list of the top 70 players in the NBA, or in the NBA draft, you scroll down to number 58. Who do you think it is? Bronny James. He will not go at pick 58, but it's right there. It's right in that sweet spot.
But you know how fascinated I've been. I'm not buying Rich Paul at all. Going and trying. All right, what do you buy more? That LeBron did not get involved in the Redick or Dan Hurley hire, or that he isn't hell-bent on playing with Bronny?
That he isn't hell-bent on playing with Bronny. I buy more.
You buy more that he's not?
Yes.
Okay.
That I still think it's unlikely, but if you're telling me which of those 2, I think it's a slam dunk. We know he contacted Hurley. I assume he talked to Redick. I could at least reason with myself that he goes, I don't want to put any more pressure on Bronny.
What percentage chance? Go ahead and answer that. And the follow-up, what percentage chance do you put that LeBron is tying in his next team with where Bronny gets taken?
I think he absolutely had input and discussions with Redick and Hurley. So I think that's the lock. I don't think he has to play with Bronny, but I mean, it would not surprise. Like I think that the tie-in, because he's going to sign a 3-year extension. Is he going to play at 43 with the late? He's going to at 44 years old. Is he going to go play with Bronny? I don't know if he's still going to do that. So I do think he's kind of said, we'll just let it happen. If it happens, it happens.
Okay. How much pressure is he putting on the Lakers to take Bronny early?
At 17?
Are they at 17?
They're at 17. I think very little.
What explosion will happen in the sports world if Bronny James gets announced at 17?
I think if Bronny gets announced at 17,
oh my Lord,
I think LeBron loses the locker room.
If Bronny gets picked at 17, JJ Redick doesn't have to worry about those questions tonight.
Yeah, and I want the FU move. I want the other team that sticks it to LeBron and the Lakers.
Who does he hate the most?
Who?
LeBron.
Who does he hate the most?
What if it's Riley? What if Riley drafts him?
I don't know, Golden State.
What if Riley?
The Clippers.
He loves Steph.
He loves that.
The Clippers grab him, and he's playing in the same arena.
What if Pat Riley just says, what were they picking?
This was, I do wonder how much Bronny's issue at USC, where he had the heart issue, I do wonder how much that may have changed LeBron's perspective.
And then the story surrounding the Lakers right now.
Oh, Miami picks a 43.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, my God.
Maybe that's why it's 41.5.
Please do it.
Halima Nash, someone who worked with the Duke University basketball team when J.J. Redick was there, tweeted this the other day. I've only been called the N-word to my face by a white man once in my life. It was on the campus of Duke while I was doing work with the basketball team, and today he was named the head coach of the Lakers. What a world. And that is saying that J.J. Redick called her the N-word back in college. TMZ reached out to Redick's camp. They deny the allegations, saying, no, it never happened. So how big does this become? And I thought JJ had to address it. If it's coming from just a random person, no. But she worked with the team. He had to address it, and his camp has already shut it down.
It's going to be really tough, I think, for this to live anymore past this week, especially if he's going to stand up in front of a microphone again and talk about it. There's nothing out there that is, unless you get people who start coming forward and saying, I was there, I saw it, and you start getting other verifiable people talking about it. If it's just, she says this,
Or
JJ,
he said it to me as well.
Yeah, if you get those sort of things, if it's just JJ and her, ultimately this disappears.
Can you pass the morning show quiz? That and a few surprises on Sean and RJ next.
Let's get you over to K-Post Roofing and Waterproofing, the official.
it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Segment here brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org, and also brought to you by the personal injury lawyers Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first. 214-817-3333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
All right, this is going to be part one of Bye Rye, and that is Ryan, our video guy. Last show on Friday, taking a television job in Odessa, Texas.
Well,
and so we'll say like our final goodbye on Friday, but Bobby is going to be out for a while after today's show. So I asked him to come up with some questions, a morning show pop quiz, in order for him to send Ryan off, because it'll be the last show that they do together until Ryan hopefully fails miserably at his TV job and has to come back here
crawling
prodigal
back.
son like.
That's
crawling
right.
back. 'Cause he's leaving us with Carter.
So while we get set for that, you guys make some small talk, because I have to go get something. As I'm going to kick out some morning show surprises. So I'll be gone for about 40 seconds. So get Ryan radio prepared so he doesn't sound boring on air.
Yeah, for sure. And Ryan,
Are you nervous?
I am.
Why are you nervous?
Waking.
What makes you nervous
What makes me nervous
about this?
I don't know. I'm afraid I'm gonna curse or something.
You don't strike me as a foul mouth typically.
Well,
this is not in the question list, but you hear me walk into those breaks and stuff like that. How often would you say I say things in there with Peyton that if a microphone was open on the air, I would definitely be fired?
90% of the time.
90% of the things I say during a commercial break, Ryan
Not even
speculates.
just say and do. Like physically.
Yeah, right. Yeah, you are a walking harassment case. You really, Bobby really is.
We're going to go in order from least to most important. First off, Bobby, turn around. This is your belated birthday gift. And more importantly, your breakfast gift, because of the hundreds and hundreds of dollars that you've spent on us. I went and tried to get the bottle. It was more of a personal mission copy. He said I wouldn't be able to find this bottle. Can't get it.
Holy cow, that is impressive.
Happy birthday, brother.
Thank you.
Happy birthday.
High
Birthday,
West, a Midwinter's Night Stram. It's so good. This is like $45 a shot, the one bar where I know I can get it. And so that is fantastic. Yeah, I got a, what's the other one here? I'm going to open the, did you actually wrap this, Sean? Very impressed.
I did not wrap it.
Oh, okay.
Otherwise, I would have given RJ like maybe one of the bottles, but RJ, he doesn't buy me breakfast and he gets bonuses.
It's some Belfour. There's some Belfour in there.
Okay.
This is good stuff. Thank you, Sean. This will all be gone by next week, probably when I return.
Yeah, because you don't know how to drink it. You just shoot it. It's too. Let me see.
All right, that's right. All right. While RJ is looking at it, I'm also going to send over bonus money.
Oh, Venmo, huh?
To Peyton Russell as well as Ryan.
Wow, thank you.
I've not hit my second. We have not hit our second quarter numbers yet, but because of the Tolos, I do anticipate we will be getting it. We're crushing in terms of the ratings. So, Pepe, Ryan, well done. You guys are part of it. So I'm Venmoing you over the money right now. So there you go.
How much did you deduct from Peyton's after the 7 a.m. hour?
I should have deducted $100 because he was definitely a little bit snippy. And I think this could be the first video guy of all time to get a bonus from the morning show. But
from any of the shows,
I should have probably waited until this pop quiz.
Oh, yeah.
Because I do want you to answer it honestly. So,
Okay.
sending you guys over the bonus money. And, Bobby, there's the bottle that you've been looking for. What do you think, Chop?
This is the winner.
Ooh, it's cask strength, too.
This is the winner of what's in here.
Really?
Absolutely. This is like the.
Is that more expensive than his Dram? It can't be.
I don't think it's more expensive. It's like this because the best bourbons are not necessarily the most expensive. Like scotches are, but like the bourbons that win all like these taste tests, the one that everybody loves to get the most, it's called Eagle Rare. That's like $40 a bottle.
Mm-hmm.
It's not about. It's just because it's the taste structure. This is great. You're gonna love this one, the Clyde Mays.
I'll be doing reviews, like Instagram reviews, like Choppy does. I'll have to do each one of them there. All right, so would you like me to just go down the list here in order of the way that I had put them in the email, Sean?
Yeah.
Okay.
They were really good questions. And yeah, we had an email
you were in the
about
prep.
you.
Okay.
You were in the prep today.
In the prep.
Yeah. All right. So Ryan, first question here, and make sure to bring that mic up to you a little bit. If your replacement, whoever your replacement is, if your replacement asked you for a summary of what they're getting themselves into by joining Sean and RJ, what would you say?
A summary of what they're getting into. What they're getting into, like to hear or to work with.
Like the work environment.
We know they're going to hear
environment.
greatness. Duh.
Hear greatness. Okay. Well, work with. Well, first of all, you're going to constantly be getting visits from Bobby in the control room of the studio with Peyton.
Yes.
And you kind of just have to sign in your head like an NDA just to not disclose all that. You'll get plenty of tilt down, pan up, zoom in from Sean.
I don't direct you.
Wow. You get plenty of that.
These
And
are
that's
the guys.
okay. That's the job. That's the job.
These are the guys. Oh, I guess I do.
For like
if
when
we're
Choppy's dancing or
if
something
we're
like that.
zooming in on like RJ's, fungus toe
be
or
ready.
something like that. Yep.
Just
Be ready. That's
Yes.
that's good. Be ready.
What is it? Stay ready so you don't have to get ready or whatever the line is. All right.
Failing to prepare is preparing to fail.
How much, specifically earlier at 7 a.m., how much crap does Peyton talk about us when he cuts off his mic? Or do you hear him, not even direct towards you, but you hear him mumble like you jerks?
Okay, well, on what level? Are you talking about the level that you recorded? Like when he was upset about the cuts? Like that level?
No, just
Or
like
anything.
just
Like this
grumbling
morning
about us.
after I grilled him a little bit, will he mumble something under his breath?
No, but I will say that like me and him go back and forth like his mic is off, like when y'all are saying something, like we'll do the same, like oh well, or like oh, something like that, like even back there. Or like, so we'll do our own own little thing. So that's the most of it, but yeah, there'll be times where
But it's heavy sighs.
Sure.
Is it more towards me, Bobby, or RJ, where he'll say something that we can't hear?
I don't think I've heard one from RJ. I've really ever like that much. Bobby. I don't know. With Bobby, they just go back and they talk to each other. Yeah, but I don't know. I think it's myth. I would say if I had to pick a person, it'd be Bobby.
Okay.
I'll say one thing real quick. Ryan has caught on to the checking out thing. So you know, you guys, will say, "Oh, Peyton messed up, checking out."
6:55 on Thursday.
Yeah. Anytime there's a slight stumble in a word that y'all say, you could just be talking a segment. Ryan will throw in there, "Oh, checking out."
Sean's checking out.
Smarmy. All right. Who are you most likely to still talk to after you leave?
Oh God.
Oh, that's a good one.
Okay. Well, I admittedly don't talk to really anyone outside of here. I think.
Although you've been to two functions, two social functions that we've had.
I think
which is more than Troy.
I think I interact the most, and this is again, that's not that much, but I'll reply to Alex stories or something, and I'll go back and forth with them.
So Alec, this show.
This show. I thought you said the station.
No,
here. Sorry,
I don't care about that.
I misread.
No one.
I don't know. I mean, I guess maybe RJ, just because. Well, I mean, if I'm moving to Midland, Odessa, I guess that this wouldn't be the case. But just since we're both in Fort Worth, maybe.
But RJ texts you the most now.
No, I'm just
Yeah, I'm imagining RJ. You hear from the least.
We share the elevators the most.
That's true.
We share
That's
the
true.
elevator.
Yeah,
ride
but
the
you're
most.
leaving. He's leaving. So
No,
after this,
yeah,
really keep
you
up with
lose
most.
the elevator. Exactly.
Yeah, we're gonna lose the elevator.
All right, so no random text
wait.
with Peyton.
I think no, probably not. But with I feel like I would expect something from you, Sean. Oh God, this is this is hitting.
This guy's awful.
Yeah.
This new guy's
Yeah,
awful.
I feel like I might hear something from
job,
there.
maybe a
That
little.
Maybe I'll
absolutely
check in
would.
with Peyton. I'll just be like, "Are you still checked in or something?"
Okay,
And I'll
all
listen.
right.
Do you
Better be Monday through
Has he
Wednesday.
set the building on fire yet?
do you have a favorite user on the Twitch? The Twellos are listening. There's got to be one that you like a little bit, like think they're funny or whatever.
I don't know. I mean, like I think Andy's the one that I go back and forth with the most. Or I keep wanting to call him Mike, but it's not Mike. It's something else.
Mike Cowboys?
Oh, then it is.
Yeah, Mike
What,
Cowboys.
what am I most unaware of what's said on the Twitch? Like the top 2 or 3 things, like you told me at my house.
Like what exactly they're saying?
Yeah.
Well, honestly, they haven't done it in a while, and probably me saying this, they'll start saying it again. But they like to call you cat paws.
Okay.
And that was something that that surprised me a lot. I thought that was hilarious. But they stopped doing it.
Okay.
Now they call you like, what is it? It's like Shanice or something like that.
Why?
Or Shania. That's what they call you. They call you Shania.
Shania?
Why?
I don't know.
When they think you're whining, you're being
not-
shoddy.
not-
Or
like a
TM
Karen?
Sean or something like TM
Shania.
Sean.
TM Sean.
Yeah, or something like, or
Sean.
TM Sharif or something
Like
like
trying
that.
to do like hype stuff, like for clicks and
Like,
stuff.
no, just doing like entertainment stories instead of sports.
Like,
He's
oh,
like that.
talking about Affleck or something. I don't know.
Ben
Affleck.
All right, we're talking to Ryan here. It is he finishes up this week, and this is my last day here, so we're just doing a couple of questions with him. You've said
Your
you're
last day.
my last
He's
day before
coming
I go
to
to
Odessa
vacation.
with
I'm not
me.
leaving. Yeah, I'm going to Odessa. I've got to vouch for him to the cartel.
Exactly.
All right, Ryan. You've said you're not a sports fan. Has working at the Fan made you any more interested in sports?
No. Not really. I mean,
You had a Rangers World Series title.
Mavs run.
Mavs final.
And he's just like
number one
Stars.
I will say I'll definitely be watching more like the games. Like I like watching the games, but outside of probably I'll listen to y'all. Like I'll check in with y'all, but like outside of that, I'm probably not going to keep up with it. I'll watch the games. I'll watch the Cowboy games. I'll watch the rain. I'll watch that stuff. But outside of that,
I was just about to add that question. I was curious, like, okay, are you going to listen to our show anymore? But he said yes, so that's good. All right, what topics or segments on the show do you find yourself getting bored listening to?
Oh, wow. That's good.
Say Caitlin Clark.
no. I don't know. I mean, I like Ask Reddit a lot.
The great Bobby Belt.
Exactly. That's it.
Like if you were the program director, what segment would you get rid of? You're like, this isn't good.
I don't. I wouldn't get rid of any segment, Sean.
He knows that Venmo can be recalled.
No. Yeah.
Would you say that any of our personalities are different off the air?
No.
Same people on and off the air?
I would say Sean's more aggressive on air. Like you don't show like you're more I'm not like
combative.
Yeah, like you don't really show that more. You're a lot more aggressive, and that's why the Twitch doesn't like you. I guess.
But some don't.
But I mean,
some don't, Ryan.
But I mean, but like that's the thing. I mean, like I guess some people don't understand your humor a lot. Like they don't understand that kind of humor, and I understood that humor. I appreciate that humor, but some people do, some people don't.
All right, we'll run through these last ones really quickly. All-time favorite show moment from your time working here?
Oh God. Okay, so this was like I had a like 2021, 2022. Carter had asked me to like save funny clips. That's because he wanted to put together a montage, and I was doing that like constantly, and I was going back and watching some of them, and there was one where like RJ, you were talking about like your son's always twerking on you.
Oh yeah.
And then you did it. That was probably the funniest thing, and I still go back to watch it because it is so hilarious. And again, it's another one of you, RJ, when you said that you had like dropped a barbell on your toe.
Yeah.
That was funny.
I did. Yeah. It was great. It was a great time.
It was really
one of my
Slapstick,
favorite moments of all life.
Slapstick chop stuff. Can you remember a time for each one of us where we kind of pissed you off? Whether we said something on the air that you're like totally disagree with that, or you thought we were being smarmy or made a joke.
No, I don't think y'all have ever like actively gotten me mad. Like I don't think I've ever actually gotten mad at
Did you
any of
think
y'all.
you were going to survive here when you used to sleep in late starting off early on?
No. I thought the first time I got called into okay, maybe I shouldn't. I thought I was going to get fired after the first two or three times.
When you were late, yeah.
Whose takes then on non-sports stuff? Whose takes do you find yourself disagreeing with the most? Like when we're talking about Ask Reddit or Society or whatever else. Who are you like, don't think I get with that?
I don't know. It might be you, Bobby. I don't know. I think so. But it's pretty hit
Makes
or miss.
sense. And last one, is there anything, because we know there is there anything you've really wanted to say to or about Carter that you'd like to get off your chest right now? He's in the car. Actually, no, he gets in here at 10:30. He'll be getting in the car.
He turned his mic off. We'll do the final goodbye. We'll do Bye Rye Part 2 on Friday.
By the way, Sean, thank you very much.
Welcome. Good job.
Yes, thank you, Sean.
Y'all earned it.
Thank you, Sean.
Let's crosstalk with the KMC masterpiece next. And maybe Ryan needs to listen to this after saying Twitch hates me. My computer career after Odessa burns in flames. I'm talking about the job, not the city, y'all. I'm just kidding around. My computer career, what is the difference? It's simple. My CC is not just another school. They think of themselves as your lifelong IT career development partner. In-demand IT certifications tailored for you. Find your perfect IT career with their unwavering support. No IT experience needed. They start from scratch. Learn on your terms with flexible options. So fast track that brand new career. Or if you're already involved in IT and computers and technology, you just level up. Lifelong learning.
True that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries.
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Hazel Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No.
Nutmeg Maidens.
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
Anyone else? This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive, relax, enjoy the difference based on new Chevrolet registrations 2023.
Crosstalk with a K and C masterpiece here on 105.3 The Fan. Good morning, Corey Majors. What's coming up?
Bruce Bochy will join us at 10:20 today. So everybody set your calendars or clocks. 10:20 today. And then at 11:20, I'm really looking forward to this. How a current Brewers player led us down the rabbit hole to a showgirl shooting and perhaps the most well-known home run in baseball history.
The story's amazing.
That's a hell of a title.
A current Brewers player.
Yes.
A showgirl shooting?
Yes.
And the most famous home run
in baseball history.
Okay, well, Mike's one part of it. What's the rest?
Yeah.
Nope.
Exactly. We'll see where we go from there.
You have Choppy's interest peaked.
11:20, my friend.
Brewers player.
All right. How prepared are you? How much do you know these guys being taken tonight and tomorrow?
Well, like a pretty decent amount.
Really?
Yeah.
Watch tape on all of them.
Because I like college basketball and I'm a nerd.
Okay. Who would you take one?
I would probably go Riceker number one, but I realize there's been a lot of momentum for Sarr. And then obviously watch out for pick number 3 if they go Klingon from Utah.
Star Trek.
Not Klingon. If Houston's going to try to make a trade for Durant. So I'm kind of interested to see how that goes. And if they take the kid from UConn, then maybe they'll deal Sengun. Not sure about that, but that's something to kind of watch.
Is this the worst possible year for them to debut the 2-round telecast?
Actually, I think Corey's right because of Bronny. That's the weird thing, right? And plus, did you see it's running tomorrow at 3 p.m.?
No.
So yeah, it's in the middle of the afternoon. So they're not going prime time with this thing
because no network would give up that airtime.
Agreed. People don't out of the top 10 picks, you might know like 2 of them. So this is a terrible name draft, but Corey's right. People will probably tune into the second round to see if and when, I'm sure he'll get taken, Bronny goes.
The most anonymous or worst number 1 pick since who?
Anthony Bennett. And I will argue hard that Anthony Bennett is the worst number 1 pick in the history of the NBA draft. Because I know people like to throw out, I don't know if you want to go Kwame or Olowokandi. They look like effing Bill Russell compared to what Anthony Bennett did in his career. Remember how soft that draft was? And people thought he was going to go 6. And then he went 1, and people were like, the hell? And then within like 2 years, he was out of the league, and he averaged 4 points. He was terrible. But that draft did still have Giannis.
What's the worst ever overall draft, though? Is it that one, too?
That one's tough because you still got Giannis and Gobert out of that one. I'd have to go back and look. Is 2000 the Sharif Abdul-Rahim draft?
It was Kenyon Martin went 1. And
that
then,
was 2000 with Martin.
Yeah, and then Stromile Swift, Darius Miles, Marcus Fizer, Mike Miller, DeMar Johnson, Chris Mim.
Oh, that is...
I mean, you got Jamal Crawford in there. Jamal McGlure.
Best player in that team in that whole draft was Michael Redd. That was in the 40s.
Okay, well then, yes, that one is worse than 13.
All right, so this obviously does not apply to you, Kevin, because you're still interested, but around the room with the sporting event that has lost the most luster for you over the years.
And can I just point out, I 100% understand your perspective about the NBA draft being that sporting event. I totally get that.
And what do you think went wrong with it?
I mean, you didn't learn any of the names anymore, right? Because think about it.
Is that the colleges?
Yeah, it's the college.
So basically the foreigners.
It's
they gathered too many. They gathered the foreigners.
Like North Texas tennis.
Yeah. Not. Was that Peyton who said that?
Peyton, don't hate me.
It's true, but geez.
No, but I would also say whether it's Reed Shepherd or Klingon or whoever else, you don't really know these people from college, even though they played at big colleges because they were there for 5 seconds.
And the problem too, for draft purposes with that UConn team, they were all mid-tier producers.
Yeah.
You didn't have
So you didn't think Stephon Castle was he's the best.
Right.
Yeah.
It was all
it was perfect team.
And for a lot of the UConn revamped a lot of their team. Right. So it's not like all those guys were there for both years that are on that UConn team where they won the back-to-backs.
You guys, you'll be infuriated with my answer. I'm sorry. I just don't care. It's the Masters. I just don't.
Did you ever care, though?
Nope.
Okay, well, then you're not answering the question.
Oh, so it has to be something I used to care about?
Lost the luster.
Home Run Derby. It's the Home Run Derby.
Heard right here on 105.3 The Fan.
You might get mad about that. Look, I get it. It just, does it need to be 74 hours long?
I agree with you.
It's shorter now.
Is it, though?
Yes.
You think it's shorter, but it's still like 245.
Did you think removing Chris Berman would solve it for you?
Not necessarily.
Did it help or hurt?
I don't. Can I say neutral? Because I did like the back, and I think the timing idea is good.
And he was halfway through a bottle of tequila.
That did help. That it's way
Ripping
too
cigs
long.
there in the back. Berman.
What's your event?
Dunk contest. There was a time and 3-point contest. I was a big fan of those, and it did lose its luster along the way. It just has for some reason.
877-881-1053 in order to hit us up on the Franklin Franco Injury Attorney text line.
And the NFL Pro Bowl.
Well, I never
any
cared
All-Star game. Oh, not the
I used to
baseball
care about the
game's
Pro
still-
Bowl.
I
Really?
cared a lot about. Didn't they do like a bunch of activities beforehand? Like they'd do they'd see who the fast guy was and strong guys and stuff like that, and that was fun. And they were just like, nah.
What are you guys laughing at?
The joke I texted him.
Unfortunately,
I texted you too.
when he points at my phone, I know I shouldn't look at my phone, but then I do, and I regret it
I was
every
just
single
analyzing
time.
the NBA draft was all.
What's your Schlossnagle point or view?
I hope.
Did you cover it yesterday?
Yeah, I hope when he does his press conference that he apologizes.
I got a question for you on this. Did the person that texted in all of the information,
Dude,
were they accurate?
I haven't seen the length of the
That was
contract.
3 days ago, right?
So yeah, on Monday, somebody texted us. This is before Game 3 of the College World Series. It was right after Texas had either fired their coach that day or the day before, and they go, "Hey, Schloss to Texas is already done." And I was like, "Oh, okay." And then they just kept following up. They're like, "Trust me, it's a 10-year deal worth $35 million. They've already signed it." And it went. It was like had so much detail to it. So I haven't seen the numbers, but it really felt like that guy was in the loop. I get it. People leave schools, and leaving for your rival, that sucks. And he's a damn good coach. I just hope he says something to that media person, was like, "Hey, sorry.
Yeah.
You asked a totally fair question, and I got caught, and I didn't like it."
A college baseball reporter said that multiple sources had told him yesterday that the deal was done between A&M's series with Georgia and the regional round.
Oh,
so
wow.
That's April 27th and Memorial Day is when the deal was completed.
Is it weird that I kind of like that a little bit more? The negotiation wasn't taking place prior to the College World Series finals. Like, I get your point, but that oddly makes me feel a little bit better.
I mean, these sort of things seem to happen so consistently. Like we were talking about earlier, there's got to be a better pat answer to deliver in those press conference moments, because it's happened so many times.
Yeah.
I mean,
there is. We've heard it a million times. Not the time or place. We just suffered a tough loss. I'll address it moving forward.
So say that.
Done.
Say that. It's that easy.
That would be easy.
You can say that, and he didn't say that. But I remember, I think I had told you at the time that 6 weeks before Jimbo Fisher was hired at Texas A&M, somebody told me Jimbo Fisher is getting hired at Texas A&M.
Right.
He was in the middle of still coaching for Florida State. They're like, it's done. His contract's done, and it's already set up. And
that's a good topic. What is the best Tolo intel that got proven correct?
Well,
2 weeks ago, when somebody the day before had told us, we got the text about Larry Allen.
Yeah.
Oh, that he had died before?
Yeah,
we got it on the fan
What?
text. We started texting the Cowboys and everything to try to confirm it. But
oh my god.
I guess somebody was at the resort that he was at.
Did we ever get cause of death revealed?
No, I mean, I think it's just kind of, I've heard stuff. I don't want to say what it is, but I mean, I think you can put together somebody of his age and stuff like that, narrow it down pretty quickly.
We got a text
He's only 8 years older than me, Bobby.
years and years ago that somebody was like, "Hey, I was at this club and Johnny Manziel was there doing cocaine in the bathroom." But you get weird texts like that all the time with the rolled up dollar bills. And then the story was on TMZ 2 days later, and we're like, "Oh crap."
Yeah, when we were weekends, we got pictures sent to us of Johnny Manziel smoking a bong or something like that. And I was like, I don't know what to do with this. Do I send it to TMZ or just whatever?
We got a Josh Hamilton text The Sherlock's text. We got a Sherlock's text.
I don't remember.
Oh, that Hamilton?
Yeah, the next day.
Dude, the totals are great, man.
It was
Keep bringing the accuracy.
Day before the trade, and I mentioned it on the air at the time, but day before the Trey Lance trade, somebody had
never rat on us though.
DM'd me on Twitter, and I didn't see it because it went into the requested messages folder, and
The
they were
sex
like,
file.
the Cowboys are interested in Trey Lance. I was like, okay, that's random. Like, I don't see anything here. And then, sure enough, it was like 8 hours later they traded for him.
All right, we'll turn it over to the fellas. We are back tomorrow morning to see what chaos happened in Kevin Hagelin's NBA draft round 1. You think Bronny goes tonight?
No.
Okay. The KMC Masterpiece is next, and then Rangers baseball right here on The Fan.
How about... O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. NBA Draft is tonight. You might not care about the NBA Draft, and I totally get that. But Corey, you sent me an article that I was intrigued by, and I did kind of want to talk about the draft a little bit.
Good for me.
And we've got Bruce Bochy
today
at 10:30. It was going to be 10:20. He's like, I need 10 more minutes to finish up the game plan, I'm assuming. And so now he'll be on at 10:30.
Are we going to go Jerry clock, or are we going to, what are we planning here?
That's a great question. TBD.
All right.
So nobody quite knows how long this segment could be. All right.
Terrence Bradford Davis.
For this draft, and I know you guys care about basketball a lot, but how much do you care about the draft, what with the weak names and the lack of actual Mavs picks?
Man, I really don't care about the draft picks. I only care about the possible trades that happen today and tomorrow leading up to free agency, because obviously everybody, I think, if you're following, if you haven't, Tim Hardaway Jr., there's a lot of rumors around Tim Hardaway Jr. right now. Yep. And we just had the big trade last night of Mikal Bridges, who I loved, but is impossible to get him to Dallas once you saw the trade that he went to the Knicks.
Have you heard the buzz about Durant to the Rockets?
A little bit.
Yeah.
Yeah, I have opinions on that, but I'll leave them until it's time to talk about that. So I'm not interested at all about Atlanta's pick, like who they take first. I'll see it, but I'm interested in, are they trading Trae Young tonight? Are they trading DeJounte Murray tonight?
Yeah.
So I'm interested in all of the moves that could happen with players.
That would be, honestly, the smartest thing for Adam Silver to do, is to urge the owners and GMs to make those types of things happen tonight. Like in the middle of it, as build up, leading up to it, get things rolling, not just rumors. Guys, we really need to pull some things off to encourage intrigue in the draft in general for the coverage this evening.
That's a really interesting point, because as a TV property, how much hotter would it make it next year if you're like, I know next year with Cooper Flagg is looking like a better draft, but like also, what do you remember from last year's draft? Oh, Brandon Ingram got traded. Trae Young got traded. Sengun got traded. Durant got traded.
And to try to continue buzz into day two for this, because they want the day two project to win. They don't want this day two project just to be we did it because LeBron James kid was going to go in the second round, so we knew we had to have an extra day so that he could get up on a stage or something.
But that would be your guess right now, right? Is the ESPN, ABC executives are praying to God that Bronny doesn't go off the board today.
Yes.
So that's like what they can hype up all day tomorrow.
Get casual fans involved.
All right. Is there a particular player you have your eye on them? Because you mentioned Trae Young, DeJounte Murray. There's buzz about Brandon Ingram. There's buzz about Kevin Durant. Meanwhile, it looks like the top two picks are probably going to be Zachary Reisaker and Alex Sarr, two people that most fans probably haven't seen any of. And then you're going to get to your, Reed Shepherd, Stephon Castle, Donovan Clingan that you saw this year, but that's about it. And so I just don't know. It doesn't feel like there's any emotional attachment. And plus, the good thing you had last year is maybe you hadn't seen, not you, but like people in general, maybe you hadn't seen Wemby, but everybody knew he was supposed to be like the next greatest player in the world.
The only small emotional attachment I have is Ron Hollins from Duncanville.
Yep.
And he's maybe a top 10 pick. He's right around 10, let's say. He could go a little bit higher than that. He could go a little bit lower. So you had Anthony Black last year, I'll say, from Duncanville. And so my hometown has recently had premium players that have been in the NBA draft. So I'll see where like Ron Holland goes and root for him wherever he goes to, and hope he does well. I guess here's another one I'm looking at, and I have no clue. I'm going to get a little bit into Tim Hardaway Jr. here. The rumor is Mark Stein saying that the Pistons and the Mavericks are in discussions to send Tim Hardaway Jr. to the Pistons.
Yep.
We haven't heard that it's going to happen. The Pistons pick 5th tonight. I'm going to kind of ask this question because I'm asking it to myself. Does it matter who's there at 5 for them to pull off this trade? If the Mavs are supposedly going to get Quentin Grimes, a 6'5" guard, if they draft,
is he good?
He's okay. He's a role player.
We'll get into him later.
But like, here's the deal: if they take a center, I don't know. Does that matter? Like, if they take a big guy versus they take another guard, it's like, oh, we'll take another guard. We don't want Tim Hardaway Jr., or we do, or I don't know. Like, does the 5th overall pick determine? I don't think it does, but I'm wondering Detroit's angle here on the Tim Hardaway Jr. situation.
Yeah, that's a good question, because I would wonder if, like, Stephon Castle, and I'm sorry if we're using names that people are like, I didn't watch college basketball. I don't know who the hell you're talking about. I don't know if Stephon Castle from UConn would kind of fit that bill at all. That's what I would be curious about right there. That's a great, that really is a great question. And now I'm more fascinated in the 5 pick because of that.
So I was kind of, the Mavericks lost the NBA Finals because they did struggle to stop the corner three. Like their whole big man philosophy works in the West, and they need to be able to adapt whenever it's time to play against the East. But it does work in the West because there are some bigger bodies in the Western Conference, especially as you're getting through the playoffs there. So that worked. That's something I'm interested in seeing tonight is, do people look at that and go, we need to adapt in the West to get through, but also need to be adaptable to what the East is? And
don't say the East. Say one team.
Okay, one team, and the one team that can spread it out with 5.
Right.
Yeah.
Because who cares? Like, because if you're looking big,
Yeah,
right?
you're right.
Philadelphia, you got to have a big guy, but Boston is the one team.
So I do wonder if there is this more mindset of not necessarily stretch centers as much as, hey, we do need big guys in the West again, or facing other teams in the East, except for Boston. But Boston is the one you're looking at going, they're probably going to be back every time, so you're going to have to overcome them. So you still have to be adaptable to both sides. And I wonder if the big guys take precedence here.
To your point, there's 2 people that have moved up on a lot of folks' boards. Zach Edey from Purdue, who actually more people probably know because he's been in college.
Yes.
He's been a great player, but there was a lot of concern about how he could play at the next level. I've seen him moving up quite a few boards. And then the other one is Donovan Clingan, who some people think could go as high as number 3. He was the center from UConn. And so Clingan, big. Edey, very big. Not Klingon.
Oh, okay.
Edey, very big. And so to your point, maybe that's the switch in philosophy.
So that's kind of an interesting thing to me. And then, Kevin, also, I see on NBADraft.net, pick forfeited is in 2 different spots on this draft this year. So I'm very interested to see that player.
Yeah, because
and
the
how he's going to
Mavs
turn out.
Yeah, we have pick 58 instead
I'm just
of 60.
joking. It says pick forfeited because, yes, the Philadelphia 76ers and the Phoenix Suns forfeited their picks this year. It was a joke, but I understand. My apologies.
No, I thought you were asking why they got forfeited. Okay.
What a penalty. They lose a second round pick on 3 o'clock tomorrow
they'll never recover. Now for the Mavericks, that feels like that'd be crippling at this point.
Yeah.
You sent me an article the other day and I was flipping through it and I was really fascinated by, this looks like a terrible draft. The last draft that looked this bad, just on the surface, was 2013. And you look at the top of that draft in the top 5, holy crap, it's terrible. Anthony Bennett, I'll argue to the death, that's the worst number 1 pick in NBA draft history. Victor Oladipo, hey, there's something. Otto Porter Jr., Cody Zeller, and Alex Len. Those are your top 5 right there. But something that's interesting to me as you go on down the board, obviously that is also the Giannis draft at 15 and the Rudy Gobert draft at 27. So even in an all-time terrible top of the draft looking area, you came out with 2 damn fine players, NBA champion and MVP in Giannis, and then multi-time defensive player of the year in Rudy Gobert. What do you think it is? Is there like one particular thing in common that teams just miss? Or is it just they were unfamiliar with Giannis or with Gobert? They're like, he's too slow.
They overcome their weakness more than the scout can see. The guys that get drafted high have such a huge strength that they'll go like, well, they'll probably overcome that weakness because their strengths are so tremendous. But when you looked at Giannis, the dude looked like he never ate food in his life.
Right.
And so you're like, I don't know, man. That dude is super skinny and raw, has played at such a low level of basketball, but the athleticism is tremendous. Well, the athleticism was there, and then he started, and I'm being honest here, he started eating food. Like
he did look He came
Kevin over here and he's like, "Oh my God, food! I get to eat food every day." And then he worked very hard in the weight room, worked very hard on skills, basketball skills. He didn't have a lot of basketball skill. He just had tons of athleticism. Jokic was, they thought, way too slow to play NBA basketball, and he figured out how to make this game work for him.
Can you imagine being a scout, seeing Jokic and going, compared to the NBA athleticism, this guy's never going to be able to make, you wouldn't be able to see that.
And it goes on and on. Think about it. Jalen Brunson had limited upside because he wasn't very big. Bam Adebayo was a tweener who didn't have a position. Pascal Siakam didn't have enough talent or developed too late. Devin Booker had short arms. Like all of these things, you're like, that's some damn fine players you just ran through.
Did you guys see, because Stephen A. Smith is, I guess, a New York Knicks fan.
That they've recreated the Villanova team, essentially?
Did you see what he said in 2016 going into the national championship game on ESPN? He said, Villanova doesn't have one NBA prospect on their team, and now his supposed NBA team has all 4 of those guys. So literally the day of that Villanova game, he's on ESPN going, literally, Villanova has no NBA prospects, and now his basketball team he roots for in the NBA has all 4 of those guys in very valuable roles for the New York Knicks to try to take down the Boston Celtics, and I think that's really funny.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the Fan. Coming up next, we're shuffling it up just a little bit, and it's going to be time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
Well, we don't get the best news on Josh Young, Max Scherzer, and then Jerks and Profar. A big one last night. Next.
You've made us number 1 in DFW. Don't care what they say. Thank you for laughing and enjoying.
Do you think it's true that you've got to forget something else to remember that Uber Eats has groceries?
No, that's absurd. Hey, remember when you used to be a, what was it, Pepper Lady? Pepper Lady?
Wasn't it Cinnamon Sisters?
Basil Babes.
Saffron Squad?
Nutmeg Maidens?
Paprika?
No,
Nutmeg Maidens?
I just said that. Was it Spice Girls?
Doesn't sound right.
Was it Saffron Squad?
The KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel & Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-3333. With Frankel & Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel & Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
Deal one, swing a broken bat, frisbee liner back to the mound. Dunning gets it belt high, and that ends the inning.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. Right now, it's time for Baseball Nuggets with Mike Bassick.
All right, if you didn't watch last night, once again, Andrew Heaney got 1 run, so he has 9 losses.
I was listening to you in the post, and you were talking about how difficult it can be on a pitcher, knowing that, like, if you literally don't give up 0 runs, you could be screwed.
Yeah, think about, I know it's a different sport. Think about football. If you are on defense and you have a bad offense, and if you give up a touchdown to start the game, you kick it off, you give up a touchdown, and you're like, I don't know if we're going to score 7 points the rest of the game. Like, think about how the pressure that you're like, we have to shut the other team out. Like, if I give up a home run in the 5th inning, I've lost the game. And Andrew Heaney knew most likely he lost the game. They weren't going to score. You saw the offense yesterday, and you saw that through 4 innings, they were not probably going to score, but maybe 1 more run. So you had to hold the game at 1-1 to have a chance to win. And the Rangers never threatened to score. They missed pitches right down the middle. They sometimes hit the pitch, but then they just hit a ground ball or a fly ball out. So these guys aren't throwing 74 quality pitches in 6 innings. Yeah. Wilson, who pitched yesterday, he threw 50 strikes. He threw well, but he threw plenty of hittable pitches. We just don't hit. And so I think as a pitcher, you look at it and you know today, Eovaldi, I think it's Dallas Keuchel. I haven't seen if that's 100% confirmed, but it was pretty sure that Dallas Keuchel was going to pitch.
Undecided.
Yeah,
so.
But I mean, maybe it'll be different today, but when you start now for the Texas Rangers, you know that you need to give up 1 or less runs. If you give up more than 1 run, there's a good chance you're going to be on the wrong end and lose the game. That's a lot of pressure from the first pitch of the game. If I can't attack the middle of the zone early in the game, because if I give up a solo home run, we lose. Especially in the 4th or 5th inning, if I give up a run, we're going to lose. So that's really tough. The Rangers, if their pitching ever goes into a rut, oh my gosh.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh.
It could
I
look
don't
ugly.
know. Yeah,
Very ugly.
It could get really bad. The pitching is giving you a chance almost every game to win. And it's just we're waiting on the hitting. But at this point, we're getting close to the All-Star break. And I talked about it yesterday with the trade deadline, coming up. And now the rumors are starting to come out. Who's looking for what is right now Chris Young's in a tough position, but maybe it'll be a lot more clear at the All-Star break on what position the Rangers are in. We didn't get great news yesterday on Josh Young. He came back to Texas. His wrist is sore. Obviously, there was a lot of deterioration in the muscle and everything through the surgery that it was casted up, so he wasn't able to work out at all. So now that the cast has come off for a while, he's able to swing the bat and do these different things. His wrist is sore. So he's going to need some more time. Most likely, he will have a possibility of playing after this road trip. They didn't rule out that he would go back to Baltimore after flying back from Texas. My brain goes to, wait a second. He flew back from Milwaukee to Texas, and then he's going to get on a plane today or tomorrow to meet the team in Baltimore to play. That seems like a lot. Maybe it's possible, but it also seems like to me is they're going to give him more time to strengthen up his wrist to be ready to play when it's time to play.
Do you have to be, I understand you're cautious with plays in general. Do you have to be more cautious with this player?
Because he's frequently injured?
Yes, he is. He's great, but he does get hurt a lot.
This is a weird thing because, like, this isn't him just jogging and it happens.
Agreed.
It's just so weird.
The calf was,
even
right?
Even last year's injury, a line drive that just hits him in the wrist. Weird thing.
Yeah.
It's weird.
So yes and no. I think you just have to wait till he's ready. Then we didn't get the best news on Scherzer. He was not able to throw a bullpen yesterday. He was not healthy enough to do it. Well, today the game starts at 1:00. We're getting close to game time. If he wasn't healthy enough to throw at 4 p.m. yesterday, he's going to be healthy enough to practice to be ready for Friday today.
Feels unlikely.
That doesn't seem likely to me. And if he's not going to practice, and you do have to practice your pitching to throw the ball where you want, to have the break where you want, to feel the rhythm and timing that you need. If he's not able to throw a bullpen today in practice, then I think he's going to be a scratch for Friday. That's just my opinion. The Rangers haven't ruled out that he's going to start or not start. Or you go, all right, how do you feel on Thursday? And then you have him throw 2 innings and be like, hey, that's good. We don't want you to feel anything worse. So then Arena or Dunning. Dunning pitched yesterday 37 pitches, so he would have today off and tomorrow off, so he could pick up 2 or 3 innings if you need on Friday. And you're facing the Orioles aren't playing great as a team, but last night they lost 10-8. They're scoring.
Yeah.
Their issue isn't scoring at times. Their issue can be pitching. So you look at the Rangers, and it's getting scary because right when you think, well, maybe the offense will get on a roll, it immediately goes back to now in Milwaukee, who doesn't have good starting pitching. I'd like to tell you this. Milwaukee has below average starting pitching. What they do have is above average bullpen. And you can't score off of their start. Like yesterday, you scored 6 innings, 0 runs off their starting pitcher. You scored 1 run in the first off of a relief pitcher. And then they brought in their starter to pitch the next 6 innings, and it felt like you got nobody on base. I think you got 3 people on base against them. Wow. I think you got 3 hits. You got no walks. Nobody walked yesterday for the Rangers. You got 1 hit by pitch at the end of the game by Josh Smith. So you didn't even threaten. There was no pressure at all for Milwaukee to make an adjustment pitching the baseball.
I felt like Semien had some rockets that just, and I see it a lot with him. He has rockets down the third base line into left field that are just, they're gloves, man. And that's frustrating too. But
yeah,
as a team that likes to get usually late, they come around 5th inning. It's not good when you're playing a team like the Brewers.
We'll get to Bochy now, and we'll ask him questions. I didn't get to Profar, but he had a big grand slam yesterday after getting beamed.
He's having an incredible season, which is also frustrating. All right, coming up next, we will talk with Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy right here on your home of the still defending world champion Texas Rangers. 105.3 The Fan.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations, 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan right now. Brought to you by Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce, the official hot sauce of the Texas Rangers. Flavor favors the bold. It is Texas Rangers manager Bruce Bochy. Good morning, sir.
Good morning. Good morning. I'm in a dugout. It might be a little noisy here, but right now I hear you fine.
Okay, no problem. We appreciate you facilitating this for us. I know there's a lot to talk about. I was hoping you could just give us some insight about inviting Mark Kotsay to be part of your AL staff for the coaching. I was just curious. Obviously, you're bringing your staff, but can you walk us through why you added Kotsay?
Well, first of all, I got to tell you, I have some history with Mark Kotsay.
Yeah.
Yep. Kotsay played for me, was the leader in our club. We're good friends, but we're opponents too, and now he's going to have a nice long career as a manager. He's going to do a great job, and so I just thought it'd be great to reward him. There's a lot of great choices out there, but with just knowing Mark and who he is, he's never been to an all-star game. He had a pretty nice career. And I didn't realize that until I looked at it. This will be his first game. And I can't tell you how pumped and excited he is to be going.
I was just about to ask, did you get an excited expletive from him when you told him?
Yeah, I talked to him actually in Oakland. We didn't say anything, but he said, I wasn't going to ask you, but he goes, I knew you were allowed to, take a manager, and I was just hoping that, this would happen. I can't tell you how honored and excited I am. And, he's just so pumped up, and family's coming in. I'm sure we'll all grab dinner and stuff. But plus, he's going to help out. I said, hey, I'm going to put you to work because I got to tell you, that All-Star game is a busy game, especially for the manager because, you're putting in make a lot of changes. You're putting a lot of the players and pitchers, and so I'll be utilizing him too.
Well, I was kind of curious about that too. As you're getting closer to this thing, does it allow you to facilitate a little more being in your park, being at your home in your home area, and how do you handle? Do you ask the guys, "Hey, stick around the area," or you say, "No, y'all go on vacation. Y'all take a little break away from everything"?
Yeah, well, it's going to be easier for the staff and of course the players that will be on the club. This is going to be a really, really exciting time for all of us, but in particular, I think the coaching staff because this will be their first one, and they're going to really enjoy this. These 2 days, it's just, it's very festive, but, you see the best players in the world and all the stuff going on, the home run derby and everything. So I'm really excited for them. And of course the players that will be on the club, which we don't know yet. But the fact it's at home, no question, that really makes things easier for all the players.
I know there are plenty of folks on the Josh Smith All-Star bandwagon. We definitely have been, and I support that candidacy. But as long as we're talking about other potential All-Stars, how freaking good has Kirby Yates been this year?
Yeah, he's, I'm sure, under the radar a little bit, unfortunately. But I hope he's not. I hope he's there because what a job he's done. The numbers, that's pretty strong evidence, just looking at those. And same with, Smitty. So, we don't know what's going to happen, but, we'll do all we can. I don't have a say, as far as picking guys like you used to. So it makes it a little bit more difficult. But who knows? Hopefully the players will, look at these guys and how good they've been.
Boch, last night, Heaney had another solid start, probably deserved a better fate. Do you have to go to some of these pitchers right now and tell them, hey, keep pitching, keep your head up, you're doing your job? Because it seems like they're starting to get in interviews, at least at the end of the game, just a little bit frustrated that there's been too many games that have been 2-1 or 3-1 outcomes on the wrong end.
I'm sure there's a little bit of that, but they're pros. They've been around, and they know how this game goes. Last year, the offense picked up the pitching a lot of times. So, there's nobody making any excuses or saying, "Hey, where's my runs?" Things like that. They're pros, and the only thing they can control is what they're doing out there, and that's their attitude, and that's to give us a chance. And what a great job they did last night, for example. I mean, they had a lot of runners on base, but they did a good job executing and not letting them score and keeping the game to where we could win it. We talked about this really for the most part this year. Is this offense, and it's been a lot better lately. But last night was a clunker for them.
Well, that being said, on that flip side, on the offensive side, do you feel like you've kind of exhausted every internal option available to create offense, or is there something else that you think can be done?
Well, yeah, we're always looking at what we can do. I mean, you've seen us move the lineup around, trying things. We did make a player move. Are you guys aware of that?
No, I don't think so.
Yeah.
Yeah, Duran, we optioned him down. We want him to go down and just get his game back. He's a guy that provided a big bat for us last year, provided slug, and so Hill will be joining us. He'll be playing center field tonight. To your point, we're always looking to see what we can do. Derek's been throwing up some big numbers down there in AAA, gives us speed. We're looking for something to spark us.
Well, for Milwaukee, one of the things that have sparked them this year is they're leading Major League Baseball in stolen bases, and going over the numbers of the percentage of Jonah Heim throwing out runners and Kisner throwing out runners are very low this year. And a lot of times they say, look, you're stealing the base off the pitcher a lot of times, not the catcher. Is there something that you're having to talk to the pitchers about speeding up to home plate to give your catchers a better chance to throw out these runners?
Oh, yeah. I mean, that was the plan coming in here, that we got to slow them down. We can't let them run on us. And I haven't done a great job of it. Johnny, for example, Hernandez, he went to a bigger leg kick, and when he had a slide step, so we addressed that with him and didn't give Jonah a chance. So you give Jonah a chance. I like my odds on him throwing out a runner, but we haven't been great there, but it hasn't been too crazy because they have a ton of speed. I mean, it's really, really good speed throughout the order. So it's not one guy. They will run everybody. I don't think they're not even using signs. They all have the green light, so that's why it's so important for us to give Jonah a chance.
Is this just the beginning of this in Major League Baseball? Obviously, the rule changed last year. A person like Acuna took big advantage of it, stealing 70 bags. This is the second year of it. As you see the progression of these new rules, do you think that teams are going to become more like Milwaukee and trying to steal a lot more bases than over the last, let's say, 15 years of baseball?
You know what? It's a great point. I think there is going to be emphasis on speed again. Going back to the Cardinal days, Whitey, and that club that he had, how they run, because hitting is getting more and more difficult. Across the league this year, the slug is down, numbers are down, and so you got to figure out a way to score runs. And I think that's one reason why they're having so much success is, they can run. And they get 2 strikes on them. What they do is put in play, and we call it jailbreak. They just, put in play and run and try to beat it out. So a couple hits down the third baseline from left-hand hitters. They get in that contact mode, and they have, again, pure base stealing speed too. So, I see teams might start leaning that way now.
Now, I'm most certainly not a doctor. I don't know how much medical information you have, but how big of a setback is it when potentially Josh Young might have tendon inflammation? I know he's going to get that checked out. But what are you guys looking for there? What is the anticipation of what could happen next?
Yeah, it's not uncommon when you've had a significant injury, and so he went to see the surgeon yesterday. I think I said Texas, but it was in Arizona. But he's here, and he's back here, and he'd had an injection to calm it down. The surgery, all that's good, clean, no issues there. But you take some swings, a lot of swings. You're probably going to inflame something. So anyway, we'll get that calmed down. Probably won't hit even tomorrow unless he just feels that good. But I'd say the target date for him to get back swing the bat is Saturday.
Okay. And then I guess same kind of question. I know totally different position with Max Scherzer. How's he doing?
As we're speaking, I'm watching Max throw a bullpen right now. So, if you want to wait another 15 minutes, I'll tell you. Be serious. Yeah, we'll know here soon. So, knock on wood, all's fine with Max.
All right. Excellent. Appreciate the time very much, good sir. And especially with the game coming up, obviously go get Rangers.
Hey, guys, appreciate it. Yeah, we need to get this one. So, good talking with you.
Thank you very much, good sir.
Coach.
That was go get them, Rangers. That's what I was going for.
Go get Rangers.
I
like that for the All-Star game. Go
I
get
was
Rangers.
shooting for go get them, Rangers. Instead, what you got was go get Rangers. So sorry about that. A couple of things. And I know he was joking about just hanging out on the phone for 15 minutes, but Scherzer throwing the bullpen right
That's
now.
good news because he couldn't do it yesterday.
And then what'd you think about his Josh Young answer?
That it's just going to take time and that he is back with the team already.
Yeah,
like it was just a fly back, get it checked, make sure we haven't done any damage to it.
He'd be swinging again on Saturday.
Yeah, so it means he's not going to play in my opinion. He's not going to play in Baltimore, but maybe he could be back after the off day on Monday. And he's needed, but he's going to have to come back. And I mean, I hate saying this. He's going to have to come back and hit 15 to 20 home runs in the second half.
Yeah.
That's where we're at right now.
Yeah.
Somebody's going to have to figure this out. And since he hasn't played all year, I'm just hoping he comes back and he bats 275 with 20 home runs and a 900 OPS.
That would be amazing.
I mean, that's way too high of expectation, and he probably won't be able to accomplish that.
But you need that.
Somebody has to figure this out.
You need life. Otherwise, you have to go get hitter.
Well, and that's one of the
Go
things.
get hitter.
That's going to haunt me for a long time. Go get
Chris,
Rangers.
just hold on to go get Rangers.
Yeah, you
go get Rangers.
You probably
It's gonna be a
should.
good
I wonder
one.
if he got off the phone. He's like, "Go get Rangers." What the hell does that mean? But he talked about the swap out with Ezekiel Duran going back down, which pretty big news right there.
Yeah.
To go get his game back is what he said. I want to circle back to that in just 1 second, but he said we're bringing back up Derek Hill because he's been putting up big numbers. If you look at what he's done in Round Rock, and I know he already popped up to Texas for 5 games earlier, he has a 350 batting average with a 415 on-base percentage and a 1.045 OPS. So I realize he's not a young player, but you're just looking for, if somebody's hitting in the minors, let's give it a damn shot.
I mean, the question was, have you exhausted all of your internal options? And we do have this Tolo that's been like, hey, don't let him lie to you and say that he's doing everything he can whenever center field is what it is. And then Bochy immediately, so the guy was right, Kevin. He was right. That being said, he was like, look, our options are in minor leaguers right now because our professional hitters, every tool we've given them so far is not working. So we got to find different people at this point.
Here's what I'm wondering based off of Hill playing center field today and look, this is fair. That team won the World Series. And you know what they gave them? They gave the team a half of a year to say you guys are a World Series team again. And because they're well under 500, Leody Taveras has a negative 0.1 WAR right now. Negative. Not positive, negative in his 75 games. He has a 284 on base percentage. We need that to be at 333. 1 out of 3 times because he can't bunt.
Yeah.
So he doesn't know how to get on base by small ball. And he's not much of a power hitter. What they were hoping is that Leody through last year would show more power in 2024, so the slug would go up. But that's not going up, and then he's not much of a put the ball in play guy, a bunt and run guy, a steal base guy. And so I do think this. I don't know this. Here's my theory on Derek Hill coming up and playing center field. I don't know if Leote's going to be an everyday player anymore.
Wow.
Because when Evan Carter comes back, and I don't know if that's this year, to be honest, if his back gets healthy enough and he comes back, I think they've seen the success that Langford has had playing the field and being a baseball player and not a designated hitter. I think Langford's going to be in the outfield every day. If Evan Carter's on the team, he's going to be in the outfield every day. And then Adolis Garcia, you did give a 2-year, $15 million contract to. So if he's on the team, he's going to be in the outfield every day. I think that they are moving and going, we played half a season almost. Leote is struggling. It's time to go, well, we did win the World Series, but we're now not just going to give that as everybody gets to play their position all the time because we won the World Series.
If you do end up
Rangers. Oh, wow.
How did you turn that around?
So good.
Go get Rangers.
I
know, Kevin, from the past. You said it wrong. Go get them. I screwed it.
No. Go get Rangers is great.
Go get Rangers. I want that to be a shirt. If the Rangers do end up being sellers, then like this deadline, so coming up, do you think that would alter their perception of him then, and maybe they would just go ahead and consider trading Leote? Because he's got value to someone.
I guess what's the value? And I'm not saying he has no value, but if you're getting
it's a high value.
If you're getting an A-ball pitcher who has a 4.2 ERA but throws 99 miles an hour, and you're just like, dude, he's not getting out A-ball guys, but his arm suggests he should.
Yeah.
Like, are you okay
Lord
with
knows we're great at training up arms.
Yeah, and are you like okay with that? Like you're trading for an A-ball guy who's 20 years old but struggling in A-ball.
Yeah.
Like that might be what you have. That might be Leote's market right now. Adolis Garcia in the offseason, you would have said, what is his market after what he did in the playoffs, especially against the Astros? And now with what he's doing, if a team needs an outfielder, we named a few teams that needed outfielders. What's Adolis's market right now with what he's done in 2024? It would be more than Leote, but at the same time, it's tough. All of a sudden, that marketplace that you had in the offseason of 23 isn't the same value you have in July of 24 if you go into the market of selling.
Now let's stick with baseball, but let's go to the collegiate level because I said a stupid thing earlier.
You said go get Rangers.
But
I would like to say I was a wanker of the yesterday because I really thought Slosh was staying at A&M, and I was totally wrong.
And let's take you back to the audio because I would argue pretty heavily that what he said here is even dumber than go get Rangers. Let's take you to Jim Schlossnagle after Monday's Game 3, the loss in the College World Series to Tennessee. The season's over. This back and forth.
Yeah, I mean, I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question.
Let's pause it right there since you don't have the question. The question was, hey, there's been rumors, reports that Texas had just fired their head coach and that they're going to be chasing you for the job. And then that's what leads him to this kind of indignant response.
I think it's pretty selfish of you to ask me that question, to be honest with you. But I left my family to be the coach at Texas A&M. I took the job at Texas A&M to never take another job again, and that hasn't changed in my mind. That's unfair to talk about something like that. That'd be like you asking Montgomery if he's going to sign in the draft. But I understand you got to ask the question, but I gave up a big part of my life to come take this job, and I've poured every ounce of my soul in this job, and I've given this job every single ounce I can possibly give it. Let's write that.
All right. And now what can he write?
18 hours later, not only was the deal done, the deal was to take all of his staff to Texas as well. Now, you heard RJ in the crosstalk. There's rumblings that before the regionals even started, that this deal got done. So that's an even more disingenuous answer right there. And I didn't think it was a selfish question to begin with.
Not at all.
It was a question that people were answering. And the pat answer
is
for
a
this,
great question.
Yes. And so I know a lot of people checked in with me on social media yesterday. I appreciate it to make sure I was doing okay.
Reggie texted, "Oh no, Kevin. Oh no." And then I'd follow it up with the same thing.
Biggest shocker of the day. It looks like Chip Brown actually got a big story right for once. Now, because remember, Texas was going to the Big 12 in football, and then they also got Nick Saban as their head coach. Those are things that he actually reported. But
wait, you said Texas was going to the Big 12?
Excuse me, the Pac-12.
Oh, okay,
the Pac-12 for football.
Did he drop an Urban Meyer thing too?
And then they were getting Nick Saban. So that's why I was like, hey, if he's right, I don't mind that the coach is leaving. It sucks they're leaving to their rival and that he's leaving because he's been amazing.
Right.
Texas
A&M was a bad baseball program when he came in. I hate saying it, but he turned the Aggies around from a team that couldn't make the 64 or barely make the 64 to a team that made it to the Final Four 2 years ago and made it to the championship game this year.
In 3 years.
So this is a huge slosh for them.
Oh my God. I'm actually.
It is, and it's a big game for UT because he is one of the best. He's a top 10 college baseball coach.
Absolutely. And so it sucks that they're losing that coach, but my bigger issue is dumping on that reporter.
Yes.
When it sounds like the deal was already done when he's like, that's like asking if he's going to sign in the draft. Well, if he had already signed his contract.
Yeah, I talked to my father who's in the know of college coaching and everything, and I should have asked him this like a week ago. But yes, everybody knew. Everybody within the industry knew that Schloss had already agreed to a deal with UT. I just didn't ask the right people. And look, it wasn't 100% confirmed, but everybody was like, yeah, it's a done deal. So all the reporter is doing is going off of that reporter is in the know. That's his job, is to follow college baseball. Everybody knows in the industry, everybody knew. A&M knew too. I know A&M put out a report like, well, he told us today he didn't want. A&M knew weeks ago, I'm sure, that he was going to UT. It was just had to be totally confirmed after they had lost in the championship game.
And I'm with this from the 817. It's crazy to listen to that audio knowing he had already gotten the job and probably signed. That is just a weird take. That's my biggest issue with this. I think Texas hired a hell of a baseball coach. I'm sad A&M is losing a hell of a baseball coach. I just don't understand why that reporter had to get dumped on for doing his job and knowing the answer. You don't ask a question you don't already know the answer to. He clearly already knew the answer to that.
Do you think Schloss got out of that room as fast as he could because he knew he couldn't take any follow-ups?
Yes, absolutely. Because as soon as, I don't know if you saw that part, Corey.
Let me stun everybody in the room real quick and bail.
Yeah, and that's what he did. Immediately after answering that question, he's like, whoop, I'm out of here.
Yeah.
I get it. He's supposedly going to make about twice as much, give or take.
Shoot, move, communicate.
I don't begrudge him at all for taking more money and going to, I mean, obviously, I'm sure he thinks it's going to end up being a better program. Historically, it's a better program.
Yeah.
I get all of that. It's just go with the stock answer of, we just suffered a devastating loss. I'm not.
Write that.
Yeah, write that. I'm not getting into any of that right now.
I did ask about UT's facilities yesterday, and they said behind the scenes they do have premium facilities. So their technology, A&M, I call it a shed, but they have 4 tunnels with all the technology the Texas Rangers have, and then they have 2 others where they have all the technology for bullpens inside of there. UT does have stuff like that. They just have I'm going to be honest, they just have a really crappy baseball field.
Okay.
Yeah.
And it's not like the turf is bad there or anything like that. It's just it's an old 1970s concrete just stadium that just doesn't have much update to it. And maybe hiring Schloss and knowing his success, maybe the UT alum, and I know they already donate a crap ton of money there for athletics. Maybe they're like, hey, we've only been donating $5 million a year for baseball. Here's $40 million next year to go get the kids we need, and then to also upgrade. Let's put $25 million into the facility, and then let's also put $15 million into the kids' pockets to make sure that we have better players than A&M or better players than now going into the SEC. You got to compete with LSU and Tennessee and Vanderbilt. Vanderbilt's falling off because, unfortunately, for private schools, it's almost over. I don't think a private school is going to be able to compete in college baseball unless they're able to give full scholarships. Because to go to, let's just say TCU, I'm going to have to pay $80,000 and you can only give me a 25% scholarship and you don't have NIL money. This is going to cost me $60K to go to TCU to play baseball, or I can go to UT or A&M and I'm going to make $100,000 to play baseball. That's a big difference to even, like, I'm middle upper class. I'm not if my kid gets an offer from TCU right now for 25% and I have to give TCU $50,000 to $60,000 a year, or he gets an offer from UT and they're going to put in his pocket $100K, it's a pretty easy decision as a family.
Yeah, go get Rangers.
I hope that his presser, he says that he's going to talk to that reporter, or he already talked to that reporter and be like, hey, sorry for being an ass to you about that.
Yeah, do that publicly.
Yeah.
Don't just do that behind the
because
scenes. Do something publicly. You already embarrassed them publicly. Now you need to do something publicly to make up for it.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on
Hold the
105.3
radio
The
above your
Fan.
head and with a wear trench coat and be like, I'm sorry. $2.
He's welcome to come on. We've had him on the show
Yeah,
before.
we
He's
have.
welcome to come on if he wants to say something to
That's
that
true.
reporter. Coming up next, the newest Dallas Mavericks target. How would he fit, and is it doable? Let's talk about it next right here on The Fan.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
From our Highly Mazda of Arlington and Hearst studios, it's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, where we ask the questions that matter. Like, does Chris Strong dislike Mike Bassick? I don't know. We will have to investigate as we go along.
I was wondering if he was still on here for
as
this
his
segment.
question before the segment was, Mike, you still doing the show here?
I am this segment.
Okay.
Then I gotta drive to Las Colinas to get ready for Rangers Live, 12:30 on Bally's, and then you have the pregame right here, 12:30 on Bally's.
Now,
I mean on
105 through the fan, you jerk.
Sorry, I forget words.
All right, me too. Let's get him. I screwed it up.
Go get Rangers.
Go get Rangers.
All right,
The greatest.
here's a quick story. We're not going to focus on this, but Adam Schefter sent out a tweet about 20 minutes ago that Tommy DeVito's agent met the Pope, and he gave the Pope a custom football with the Pope's coat of arms as an emblem for the football.
That is weird.
That sounds awesome.
All right. Okay, Kevin. You meet the Pope.
I would love it.
What are you discussing with the Pope?
Does he speak English?
You've always said that.
I don't think so.
You've always said that you want to go to the White House to just at least say your piece. Like to whoever the man in charge is, or maybe you get to meet a congressional person.
Am I supposed to ask him if he S's in the woods?
I don't know. I have no clue what to ask or discuss with the Pope. Like, hey man, can you show me where all those little bread things are? Like, where does the wine at?
How dare you, sir?
What?
As the leader of all the Catholics.
If he was like, hey, I got a stash in my room over here, I'd be down.
Actually, I would really want to know how they were able to turn their tiny little city into an independent country, and I would want to know logistics like that.
There you go.
Go ahead and fire off cut number 4, the potential newest Dallas Maverick on the scene.
Grimes just getting after it. Blocked by Grimes. What a great defensive play that started out on the perimeter.
All right, so now there's a variety of things happening between Detroit and Dallas right now. First of all, Detroit hired Dennis Lindsey as their senior VP of basketball operations. This is somebody that I think we talked about on Monday, and how it felt like he had brought something to the front office for sure.
Nico made exceptional moves this year. How much of that do you think Lindsey had to do with that? And how much of it was all Nico's mind? Because this did go under the radar for after it was announced. We're like, wow, this is a guy that put together the Gobert and Donovan Mitchell things. Like, we were very excited that he was an addition to the staff. But then it just kind of goes up by the wayside, and you don't think about it because his name wasn't discussed that much, and Nico gets all the glory along the way. So I am kind of curious what Nico learned, or how much of it was Nico versus Lindsey being involved and being in his ear.
I'm honestly not sure. I'm interested by that question as well. And then you pivot over to Mark Stein on Twitter at the Steinline. He sent out a tweet yesterday. Detroit has emerged as a potential trade destination for Dallas's Tim Hardaway Jr. Then he added, a full potential trade construction has not yet emerged, but league sources say there have been scenarios discussed in which Quentin Grimes would land in Dallas. So, and supposedly the Lakers are interested in Tim Hardaway Jr. as well. What would we think about the addition of Quentin Grimes?
It'd be a nice addition off the bench. I think he can provide anywhere between 10 to 25 minutes a game based off
productive minutes.
Yeah, he's a solid role player. All he is a role player.
Okay. He's a really good defender.
Yeah, he's young. I'll tell you, I don't know. He's different than Josh Green, but similar size, but he's not. Josh Green has more point guard skills. Josh Green also needs to lay off of the amphetamines before games. And Grimes doesn't have the amphetamine problem where you're like, you need to settle the F down. But he's also not as athletic as Josh Green, too. So he's not going, but he's a solid, nice 24-year-old player on a 1-year contract for $4.2 million. Really what this trade would be is you get Grimes, nice role player to use off the bench, and you would probably be able to keep Derek Jones Jr. So it would be a trade of trading away Hardaway, maybe a couple second-round picks, and then you get Grimes, and you're able to retain Derrick Jones Jr.
Okay, and I want to talk about Derrick Jones Jr. a little bit more, but for Grimes,
I feel like Hardaway's worth like 2 or 3 picks, first-round picks right now, based on everything else that's going on in the league.
Maybe I'm wrong. No, but
Yeah,
Bridges is 100 times the player that Hardaway is.
Grimes brings a lot of defensive position flex. He can defend point guards, combo guards, and wings. He's really active on the defensive side of the court. And this might be the biggest thing, especially when you look at the way the NBA has been for some time. He's great at screen navigation. So that's one of the biggest things is like, do you get stopped up continually off of switches by screens and everything? He's really good at getting through and getting around screens.
All right, so he battles. Okay.
Yeah, and so I don't disagree with your assessment of him whatsoever, Mike. I just think he would be a defensive asset, and like you said, it would essentially be, and I know there could be a lot more to it, but essentially feels like it would be Tim Hardaway Jr. and a second-round pick or 2 second-round picks for Quentin Grimes, and then you have the opportunity to re-sign Derrick Jones.
And then the other thing, too, is maybe it gives Nico more options to, I'm not saying he would trade Josh Green. I'm not saying to trade Josh Green, but if you got Quentin Grimes and you immediately on July 1st know you're getting all these deals, NBA cheats so much. Like if this deal happens today, the Mavericks would know making this deal if Derrick Jones Jr. will sign the full mid-level exception for like 3 years with the Mavs. It gives Nico the option to go, all right, maybe I can trade Hardy. Maybe I can trade Josh Green to make another deal work. Because if you just start looking at the depth, if I have bringing back the whole team besides Tim Hardaway Jr., so I have Luka, Kyrie, Exum, Hardy, Green, Grimes. I can't play all 6 guys. One guy has to watch 48 minutes of basketball. I literally can't play all these guys. So it would, to me, if you're getting Grimes, it would mean that I have more of an ability to trade another player or two to then maybe get a bigger guy who makes sense. And maybe you ship Grimes immediately. Maybe Grimes never plays for the Mavs. Maybe he does. I'm not saying. But you would then be adding so much depth, and it's not it's decent depth. It's not super quality depth, because when you get to the playoffs, you're only playing 8 guys. So I just named 6.
Yeah.
And then I have PJ Washington, I have Derrick Jones Jr., I have Maxi Kleba, I have Derek Lively, I have Daniel Gafford. So now I've just named 11 guys. I'm only going to play 8 in the playoffs. And so then it would be Nico's job to tighten up that team and go, how do I tighten up this team to give me 8 or 9 quality guys for a playoff stretch?
Yeah, I mean, that has been kind of part of the discussion, too, is the potential of some of these younger players that look like they have some promise or potential to be part of another bigger acquisition along the way, too.
The biggest, it's really funny. We're talking about an acquisition, and I'm sorry, I don't mean to disrespect Quentin Grimes, because I do think he's a very good defender. The biggest acquisition would just be getting rid of the Tim Hardaway Jr. money, right? And that's why you would have to send things along with it. Because I know usually, if you're not familiar, the NBA can work very strange compared to other sports. You're thinking, we send something out, what do we get back? But in honesty, in all actuality, you probably need to attach things to the thing you're sending out, being like, hey, thank you for taking away this salary and clearing it off my cap.
The Mavericks, this was a bigger deal. The Mavericks took on Rashawn Holmes at the draft last year. They traded Davis Bertans to get a trade exception, and then Sacramento's like, yes, we found a team that will take this player that we have no interest in. And the Mavericks are like, here's the deal. We found this out very quickly. We have no interest in Rashawn Holmes either, but we do have interest in the 24th overall pick.
Yep.
We will take Rashawn Holmes if you give us the 24th overall pick. We will help you salary-wise because you have some good players on your team. And like signing Malik Monk, I don't know if they would have had the money to sign Malik Monk if they still, I guess it was an expiring contract, but just giving you an example. The Mavericks took the 24th pick to take on a player that they had zero interest in. So for Detroit, this is the thing is, I don't think they have much interest in Tim Hardaway Jr. being a 14-win team. He's not a good player anymore in the NBA. But what are we giving them to take on Tim Hardaway Jr.?
Yeah, and that's where I'm
assuming multiple seconds.
Yeah.
I'm really hoping we do not give our 2026 or first round pick. Like, to me, that would be quite a bit just so you could hold on to Derek Jones Jr.
What if we just give up today's pick or tomorrow? Yeah, today's pick.
We don't have a
tomorrow's
pick today.
Yeah. What if
And nobody cares about the 58th pick in the draft.
If they want to take that pick to make it happen, well, hell yeah.
You could find Brock Purdy. You could find there's somebody out there, Kevin. I'm sure.
I imagine
there's got to be 58 NBA players out there. All right,
in this draft,
we're finding out that even first round picks aren't worth as much as we thought when you have to give up literally 5 picks.
Yeah.
Plus, then you do pick swaps to get a nice role player. And nothing against Mikal Bridges. I told you he'd be the perfect guy I'd love in a perfect scenario to add to the Mavs. He's never going to make an all-star team. He's literally never going to make an all-star team. But he's going to be those players that are just outside all-stars, like the perfect great role player who never make all-star teams. And you now have to give up 5 first-round picks to get non-all-stars.
And you think about that trade, if you go back to what the Nets got for Kevin Durant and factor in this trade as well with everything that happened, they turned Kevin Durant into Cam Johnson, 8 unprotected first-round picks, 1 first-round swap, a 2028 first-round pick swap, another pick swap that year, and 3 second-round picks.
I'm not exaggerating. If the Mavericks had to trade Luka in the next 2 years for some reason, I think you're asking for 12 first-round picks. And I'm not exaggerating.
Yeah,
I think at that point you'd say where we're at in the NBA,
figure it out.
A team like Oklahoma City or a team like Brooklyn who's accumulating all these picks say, we need every single pick you have that's available. And it should equal approximately 10 to 12 first-round unprotected picks. If you have that, we will then trade you Luka.
Jeez.
And I think a team would do it. I think
Luka's
if you're trading 5 plus swaps, first round picks, then I think a team would go, heck, if you're the Houston Rockets right now, there's a rumor about Kevin Durant, which is a weird rumor, but if you're the Houston Rockets and for some reason their coach does like obviously Luka and stuff like that, if we want Luka. And I'm not saying the Mavs would do this, but I think the Mavs would say, all right, let's start this off. We need at least 10 first-round picks, unprotected, not swaps. We need 10 first-round picks, and then we'll talk about swaps and prospects.
So, Kevin,
that's where we're at in the NBA.
You would never want to trade Luka, right?
No.
Ever, right?
Well, I mean, like
unless somebody came to the table with 12 picks.
Not now. Because all you're doing is searching for that replacement. You're like, you had the guy
with 12 picks.
Think about the Knicks right now. They traded all those picks. The Knicks still have, as far as I know, they have pick 24 and 25 in this draft. I don't think they traded this year's picks, but they don't care at all about the Porzingis pick they got. They're like, this is a worthless pick. Yeah. They're trying to move it probably for future picks. Since they traded so many future picks, they're like, does anybody want the 24th overall pick that the Mavs gave us so that we can just accumulate a pick or two down the road? Because there's nobody in this draft they want. Nobody can help them. And then they have the 25th pick. They have their own pick. So they're probably trying to move 24 and 25 tonight to get future first-round picks to make trades for players that could help out Jalen Brunson and company.
For the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan, Mike has got to go get going for baseball, so go get Rangers.
Yes, absolutely.
Right?
Go get Rangers, Mike.
Get Rangers. Damn it. Coming up next, it's the KNC history lesson.
What?
How a current Brewers player led me down a rabbit hole to a showgirl shooting and perhaps the most well-known home run in baseball history.
What? That's a weird tease.
But you're intrigued.
Very much.
Next on The Fan.
Full KNC.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen that before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean, like, your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean, like, this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
Segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Frankel and Frankel. If you've been injured in a car or truck wreck, call Frankel first, 214-817-333-3333. With Frankel and Frankel, there's never an out-of-pocket cost. They only get paid when you win. Frankel and Frankel, the go-to car and truck wreck attorneys in Dallas.
KNC Masterpiece back here on 105.3 The Fan. If you missed the news from Bruce Bochy about 45 minutes or so ago, the Rangers are sending Ezekiel Duran down to, quote, get his game back while bringing up Derek Hill, who will play center field tonight. Want to once again thank Louisiana Brand Hot Sauce, the official hot sauce of the Rangers. Flavor favors the bold, for getting us Bruce Bochy every single week.
I'm very fascinated by the go find his game part because he lost his game last year too. And so what does he have to re-find? Because when we were watching Kevin, it was chase. It was him chasing pitches and trying to just destroy everything that was out there. You know, he was trying to hit home runs on every pitch, when a lot of the times the thing that made him a great hitter for the Rangers last year was just driving doubles. And then he added some pop to it. So because it's been so long, I'm just not sure what he can find, but he's going to have to, man.
Now, we're about to go on a journey, and
don't stop believing.
I hope you guys like it. And if you think it's stupid, I hope you're at least entertained along the way. Fair?
I have thought things were stupid before.
Okay. Are you familiar with Milwaukee Brewers pitcher Jared Koenig?
How do you spell that? Is it Koenig?
Yes, it is Koenig.
Yes.
I believe it is pronounced Koenig, though. But since the Rangers are playing the Brewers today, 12:30 pregame, 1:10 first pitch right here on the Fan.
Beer Town.
I saw an article from ESPN where they were talking about some of their mid-season awards. And that's where I got totally caught up in this whole other thing. And thank you for this music. This music is perfect. And so Jared Koenig got the Mark Koenig Award because that's the last player with that last name to play in Wrigley Field. And you might be like, oh, wow, is that like his great-great-grandson or something? No, they're actually not related whatsoever. But once I started reading about this story, I couldn't stop reading about it.
So he got the award.
It's a make-believe.
Simply for, okay.
It's a make-believe
just for
award.
having his name.
But yes.
Okay.
So, who is Mark Koenig and why should you care? Well, he was a starter for the 1927 New York Yankees, otherwise known as everything you ever hear as overwhelming. Well, it's not like you're facing the lineup for the 27 Yankees. He was on that team and was a starter and won the World Series. He was on that team and was a starter, and they won the World Series the very next year as well. But you might be asking,
lifetime 279 hitter.
Which in that era, I don't know.
Dude,
is amazing.
He had upwards of 3 home runs almost every year.
Hey, they had other players that could hit home runs in the lineup. Now, you might wonder, how did he get to play in Wrigley Field? Well, eventually, he would make his way to the Chicago Cubs. Why is that particularly relevant? Well, he took over for another player by the name of Billy Jurges. Billy Jurges was the shortstop for the 1932 Cubs. What happened to him? Well, he met this gal named Violet Popovich in 1931. I don't know if it's any relation to the Spurs coach. They dated for about a year, and then things came to a head on July 6th, 1932. They're staying at
5 days after my birthday.
It's in many years after that. They're staying at the same hotel, and Popovich and Jurges has been dating for about a year, and it just wasn't going well, and Jurges broke up with her. But she took that breakup as more of an advisement and not really like an official thing. So they kept talking, couldn't work it out. So here's what happened next. Popovich checked into the same hotel as Jurges. drank some gin, and wrote the following letter to her brother. Dear Mike, I have just a few minutes of waiting before I see Billy, so I'll write you and try to explain everything. I know you'll understand.
Of course.
To me, life without Billy isn't worth living. But why should I leave this earth alone? I'm going to take Billy with me.
Whoa.
We're getting along famously, just as everything should go. Putting aside the fact that he broke up with
But
her.
she just said that she's going to take him with her, but they're getting along famously?
Yeah. But a few people forgot that there might be something fine and beautiful in our love and dragged it in the mud. I know what I'm doing is the best for me, and I hate to do it, but my last wish is that Mother, you and the boys go to California and enjoy life to the greatest extent and remember your father once in a while. I can't write anymore. I'm so nervous. I love you all. She then put the letter.
She just read Romeo and Juliet.
Maybe so. She put the letter on her desk and put a gun into her purse.
All right. She didn't slide it into her garter or anything.
No, this isn't totally Chicago.
Okay.
I know it took place in Chicago. It's not totally Chicago. So she called Jurgis from a phone in the lobby and said she wanted to talk to him. He was nonchalant, was like, come on up. They had a brief conversation. She said, I don't want to break up. Jurgis responded, I'm not going to go out on any more dates right now. We've got a chance to win the pennant. I'm going to go get my rest.
He's focused on the game, baby.
Exactly.
I love it.
So Popovich asked for water. Jurgis went to the bathroom, filled a glass, brought it back to her, at which point she took the gun out of her purse and pointed it at her head.
Oh, no, this is bad.
Jurgis reacted immediately, lunged for the gun, and tried to get it away from her.
All right.
She shot 3 times. One of them hit Jurgis's rib, another one hit his pinky, and the third one hit Popovich's left hand. So eventually, she goes to trial. Don't worry, we'll get back to Koenig in a second. This is all related. Eventually, they went to trial, at which point Jurgis said, no, I would like to drop the case and all charges against the lady who tried to shoot and kill me.
Wow.
And the judge said, then the case is dismissed for want of prosecution. And I hope no more Cubs get shot.
Same.
That is an actual thing that he actually said.
And then Popovich wins championships with Tim Duncan.
I don't really know a whole lot about her life after
Okay,
that.
gotcha.
But what I do know is Jurgis was only out 16 days, despite being shot twice, because they were trying to win a pennant.
Must have been just flesh wounds.
I mean, he got hit in the ribs and the hand. That does feel like, I don't know.
That's 60-day.
Yes, exactly. So he came back.
60 days.
But he struggled because, he had
got
been shot.
Yeah.
So what did the Cubs need to do? They needed to make a trade because that player had gotten shot. So where do they go? They go to Mark Koenig. And this is where he comes in. All right? So he's ready to play for the Cubs. He does great. The new Cubs shortstop hits .353 in 33 games, hits a 3-run walk-off home run on August 20th that started a 14-game winning streak that propelled the Cubs to the pennant. Their manager at the time, who they replaced Rogers Hornsby with, Charlie Grimm, said, we wouldn't be in first place if it wasn't for Mark.
Oh, wow.
All right? So they win the pennant.
Mark must have been happy about
They
that.
go, you'd think, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
But they go to the World Series where they're going to play the Yankees. And here's what happens next. His teammates, including Jurgis, who got benched because he got shot and wasn't playing well, for Koenig, said he didn't deserve a full share of the playoff payment because he didn't play as many games as the rest of the people.
Really?
That brings you to that World Series.
He also, 1 year for the Yankees, committed the most errors in the league with 47.
That's another
That's
reason.
a lot of errors.
That
dude.
is another reason he shouldn't have gotten paid. So now at this point, we take the next step in this story. Koenig used to play for the Yankees. Now he's on the Cubs. But the Cubs are only giving him half the money for his playoff share. Keep in mind, this is in the middle of or near the Great Depression.
Mm-hmm.
And so Yankees players are mad. So what happens? They start talking trash with the Cubs players before all the games. No one was louder about it than Babe Ruth, who called the Cubs, listen for the phrase you might have never heard before, cheap bums, penny pinchers, tightwads, and nickel nurses.
Nickel nurses.
I don't know that phrase, and I hope that phrase is still allowable. Because I'm honestly, they're just trying to say he's cheap.
I know, like you can nurse a beer, like you're trying to get, hold it for a long time. So maybe they're just trying to nurse a nickel.
I'm honestly not sure.
You gotta go. I will look this up.
So because Babe Ruth kept running his mouth, Cubs fans became more aggressive, including spitting on Babe Ruth and his wife when they arrived in Chicago and pelting him with garbage, including lemons. All right? So we get to game 3. Yes, we get to game 3 of the World Series, and I might be getting no, stop sending me that, Carter. That's not helpful. It's a nickel nurse is not the head coach of an NBA team. That is Nick Nurse.
There is a movie called The Nickel Nurser, and it's a dad who impresses upon his daughter's financial discipline.
Oh, well, there you go. So it all comes to a head in game 3 of the World Series. Babe Ruth got spit on because he was mad at the Cubs and their fans for being cheap to their former teammate, Koenig, who had replaced somebody who had gotten shot by a showgirl, and it all led to this. Babe Ruth continued to talk trash, and the game tied 4-4 in the 5th inning. At this point, it depends on whose history you believe, he either pointed at the pitcher, pointed at the fans, or pointed to center field.
Where Mark Koenig was.
No. Or pointed to center field for the most famous home run in baseball history, the called shot, of which Franklin Delano Roosevelt, who threw out the first pitch, exclaimed, "Unbelievable!" after he hit the home run.
He's Willikers, guys.
That was, actually, I probably by Jiminy. And that was all caused because they were mad about a player not getting his playoff share because he replaced another player who had gotten shot by a showgirl because he wanted to break up with her because they wanted to win the pennant, thus facilitating the other guy who has the same last name as the current Brewers player who's back in Wrigley Field for the first time since that other player was there who helped them make it back to the World Series, even though they would end up losing to the New York Yankees because Babe Ruth called the shot. Unless he didn't.
Kevin, this was amazing. All that led to this.
That's right.
Babe Ruth's big moment.
That's right. Let's go to cut number 5. I got Babe Ruth right here. This is him talking about calling his shot.
Well, I looked down at center field and I pointed. I said, I'm going to hit the next pitch ball right past the flagpole. Well, good Lord, it must have been with.
He hit the ball approximately 490 feet.
Allegedly.
That is true. And also some people dispute whether he was pointing at the crowd for giving him crap that he all started because of his former teammate who then went to the Cubs again because the showgirl shot the other player.
Wow. Kevin, thank you for bringing that to the table. By the way, Mark Koenig, after his baseball career, settled down back in his hometown, took several jobs, owning a gas station and working as a brewer.
Oh.
He did develop lung cancer.
Oh,
suffered from gout and poor eyesight and back pain that necessitated a use of a cane.
Oh, no.
And he moved to Orland, California in 1986 in order to live with his daughter and her family, and then died of cancer.
Oh my gosh. What a dark
He outlived
turn.
his 2 wives.
Oh no.
It was survived by his daughter, 5 grandchildren, and 9 great-grandchildren.
Did you kind of think in a roundabout way he was going to end up with Popovich, who had shot the guy?
At the time of his death, he was the last surviving member of the 1927 New York Yankees starting lineup.
And ladies and gentlemen, that is your KNC history lesson. We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, more straight line content. Will Mike watch this Hallmark movie? That is part of Gridiron Gravy. We'll do it next right here on The Fan.
Plan your dinner.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Classic Chevrolet in Grapevine. They're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
Here they come again. There's a flag down at the line of scrimmage as the pass is to an open Travis Kelce, who flings it back over to Tony. My goodness, this is going for a touchdown.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105 through the fan. We got Gridiron Gravy coming up in just 1 second. But first, I'm going to take you to the Corey News Desk for news.
Thank you very much. I really appreciate that. Westcott Eberts has tweeted this, Kevin. Jim Schlossnagle is addressing his post-game comments from Monday night and apologized to the reporter he berated. Quote, "He asked the question that was an obvious question. I wish I could have answered that better, but in the moment, all of 30 minutes after that last pitch, all I could think about was our kids, and I really wasn't in the mood to talk about myself for the future. So I apologize for that to Richard. I simply could not pass up this opportunity." Was also something he dropped in there, and he said, "You can write that," or something like that. I don't know.
Okay.
So yeah, I guess it's kind of an apology.
Yeah.
He's like, "Hey, look, don't forget all the crap I was dealing with here, but I'm sorry."
He was very concerned about the kids.
Yeah.
He was about to
I'm
leave.
sorry that you asked that question to me. Was
I know.
exactly how I felt.
I already gotta leave
Yeah,
these
I was
kids.
very concerned about the kids and their loss before I left them. And made them move their own vehicles so that I could drive away.
We have multiple people that texted in after that he also told the reporter, "I'll never speak to you again."
Gosh.
I don't know that to be the case, but there's a lot of people texting that in. All right now, let's go around the
He kicked a dog. And
entire.
lit a
I don't know
cigarette.
that to be the case whatsoever. Let's go around the entire NFL and dip into some gridiron gravy. And let's start with news about the Dallas Cowboys training camp. In case you needed to know, the Cowboys will return to Oxnard and officially open up their 65th training camp on July 25th. Fans will be able to, I feel like you knew that.
We can do
Corey.
this now?
Fans will be able to attend all practice sessions that are open to the public free of charge, beginning with the first workout 11:30 a.m. That's Pacific time on Thursday, July 25th, up until the final open practice session on Wednesday, August 21st. And public entry is going to be open 2 hours before practice. So if you've ever wanted to go out to a Cowboys practice, a lot of people will sign autographs. Not everyone, every single time, and they don't get to every single person, but it is a cool environment out there if you get the opportunity.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun. I'll be honest, whenever it was Bill Parcells' era, Kevin, whenever he was around. And that's when I really got interested in wanting to be on this side of things. And my dream was to go to Oxnard and cover Cowboys camp. Like, that was always my dream. And now pretty much every year we get to rock out there and go do it. That's why I get really excited about it. I know somebody doesn't sometimes, but I get really excited about it. And it's a really fun trip. And in addition to that, we get to hang out with the guys from the station, have a lot of fun stuff go on as well, and maybe, just maybe, we can talk Kevin into coming down and playing poker with us and taking all his money from him.
Oh, I mean,
or just
we're losing.
Since we
all
can't
of your
gamble,
money.
since we can't really. Truly
Oh,
gamble.
are we not allowed to gamble?
I
either?
don't know, man.
All right, let's go from that to, will Mike want to watch this Hallmark movie? Now, Mike has gone to go do the Rangers game, and I know you're thinking probably not, but this is an actual movie that is actually being made. It's called Holiday Touchdown, A Chief's Love Story. It is, of course, made by Hallmark. It's going to be a Christmas movie. Mike loves Patrick Mahomes, and so seemingly he loves the Chiefs. Do you think he will watch Holiday Touchdown, A Chief's Love Story, starring Ed Begley Jr.?
Will there be like a young hot commodity coming into town trying to take it away from him that plays for Jacksonville?
Ooh.
And that's what it, because I think then Mike would be like, now I'm interested. He's like, this Trevor Lawrence character, I'm really excited about this.
All I can tell you is what it says from the Chiefs president in the in the report. I don't think this will answer that question for you.
All right.
But I wanted to read this to you anyway. The partnership unites two passionate fan bases, Hallmark and the Chiefs, and gives us an opportunity to show Chiefs Kingdom energy and tradition on one of the most watched channels during the holiday season. That's nice.
I don't think so.
They haven't
man.
even started making this movie.
Yeah, I don't think so. I don't think Mike. Well, is it a Christmas movie?
Yeah.
Christmas based?
Yeah.
Because it is always is Christmas that unites couples, that gets
True.
people back together.
Yeah. Always a good decision to make that you won't look back on and regret. Don't let
You know
the
what,
holidays overcome your feelings.
I've changed my mind. I think he is. I think he is going to be in on this movie. And I think Mike's going to be like, you know what? Everybody should watch this for the holidays every year.
Oh, that's nice.
Yeah.
We've become a holiday tradition. Or maybe every time the Chiefs win the Super Bowl, he has to watch it.
Oh, yeah.
The next year for Christmas. Would you support that?
I would absolutely support it.
All right, let's go from that to the Dallas Cowboys. They worked out 4 free agents from the UFL at the Star yesterday. Jonathan Garvin, Wyatt Wright, Derek Robertson, and John Lovett. Now, no, it's not.
Great.
But there is a famous connection otherwise.
Gotta go see another girl.
It's not John Lovett. It's a fullback, John Lovett.
Hope you're not jealous.
But defensive end Wyatt Ray is the grandson of Nat King Cole. And true.
He's a very old soul.
That is true. And played.
Oh, that was old King Cole.
I know.
Sorry. I'm sorry.
And played for the San Antonio Brahmas this spring and had 7 sacks.
Well, there you go, man. That's awesome. Congratulations. He's going to get 8 sacks in the NFL.
I mean, then that means our team's going to be amazing, right?
Yes. That's what we're trying to add more pass rush, man.
Look, I'm fine with it because Jonathan Garvin's a defensive end as well. If you think you could find more pass rushers, hell yeah. I don't care where they come from.
Find them all. Work them all out, man.
Now, unfortunately, something I thought would happen for a long time, it looks like that dream is officially dead. Jacksonville will apparently not be moving the Jaguars to London as they got approval from the city of Jacksonville to build a $1.4 billion stadium
they were using,
of the future.
They were using another country as leverage to get this stadium built. They were like, we might move to London. Or was that just your pipe dream? Because you've been talking about this since we were on the weekends.
I really did think it would happen because they were like, why are we in Jacksonville? And they thought the London people would be really excited about it. And, you know, that the Khan family owns a Premier League team. And I was like, this just makes sense.
Yeah, it does make a lot of sense. But there's a lot of wrestling going on here. So.
Yes, I guess that's true. So the stadium would keep the Jags in Jacksonville for another 30 years. I believe the stadium would be ready to go in 2028.
Okay.
So I
kind of want to visit that stadium, dude.
Do you? Because I said it was the stadium of the future.
Yeah. I mean, if it is the stadium of the future.
It kind of looks like another toilet bowl stadium in terms of, you know how sometimes people will say, I think the Baylor Stadium is really cool. But don't you think sometimes people are like, it kind of looks like a toilet bowl, like a little bit on the top?
Oh, no, I see it, yeah.
This Jacksonville one, because they have a nighttime rendering of it, it looks like the toilet bowl seat lit up. It looks nice, but it looks like the best toilet you've ever seen.
You know, I remember seeing renderings of this a while back, Kevin, and I thought it was funny that they had like rendered in little like fall leaves on the ground. I was like, that's detail right there.
Yeah, that's
no wonder
very
this thing
nice.
sold so easy.
We're the KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. Coming up next, NFL overreaction or reality, including a Cowboys question. Next on The Fan.
Commercial free.
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
O'Reilly Mazda of Arlington and her studios. It's the KNC Masterpiece on 105.3 The Fan.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. It's time for NFL overreaction or reality. Corey, DraftKings is projecting the Vikings, Cardinals, and Giants at 6.5 wins on their over-under. Overreaction or reality, all three of those teams will go over on their projected win totals. Vikings, Cardinals, Giants, 6.5 apiece.
Overreaction.
Okay.
And I'm kind of concerned that I even had to say this, Kevin.
Oh, no.
The Giants aren't going to win over 6 games this year.
Okay. Can I mark that down?
Yeah.
Okay.
The Dabes, otherwise known as Brian Dable,
I don't think you get to call him that anymore.
is he doesn't have control over the situation.
Is he going to lose his job?
Probably so.
Okay.
Daniel Jones, however, will stick around. They'll be like, what's happening here? And they'll be like, where is Tommy DeVito?
His agent's meeting the Pope.
I think there's a lot of problems still in New York, and I don't think they can overcome it this year.
All right, let's see if you have that same level of confidence for this one.
Cardinals, on the other hand, I'm very fascinated by.
But it has to be all of them.
Yeah. No. I just think that we will be discussing, Kevin, as we get closer, a little more hype on the Cardinals than we have the last couple of years.
Now, for this next one, the Cowboys at 10.5, the 49ers at 11.5, and the Dolphins at 9.5. Overreaction or reality, none of those teams will get to their win projection.
9.5 is tough to get to.
Well, yes.
I think that's overreaction too, Kevin.
Oh,
I think the Dolphins will get over 9.5,
and the Cowboys more than 10.5, and the 49ers more than 11.5.
I said I said the Dolphins will get more than 9.5.
It was a total question.
You said none of those teams will get to that. I said one of them will, so that's overreaction.
So you're saying the Cowboys will not get to 10.5 wins?
I think the Dolphins will get to 9.5. Yeah, dude, listen. Here's everybody has to have a real understanding of what's happening this year. With the Cowboys, this is not the last 3 years of the Cowboys.
Right.
This is a very different situation and very volatile. Jerry's playing with fire here. He doesn't care. He's like, I love it. This is a situation where everybody's looking at the head coach going, why? You're not here next year. And the head coach is basically going to be begging players, if you want me back, you will fight for us. And if you want your quarterback, that's what's happening right now. So there is a very big chance that this thing could just implode 5 games into the season, Kevin.
Now, a couple things I want to point out from the 972. How do you win half a game? They said it like that so all the bets will cash. I realize if you got a tie, you could make that argument that it's a push, but they said it like that so you'll either win or lose. And I do apologize to the person from the 817 on the Frankel and Frankel injury attorney text line. I see your texts, and I apologize for not having more National Canoe Day content ready. I realize this is the show that you would come to for that level of content. I do. I apologize for not being prepared for that. NFL overreaction or reality, the Rams will win the NFC West, strengthened by the marital bond between the Staffords.
Well, I mean, there's a lot of pressure on San Francisco to win it all. And you can very easily lose track of the season to get to winning it all, right? Like you can lose track of that and goof around. I mean, the Cowboys almost looked like they were doing it at times last year.
I don't know what that's in reference
to. It felt like they could have won 15, 16 games instead of just 12.
They tried their hardest every time.
So yeah, I mean, I think the Rams are, dude, have you been listening to everybody talking about Matt Stafford this offseason?
Yes.
The words
we talked about it quite a bit the last couple of days.
Not just the stuff that went on with his wife.
Oh.
Like the stuff that's going on with him right now is like CJ Stroud, all these other quarterbacks, like that dude is a dog. You do not want to mess with that guy. He is great, and he will show you why he's great. I'm very fascinated by hearing this from other quarterbacks and other players in the league, how much respect they actually have for Matthew Stafford, considering, he was in Detroit for so long, leaves and then does that. So if he's healthy and Cooper Kupp can stay healthy, I can see the Rams doing that. Now, missing Aaron Donald is interesting, though.
Now, this one might throw you for a bit of a loop. NFL overreaction or reality. Kyron Williams will lead the NFL in rushing. The third-year running back for the Rams was third in the league in rushing last year behind Derrick Henry and Christian McCaffrey. And you're just talking about how badass the Rams are going to be. Or could be.
I could totally see this, actually. McVay knows how to use his running game. Unfortunately, a lot of times McVay wears a running back out. They get injured or whatever, and that could be a big thing that happens here. But I could totally see this happening. He knows how to use it, man. Oh, yeah, girl.
I don't know how to classify this, so you'll have to make up your own decision for the final word of this. NFL overreaction or reality, the new NFL kickoff return rules will be awesome. Now, that last word is up to your definition of awesome.
Balderdash.
Okay, so that's overreaction.
I
think they're going to be neat.
Dude, the old rules, the most useless moment in football.
Yeah.
There is you know what's the more important than that, Kevin? Everything is more important than that. It's the most useless moment in football. So yes, any rule that provides some sort of interest and intrigue, I'm getting excited about more so than before. So I hope they are awesome, Kevin. I don't know if awesome and perfect is going to be the right word.
Yeah.
But I do think that it's going to be, finally we'll have some sort of something starting. Maybe we'll actually have some plays drawn up and there will be some interest and intrigue in that moment.
NFL overreaction or reality, Trey Lance will not be traded at the deadline, thus fueling nonsensical speculation that he is going to take over as the future starting quarterback for the Cowboys. I'm not saying it has to happen. I'm saying the speculation will be out there. It feels like reality.
Does he have to play any football for us to... He doesn't have to play any football for this thing to happen.
All right. Maybe this is...
He has done nothing other than practice.
All right.
Kinda.
This is the NFL overreaction or reality question I'm going to bring to you tomorrow. Overreaction or reality? At least 15% of Cowboys fans would be more excited about the season if it was announced that Trey Lance was going to start the whole season.
Yes, that's reality. Woo! And I know you said
because
tomorrow.
Because they like the unknown, right?
Dude, you know
chop it up right now.
Everybody wanted Anthony Wright to be the quarterback for this team. And then Anthony Wright went out there and we were like, you know what? That was a terrible. Go back to the other guy.
Yeah.
We've seen it happen so many times where the backup quarterback is he's the next best guy. Dude, why isn't he even out there? He should be out there right now. This guy's a bum that we have starting. These coaches, these NFL coaches know nothing. We know everything from a guy we've seen nothing of. We just need somebody else except for that guy. Why is he even on the team if we're not going to use him more? Dude, yeah.
I guarantee you Mike is in that
There
group.
would be more people that were like, yes, let's go see it. But the reality is what it is, man.
Okay, what about my other question? Cowboys won't trade Trey Lance, so people will wildly speculate through the back half of the season that means he's going to be their next quarterback.
That's why Dak has to win every game. So there's no speculation, right?
Yeah.
If Dak wins if he comes out winning, all right, man, you're on top. You're moving. If you beat Cleveland to start this thing off, you're doing the right thing. Otherwise, it's like, well, let's see what that next guy is. And if Trey Lance goes out there and looks like doo-doo on the field, is everybody going to say, well, we should go back to Dak Prescott? That's the other part.
Yeah.
But to be quite honest, Dak would have to, something would physically have to happen to him in order for him to not be the quarterback on the team this year. Or he was like, you know what, I'm holding out. Something like that. It's not anything about level of play.
There is today's edition of NFL Overreaction or Reality. We'll be back with more tomorrow. But coming up next, it's baseball time in Texas. So let's talk to Jared Sandler right here on 105.3 The Fan.
If Heineken Silver was the 60-second...
Uber Eats has Lola V products? I gotta remember that.
Well, you know, they say in order to remember something, you have to forget something else. Okay, now that is a very cute haircut. That's like a little shag. I've never seen it before.
Well, I mean, of course you have. It's the Rachel.
Oh, is that your name?
No, I mean like your name.
No, I'm Jen. My name's Jen.
Right, but I just mean like this is your haircut.
But that's hair on your head.
I'm not saying this is your hair.
Okay, freaking me out a little bit.
This segment of the KNC Masterpiece is brought to you by Cars for Kids. Donate today at carsforkids.org and Classic Chevrolet. Classic Chevrolet and Grapevine, they're the #1 Chevy dealer in the world. More new Silverados than anyone else. This is Texas. This is Classic Chevrolet. Together, let's drive. Based on new Chevy registrations 2023.
KNC Masterpiece right here on 105.3 The Fan. We're rolling up on Rangers Brewers. So right now, brought to you by Blue Nail Roofing. Let's talk with Jared Sandler. Good afternoon, sir.
Hey, what's going on, guys?
It seems like one of the big stories of the day, although I know there's been a lot of stuff going on. Ezekiel Duran getting sent down, Derek Hill being brought back up. One of the things that Bochy said was they're just looking for Duran to kind of get his game back. In your estimation, go ahead.
Oh, sorry, Kev. Yeah, I mean, he didn't get into specifics. Obviously, there have been stretches where Zeke's been getting hits, but he's been a big singles hitter. I mean, he's got one of the highest market share of singles amongst his hits of anyone in Major League Baseball. And, this is not a guy that you look at and think he's a singles hitter. I mean, we saw that last year. He's got power. I think as he develops over 150 games, he's someone you think could hit 15 to 20 to 25 home runs maybe. But he just hasn't been that guy. And so, he doesn't walk much, so he's really got to hit for power to be valuable. Obviously, you'd like for maybe there to be a little more plate discipline and get the walks up a little bit, but he's not one of these guys who's wired to be a big-time patient hitter. So if that's going to work, he's got to hit for power. And if he's not hitting for power, then he's really not providing a ton of value. And I think some of the conversation is, well, Josh Young's coming up here soon, you hope, and, where's the playing time for Zeke? And I think they just figured, hey, let's get him down. Let's get him every day at bats. Let's try and get him going. I don't think this means they've given up on Zeke. Obviously, I don't think they're pumped about the season. I think they, hope that he would have had a better season. But I think this is more of an effort to try and get him going because they haven't given up on him. And I think one of the questions always is, do you want to keep him at the big league level with the big league coaches under their watch, or would you rather send him down and get the everyday at bats? And I think that question becomes a little tougher these days because everyone you talk to says the gap between AAA and the major leagues is as wide as it's ever been. So,
wow.
I think that's always a part of the conversation, but I think it's just gotten to the point where they need him getting everyday bats to try and get right.
Well, what you just said will probably make this next question even more difficult. Derek Hill has put up some huge numbers at AAA. Do you think that can translate at all to major league level?
Maybe over a 2-week stretch. If anyone gets hot, it can happen. John Hicks hit 4 home runs in 7 games for the Rangers a few years ago. Anything can happen. But I would not look at Derek Hill and think that this is a guy who can provide a long-term answer at the plate for the Rangers. Now, what he can do is play really good defense, and when he does get on base, he can be a threat on the bases. He's a really fast, good base runner, but I don't know that I would look at the AAA numbers and necessarily say it's clicked, he's figured it out, this guy's going to be an everyday player in our lineup.
It did feel like Bochy was suggesting he'd be in center field. Is that kind of to relieve Leote a little bit of his duties and try and get him right?
Well, so Hill's in center field today. I don't know if I don't know to what degree he's going to take playing time from Leote. In fairness to Leote, over the last 7 or so games, he's been just fine at the plate. Now, it obviously ebbs and flows, and there's peaks and valleys here. But I guess maybe when you're struggling to get going as a lineup, you're always looking to shake things up, and maybe this is the way to do that. But I would say that with the way Leote's been here recently, I don't know that it's not like he's mired in like a 3 for his last 46 right now.
Yeah.
But I could see, especially against lefties, Derek Hill maybe getting the start over Leote because Leote's traditionally struggled more against lefties than righties.
The other thing too is like Heaney goes out there and puts up a really good game, and I'm just kind of curious where the pitchers' mindsets are whenever they're pitching these types of games, putting up good numbers and still can't get that win because the run support's not there. Have you sensed any frustration, or is there a different kind of focus in that locker room still, or that clubhouse still?
Yeah, that's a good question, Corey. I think there are a few answers to this. One, I think there's frustration just because it means the team didn't win, right? And I think these guys are competitive, and hopefully if people listen to Andrew Heaney talk throughout last season, they really got the idea. This guy cares a ton. He is the ultimate teammate. He wants to win. He's not going to be the guy to point fingers. I don't think he is sitting there at the end of the night thinking, gosh, to heck with these guys because, I didn't get the win, because I think he knows that these guys bailed him out last year at times, and, hopefully in the second half they'll be able to do that. I think the other side of this, and I don't want this to paint any of these guys as selfish players, but at the end of the day, I think a big difference here is that they don't get paid for wins anymore. The way that the league values pitching, they don't pay you because you win games. They pay you because you get strikeouts, you have a good ERA, stuff like that. So I think that it's not like he's getting money taken off the table.
Appreciate the insight very much, good sir. Look forward to hearing you always, and thanks for jumping on with us.
Hey, thanks, fellas.
There you go, Jared Sandler right here on The Fan. All right, quick hit me with that news, Corey.
A&M star outfielder Jace Laviolette has entered the transfer portal, Kevin.
And so it begins. Texas A&M, no stranger to the transfer portal, especially in the football level. So now the baseball level's like, hey, let's see if we can do the same thing. All right. Rangers, Brewers coming up next. Pregame starting in just a few minutes. First pitch at 1:10. We'll be back tomorrow, 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. KNC right here on 105.3 The Fan.
Hey, good night, Kevin.
Babe Loffenberg here at Classic.